Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me for the national anthem. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Members, at this time, I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to address City Council.
Speaker and members of council, thank you. It is fitting at this, the first council meeting since the tragic death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup, that we should spend a few moments as a council reflecting on his life, on his career, and on his death. Every one of us has gone down into the parking garage below City Hall as part of our routine, never expecting anything tragic to happen when we go there. Even in police work, even when you get a radio call for a robbery, you would not expect it to end in tragedy. But therein lies the reality of that kind of public service and the possibility of danger and sacrifice which confronts the men and women of our police service every single day. As I said at the funeral of Detective Officer Northrup, courage can't see around corners, but it goes around those corners, and tragically sometimes there lies around those corners a terrible fate that rips at the fabric of a family, the fabric of the police family, and our much bigger family of 3 million people who reside in the City of Toronto. The greatest, almost unimaginable loss has, of course, been suffered by the Northrup family. Margaret Northrup, children Brennan, Samantha, and Mitchell, and Officer Northrup's mother, Diane. I will tell you from my phone conversations, from my text exchanges as recently as last night, from my conversation with her at the visitation, and like all of you, my witnessing of her delivery of the eulogy of her husband on Monday, I have never seen more strength than that shown by Margaret Northrup. She told me from minute one, the day after the tragedy when we first spoke, that she wanted to honor him and the work that he loved. And it was clear she wanted to honor as well the person that he was. I said on your behalf at the funeral that they can teach anyone policing skills, but they can't teach character. And Jeff Northrup, from all that I have learned, because I didn't know him, but Jeff Northrup was clearly a man of character. Pardon me. His colleagues, one after another, told me of his absolute dedication to the job with integrity and competence, of his constant willingness to mentor and support other officers. And Margaret told me of stories that never get told, of residents of our city he came into contact with in his police work, who he supported or encouraged in their hour of need, who later said how important that was to them. These are the stories repeated every day of the week that don't get told about thousands of good police officers that we have here in the City of Toronto. And we heard about his community service, scouting, lacrosse, and especially Special Olympics, pardon me again, Special Olympics to support and encourage his beloved daughter, Samantha. There are very few professions where you were told from day one that you might have to make the ultimate sacrifice in the service of others. Policing is one of those. And it is reasonable for us to accept that when that happens, it has a searing and traumatic effect, of course, on the family, on the entire police service, and on us, because when that robbery call comes in the City Hall parking garage or anywhere else, or any other call, they go to keep us safe and to protect us. And as we've seen, what might otherwise have been a routine trip down into our parking garage, just like we take, turns into anything but. And so I extend on our behalf most sincere condolences to Margaret Northrup, the strong, courageous leader of this family of character, and to Jeff Northrup's mother, Diane, and to his 3 children, Brennan, Samantha, and Mitchell. And I extend condolences as well to the members of the Toronto Police Service who have lost one of their own in the line of duty. This is a terrible blow for them, and it is a blow for all of us because they serve and protect us. I've indicated to Margaret Northrup that as a city government, we stand ready to offer any and all support to her and to her family in what are the trying days that still lie ahead. Jeff Northrup was, from all accounts, every single thing I can determine, everything I've heard, everything I've seen. He was a good man. He was a good family man, and he was a good citizen, and he was an exemplary police officer. He was a hero in life and should be remembered as such as he rests in peace. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I can ask members of council if we can stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. Members, all those civic buildings, including City Hall, are currently closed to the public. I want to emphasize that today's council meeting is being conducted publicly and is being streamed live on YouTube. I want to welcome the public who are watching our meeting this morning. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes?
So moved. Min Wong.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong moving. All those in favor, show of hands, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Okay. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the audit committee report. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Seem to be some technical issues. That report from meeting 9 of the audit committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Just want to express my thanks, of course, to Madam Auditor General, all of the staff, the management team, and in particular, as noted in the reports, the great progress that a number of people have made on a number of previous audit initiatives, and draw members' attention that there are substantial amounts of confidential attachments within the items and some supplemental reports that were just added in the last 24 hours on the item pertaining to audits on software licenses. And finally, the winter maintenance item has some extensive confidential attachments that would be important to review to consider this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
Yes. Can you hear me okay, Speaker? Yes, I'm off
Yes.
mute. I move that report from meeting 25 of the executive committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Speaker, thank you. We dealt with some very significant items at the Executive Committee last week, including a report that we'll deal with sometime we're proposing, I think tomorrow morning, from the City Manager concerning the renaming of Dundas Street. And I was happy that we took the opportunity to hear from many deputants at that time. And some of them were people who really helped to enlighten us, I think, about the history. And there are different interpretations and different accounts of the history as it regards Mr. Dundas and his relation to the City of Toronto and his role in the abolition of slavery. But I think you can summarize those by saying that the vast preponderance of the views that were presented were to the effect that Mr. Dundas really had no connection to our city, never visited here, never did anything that really affected the city in any way. And that I think, again, the preponderance of the historical evidence put in front of us was that his actions continued to serve to continue the enslavement of hundreds of thousands of people for a period of time in different parts of the world, not confined to here or anywhere else. And we did hear from people who opposed the renaming of Dundas Street. I would say, without trying to put any words into their mouths, that they were concerned about the renaming of Dundas Street or other civic assets on the basis that it would lead to renaming every part of the entire city and re-examining every aspect of history to fit a new narrative. I look at it a different way, Speaker, and I think that this debate that we'll have here at this council meeting arising out of the deliberations of the Executive Committee represent a very important opportunity that we should take to take this street, one of the important streets in our city, and this set of historical facts, albeit that there are some differences about that, and make sure that we recognize who we are today in the City of Toronto, what we want to be in the City of Toronto, what we present to the world. And we do that already as who we are and what we're about and what our values are, and that we take that into account in the context of the name of this street, and basically conclude and straight up indicate, without presuming upon the process of renaming the street, that the one thing we know is that Mr. Dundas does not deserve the recognition in 21st century Toronto of having that recognition extended to him. I trust the city manager. The city manager knows of the importance of not just the work that has been done to date in coming forward with this recommendation, but rather the just as important piece of work that remains to be done, that is in process, which has to do with a process that will deal with not only the renaming of this street and how you rename it, assuming that you approve that, but also the question of how we handle future instances of this kind. Because there are already other streets people have raised that are they believe are deserving of some attention in this regard. And so I think what is really an important piece of work that remains in front of the city manager and his team and us is to put a process in place that has people with the confidence that there is a process about this, that it isn't left to some kind of an ad hoc or reactionary a kind of system or set of events that is not the proper way in which to deal with this. And so I just believe we are at a moment in time in our history where we have to seize those kinds of moments and show leadership in the face of some degree of controversy that has existed in this regard, because I think it is important for us to send a signal to everybody, not just to the people who are people that are from diverse backgrounds and so on, to send a signal to everybody of who we are in the city and what we stand for and what we believe in, and how this is an opportunity for someone who had no connection to the city and for someone who the evidence clearly suggests did not act in a way that he could have and should have acted at the time in regards to the abolition of slavery, and that is an appropriate time for us to take the action that is recommended here. I will just spend the last few seconds also saying that we considered the vacant homes tax. We considered many other things. I believe that we should make sure that as we take a look at this today, again, it'll come up in the next day or two, that we look at it within the context in which it's brought forward, which is not a revenue raising mechanism. Quite frankly, it would be great if there was no revenue raising. That's because every single available unit was on the market for someone to live in and to rent or to own. And all we're trying to do here is to make sure, as has been successfully the case in Vancouver, is that by putting the tax in place, that we will achieve having these units returned to the marketplace for use by somebody as housing, whether it be for rent or for sale. And I think we should just be mindful as we go about the debate, as we should be on many other items in the next couple of days, if we don't want this meeting to last an eternity. This is not the day the bylaw is being presented. It is merely an update report on the implementation of the tax, and that we can, we can comment on what's in front of us, and the bylaw itself will be back for our consideration later this year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Speaker, and I would introduce that report from meeting 29 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda be presented for your consideration. And if I might, Speaker, I would first draw members of council attention to two supplementary reports that have been posted on this item, one of which is to, in partnership with the federal government, extend their generous funding for our voluntary isolation facility, the first of its kind in the country. And then the second there is on the advice of the medical officer of health, and in keeping with the phase 3 reopening from the province, to address two of the bylaws governing distancing in parks and rules where food and drink is served, so that we align with our provincial counterparts. So I draw your attention to that. And if I might, Speaker and members of council, we dealt rather extensively at our recent board meeting on the topic of this immunization campaign, vaccines. And I think each and every one of you know and have seen as well that Torontonians are stepping up. Nearly 4 million doses of vaccines have been administered in our city. We're approaching 80% of adults who have received a first dose, and more than 60% of adults have now received both doses and are fully vaxxed. It is extraordinary, that uptake, and it is a real testament, let's say it again and again, to what we refer to as Team Toronto, the team approach. Hospitals and pharmacies, the City and Toronto Public Health, our community agencies on the ground and neighborhood ambassadors, corporate partners. Many of you will have seen or even partake in the Scotiabank Arena World Record-Setting Clinic, and partners like MLSE and Scotiabank that have stepped up. Counselors, so many of you have been hosting town halls just recently, I know. And so, but fundamentally, it's about our residents who are stepping up to protect themselves in their city. But as we discussed at our Board of Health, and as some of the recommendations here address, we're into the next phase here. It's the home stretch. And as any runner knows, the last mile is often the hardest mile. And so in this home stretch, our task is to break every single barrier to vaccine access, whether that's a technological barrier to register, a linguistic barrier, whether that's just an accessible clinic by bringing clinics to the buildings and the churches and the parking lots where people are, or whether it's just access to trusted local information to help inform people to make a good decision. And so this next phase in the political world, it's a ground game now. Right? This is using neighborhood level data to identify clinic locations. It's extensive on the ground outreach with community partners canvassing. It's the phone banking and telephone town halls that so many of you are doing yourselves. This is the part of the campaign where we reach everyone everywhere, because the higher we get our vaccine rates up, the safer we will all be. And so it's on all of us, every resident of the city, every Team Toronto partner, everybody, to keep pushing, to keep going. We've made extraordinary progress. We're amongst the world leaders, but we're not done yet. We can't be. So let's just keep going to get our city vaccinated. And with that, Speaker, I'll present this report here for members' consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning. The report for meeting 20 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do, and good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. That the report of meeting 23 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government and Licensing Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker. Good morning.
Good morning.
that the report from meeting number 24 of the General Government Licensing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report. Councillor McKelvey? Councillor McKelvey?
Report was requested at committee, now posted onto TMMIS and CMP.
Okay. Councillor Bailao, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report. Councillor Bailao? Councillor Bailao?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the reports for meetings 24 and 25 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. We had a very busy agenda at Planning and Housing to the point that we had to add an extra day. So that's why we have 2 meetings in front of council today. We had great presentations from the public on several items from the Toronto Green Standard Review, which is a big part of our Transform TO, to the transformation that we're doing on our Concept to Keys update, to the upcoming review of the city home ownership policy that we have. We will be discussing, as you know, multi-tenant housing, and I'm sure that that we'll have an informative discussion about that. There's several reports here on the agenda, not only on planning and housing, but actually in several of the community councils. And I just want to bring your attention. I actually asked staff to just put all this together because we actually have a remarkable amount of affordable housing units in front of us today. I want to bring to your attention that today we are going to be dealing with 1,976 affordable housing units in this council. We have up to 1,016 affordable rental units as recommendations for open door incentives. We have 498 affordable rental units through Housing Now rezoning. We have 350 affordable housing units through Section 37 agreements for private applications. We have 51 rapid housing modular units with recommendations for MZO requests. We have 17 new affordable rental units through a rental demolition and replacement application. And on top of these 1,976 units, we still have $8 million of Section 37 contributions for affordable housing in addition to these units. So to all my colleagues that have been dealing with these applications and the staff that, as you can see, have an incredible amount of work, not only with these different applications that have translated in almost 2,000 affordable housing units that we'll be dealing with at this council, but all these reports that you have in front of us on different planning and housing issues. Thank you. Thank you to all the staff and thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker, and good morning. That the report from meeting 25 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I certainly do. That the report from meeting 25 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 25 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Speaker.
Good
I
morning.
move that the report from meeting 26 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And if I could just give a brief word of thanks to the clerks and IT staff who performed heroically in very challenging circumstances to get us through this meeting.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from city officials? Moved by Councillor Cressy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item or motion number, and the nature of the interest. And remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Speaker. I have three, all related to the same interest. The first is item 2021.TE 26.1, permanent closure of public lane at 2104, 2110 Yonge Street. The second is 2021.TE 26.44, construction staging area, 2161 Yonge Street. And the third is item CC 35.28, 2131 Yonge Street and 32 Hillsdale Avenue East, request for direction to correct parkland conveyancing error. I have a financial interest previously disclosed in 2131 Yonge Street, the project there, which is in the vicinity of two of these items and is actually affecting the property itself in the case of the CC 35.28. So I'm declaring that interest, and I have the appropriate papers here that I will file with the clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest on item number TE 26.1, headed permanent closure of a public lane at the rear of 2104, 2110 Yonge Street. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on the file, and I've submitted the appropriate paperwork to clerks on these items.
Thank you. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a petition signed by just over 1,000 people that says we join the 1,200 plus scientists, researchers, and academics who have called on governments around the world to adopt and implement a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to protect the lives and livelihoods of present and future generations through a global equitable phase-out of fossil fuels in line with the scientific consensus to not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition with regards to EY 25.6, 18 to 26 Earlton Avenue, 4161 to 4169 Dundas Street, West, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application. I have 739 signatures in opposition to this development.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I just recognize that I have an interest in an item. May I just declare that now?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I have an interest in TE 26.16, 1358 to 1360, and 1354 to 1356 Queen, et cetera, Brock Avenue official plan. My sibling owns a property on that street.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have 3 deferred items before us today. Items TE 2310, TE 2321, and DM 35.1. The mayor has designated item EX 25.4 on SafeTO, Toronto's 10-year community safety and well-being plan, and item IE 23.1 on the net zero existing building strategy as its key matters for this meeting. These will be our first items of business today. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, item IE 23.2 on building net zero emission city buildings, corporate real estate management net zero carbon plan is related to the mayor's second key matter, item IE 23.1. I propose that they be considered together. Mayor Tory, do you consent to the joining of this item with your key matter?
I do, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds. I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will now open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, unmute your mic and state the item or items you wish to hold. Okay, deferred items. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker. And to colleagues, I promise this is the last time I will be moving to defer this. This is item TE 23.10, 126, 132, and 142 John Street, and I will be moving to defer the following TE 23.21, alterations to a designated property, and I move to defer these to September to allow city staff and the applicant the time to finalize the child care plans.
Okay, so T 23.10, Councillor Cressy is deferring to September. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. T 23.21, Councillor Cressy is deferring to the September meeting. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Madam Chair, I want to hold an item on executive committee. Shall I wait for that, take my name off the list?
Yeah, we're just going through the deferred matters, so.
Okay,
Okay, so.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Bylaw, are you on the deferred items?
Madam Speaker, yes, DM 35.1, there's a supplementary report that needs to be moved. I don't know if anybody needs to hold the item, or if not, I can move that supplementary report, the request for direction, and it could be moved.
Okay, so this is on DM 35.110 and 10A Dawes Road. Do we have the?
Yeah.
Okay, just one sec, Councillor. Okay, we'll put it on the screen. This is also the item CC 35.24, 35, yeah, 0.24. Okay, it's on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. We'll now go to the executive committee. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
I think we're dealing with this tomorrow, but I'm looking on the order paper and EX 25.1, recognition review project update in response to the Dundas Street renaming, hasn't been held, so I'll hold it.
No, it hasn't been held.
I'll hold it, please.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bylaw, we're on executive.
Speaker, this was for the deferred items. I don't know why my name didn't come up.
Okay, Councillor Perks on executive.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold EX 25.20, the operating variance for 2020, EX 25.21, the capital variance for 2020, EX 25.22, the operating variance for 4 months ending April 30, and EX 25.23, the capital variance for 4 months ending April 30.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll. Executive.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have an item that I have already held, EX 25.7, the annual report on loans and loan portfolios. I have a quick motion that's already been submitted to clerks that probably could be moved and that item voted on today.
Okay, so do we have that motion? Okay, we'll put the motion on.
Here it is.
On the screen.
It's just a quick motion. Yeah. It's just a quick motion that given the information at executive about Lakeshore's COVID challenges that we highlighted in the budget process later this year.
Okay, so the amendments on the screen, this is on EX 25.7. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Cressy, Executive Committee.
Had held EX 25.2, that's COVID recovery, July 2021. This is the executive, not Board of Health item. I'm happy to release that hold.
Okay, so Councillor Cressy is releasing EX 25.2 COVID-19 recovery. On favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. We will now go to audit. Councillor Fillion, audit.
I'd like to hold audit 9.7.
Okay, can you read it out, please?
Outstanding cybersecurity recommendations from Auditor General.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, audit.
Thanks. I'd like to hold AU 9.16, response to City Council's request for an audit of affordable replacement rental units.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, audit.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold AU 9.6 Auditor General's status report on outstanding recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Board of Health, we have two items. Councillor Cressy is holding one. Okay. Civic appointments.
Madam Chair, I'd like to, I have a motion that the clerk has recommended that I move at this point in time to remove an item from the last civic appointments meeting that couldn't get onto this agenda. It's relating to the zoo board. If I could place that motion now.
Okay, do we have that motion? Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. Okay, the motion is on the screen. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Yeah, did you want to read it?
This is simply to remove this from committee so that we can deal with the appointments today. All those in favor?
Just 1 sec.
Sure.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, you mentioned that it's the new board. We have 3 items, so you're introducing all 3 items, correct? Because when you spoke, you said the new.
I wanted to just introduce the zoo board.
Yeah, you just mentioned the zoo, so you want to introduce all 3, correct?
All 3 items? No, just the item as it relates to the zoo board. I'm sorry, maybe I'll, if that's what it says, then I've got to get this corrected and I'll do it as a separate.
Okay, we'll come
as a notice of motion.
We'll come back to it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry, I'm just a little confused. The civic appointments item on the zoo board, was that introduced or? Because I'd like to hold it.
We're going to come back to it, Councillor Ainsley, because Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong is going to correct his motion. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to hold it.
Well, we have to wait to.
It's not introduced.
Well, let's wait to
Madam
get.
Chair,
Okay, hold on. Let's wait till
Sure,
it
Madam
gets
Chair.
introduced before we hold an item down. So let's go to Economic,
Chair.
Economic and Community Development Committee
Madam
report.
Chair,
Does it,
I've reviewed the civic appointments motion. I'm happy to introduce those 3 items right now before you go to economic development.
okay, so we'll put the motion back on the screen. So Deputy
Sorry
Mayor.
for the confusion.
No problem. Deputy Mayor Min Wong wants to introduce all 3 items. So if we can put that motion on the screen. So do you want to read your motion, please?
That in accordance with council procedure, City Council remove items CA 21.2, appointment of public members to the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, CA 21.3, appointment of public members to the Toronto Zoo Board, and CA 21.4, appointment of members to the Toronto Music Advisory Committee.
Okay. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. So Councillor Ainsley is holding the zoo one down. Yeah.
No, sorry, Madam Chair. Now that I've seen the motion and it's being removed from consideration, I don't need to hold it.
Okay. Okay. Well,
This out in the back room and then come back with something?
okay, we're going to post the 3 items on the portal. Okay, let's move on. Okay, Councillor Ainsley, what we're doing, just to clarify, we are introducing those 3 items from the civic appointments, which includes the zoo. So I believe that you still want to hold the item down, correct?
If we're going to consider the zoo board appointments at this council meeting, I would like to hold it.
Exactly. Okay, so you're going to hold the item down, which is the Toronto Zoo. Thank you. Okay, Economic and Community Development Committee report. Anything?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a procedural motion. I'd like to ask the clerk to please put onto the screen. And it is specifically, before I go on, I'll just make sure they have it first. Fantastic, thank you. So the motion is to remove item EC 23.4, St. Jamestown Community Food Table, from the Economic Community Development Committee and to bring the item forward to City Council for consideration. And if this motion passes, Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to move a quick motion on this matter.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen to bring it forward. On favor, show of hands, carried. I think
Madam Speaker.
Yeah, just one sec.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have to post it first, Councillor Wong Tam, before you release it.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
We'll get back to it. Councillor Cressy, Economic and Community Development Committee.
Yes, Speaker. Item EC 23.2, Downtown West Services and Facilities Review. I've had my questions answered and spoken with the chair, and I can release that hold.
Okay, on EC 23.2, Councillor Cressy is releasing. On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Perruzza, Economic Development.
Yeah, sorry, Speaker, I just missed a couple. I wanted to hold AU 9.11. I forget the name. It's called AU 9.11, a Winter Road Maintenance Program Phase 2 analysis, deploying resources. I'd like to hold that.
Thank you.
I think I missed also GL. I wanted to hold GL 24.14.
Okay, we're not there
Um,
yet, and,
Oh, you're not there. Okay.
no, we're just,
Sure.
we
I'll-
just finished economic.
I'll add,
We are going to
Yeah,
general, we are going to, let's clear the screen. We are going to general government now. That's the next item. Do we have any items to be held down?
yeah, so GL 24.14. It's called Downsview East Lands Release Restrictive Covenants and Amendment of Easement.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong on general government.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am holding GL 24.8. I'm happy to release that.
Okay, that's on the
Madam
agree,
Speaker,
that's on the
Madam
agree.
Speaker, if we're going to vote on,
If someone else wants to hold it, I'll retain my hold.
Okay.
I just want a recorded vote on the matter.
Okay, so,
Excuse me?
okay, GL 24.8 is agreement with the Toronto Event Center. And Councillor Layton has asked for a recorded vote. If we can have a recorded vote.
Okay, that's fine.
The deputy mayor
fine.
is releasing the item, so we need a recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, your vote, please. Yeah. Speaker, the item carries 20 to 5.
Thank you. We will now go to Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Councillor Perruzza. Councillor.
No, sorry, ma'am. I didn't have any items on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee to hold.
Councillor
Thank you.
Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to hold IE 23.5, supporting biodiversity in Toronto, changes to spring yard waste schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold IE 23.4, changes to yard waste program to support employee health and safety.
It's already been held down by Councillor Robinson.
Thank you.
Okay. Planning and Housing Committee. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to hold PH 24.3, modernizing Chapter 49, grass and weeds to streamline processes and support biodiversity. I also wanted to request a recorded vote on PH 25.13.
Okay, so we'll hold that item down for you, PH 24.3, and on 25.13, Rapid Housing Initiative for 150 Dunn Avenue, Councillor Holiday is asking for a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Yeah. The item carries. Speaker, the vote is 22-2.
Madam Speaker, may I ask for a revote? My apologies. It's Josh Matlow. That was an error. Thank you.
Move to reopen, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Cressy is reopening the item, so we'll take another recorded vote. All in favor of reopening, show of hands, carried. Okay, on the item, we'll recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Filion. Councillor Carroll. Speaker, the revote on the item carries. The vote is 23-1.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion for item 25.3 that I could move now, or if council decides we could advance circulating. But I'm prepared to just move it as a quick item.
Which item is it?
PH 25.3.
405 Sherburne?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong-Tam. I apologize for the interruption. I also have a quick motion on that matter.
Councillor Wong-Tam, do we have your motion?
You should. The clerk should, yes. But the Deputy Mayor can go first if she like, of course.
Councillor Bailão?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
The motion that you've submitted is for PH 25.4, not 25.3, unless there was an error when you submitted it?
You're absolutely correct. Sorry, you're absolutely correct, Madam Speaker.
So your motion...
I just saw the address is the same address, so I...
So your amendment is on PH 25.4, which is the heritage, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so,
But I'm ready to move that. If clerks has it ready, I can move that. It was a staff request amendment, so.
Okay, let's just hold the item down. Now, Councillor Wong-Tam, is your interest on 25.3 or 25.4?
It's 25.3, Madam Speaker, and I can also hold that item down and we can sort this out a little bit later.
So I'll hold 25.3 in your name and 25.4 in Councillor Bailão's name, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
All right, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. 25.16, East Harbor Transit Oriented Communities Proposal, please, holding.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam, did you have another one, or was that the one that I see your name, is that the one that I wanted to hold down?
That's correct. I'll take my name off. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to have a recorded vote on EY 25.6. That's when I submitted the petition, 769 names in opposition. I'd just like to have a recorded vote on that, please.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the councillor speaker. The sound is really bad today.
He's asked for.
25.6, 8 to 26 Arlington Avenue and 4161, 4169 Dundas Street West, official plan amendment zoning application. Request for direction. I'd like to recorded vote on that, please.
Okay, recorded vote on EY 25.6.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, can I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
I'm not clear how I'm voting. The local councillor who we like to support says he's not in support of this item, but the item is a request for direction to oppose, so I'm confused. Is a yes vote in opposition of the development, or is a no
Yes.
vote in opposition of the development?
Councillor Grimes. Yeah.
A yes vote is to send our city solicitor to defend the city's position. So yes is the opposition to the development.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was on the petition that he submitted in earlier.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor Wong-Tam, we see that you do not receive the vote on your computer. Perhaps refresh your browser.
Thank you, I'll do that. It's still not there.
All right. Just stand by 1 sec. Okay. Councillor Wong-Tam, would you state your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, did you have one on Etobicoke York? Councillor.
Sorry, Speaker. Yeah, I'm here. I wanted to hold PH 24.3. It's called modernizing.
Okay, but Councillor Perruzza, we're at
grassroots streamline.
Councillor Perruzza, we're at Etobicoke York Community Council now. Are you going back to planning and housing?
It's already
Correct,
held,
Speaker.
the item he will.
Oh, okay. And so if that one's held, that's fine. I'd like to also hold PH 25.9. I have a quick amendment I want to make there.
Okay, is there any more on Etobicoke? No, okay, let's move on. North York Community Council.
Speaker, can I just do my quick amendment to 25.9 PH on 9 upcoming review of city affordable home ownership policy programs? I just simply like to amend Councillor.
No, Councillor, we don't have the motion. You can't do it now. You have to do it later.
I believe the clerk does have it.
No, we don't have it, sorry.
No, sorry, okay, sure. No
North
worries.
York, okay, come on, let's move on. North York Community Council, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold NY 25.6, final report, Allen East District Plan. And if, I believe we might have to go in camera on that, if we could get advice from the clerk on whether we have to, then I would like it sort of scheduled to go with a package of other items in camera if it goes tonight or tomorrow.
This is on NY 25. It's not a confidential report. It's the final report for Allen East District Plan.
Oh, yes, sorry. I mixed it up with another one. Yes, no, that's fine. I'd still like to hold it.
Okay. Councillor Bailao.
Speaker, I do have a technical amendment of the request of staff for NY 25.20.
To NY 24.1 is being held down.
NY 25.20.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, you'd like to hold that down?
No, Madam Speaker, it's a technical amendment.
Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen. It's on the screen, NY 25.20. The amendment's on the screen. On favor?
Madam Speaker, can I hold that, please? Can I hold that?
Okay, it's being held down.
And Madam Speaker, there's actually a few of these that I'm going to be moving. This was requested by staff so that every councillor understands. This was something that staff had to ask me. There's about 7 of them all related to this matter.
Okay, well, Councillor Robinson
And I have another one at,
okay,
that's
which
fine.
other
And I have
one?
another one at North York 25.21.
Okay, you're holding that. So maybe you can speak to the
I'm
local.
not holding.
Maybe you can speak to the local councillor when we get to the item. Oh, okay, so on NY 2521, the motion is on the screen. The amendment's on the screen. On favor?
Madam Speaker, can I hold those? Those are both in my area, and I haven't heard anything about this, so I'd like to hold both those items, 20 and 21.
All right, so Councillor Robinson, if you can speak to Councillor Bailao and you can sort it all out and we can get back to the item. Okay, so we'll hold both items down. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Bailao.
Thing that SC 25.8, Madam Speaker.
Can you read it out, please, Councillor, so the local councillor knows?
Inclusion on the city's Toronto. Inclusion on the cities of Toronto Heritage Register 19 Park Crest Drive.
Okay, so let's put the amendment on the screen.
I'd like to hold that, Madam Chair, until I've had a chance to review it, please, on the local councillor.
Okay. Madam Speaker,
Okay.
there was several ones and staff had just asked me, this is a very small technical amendment. I guess they didn't have time to speak with all the local
Councillor
councillors. There's
Bailao.
quite a number of them.
Councillor Bailao.
I'm just going to ask staff, can I finish, Madam Speaker?
Yes,
I'm just
yes.
going to ask staff to advance circulate all of them to give the opportunity to any councillors. I'm not going to hold anything now, but if I can get everything advanced, I'm going to text everybody so everybody knows what it is. I'm trying to do my best, okay? So I will advance, if the clerks could advance circulate all the motions, and I'm going to give warning to all the councillors. There's a number of them that have these same motions, okay?
Okay, so that's what I was going to suggest,
Thank you.
that you send it to all the local councillors. We'll hold the item down, and rather than go through each one of them individually and then have the local councillor wanting to hold it down. So let's do that. So what is the... Okay, the clerk wants to comment.
Madam Speaker, I believe there's a series of these amendments that Councillor Bailao has been asked to move. They're technical amendments. I believe it's because the Conservation Review Board no longer exists, and these reports were drafted obviously before that took effect on July 1st. So if that is helpful in giving some context as to why these technical amendments were being made, perhaps you may wish to vary the procedures briefly to ask the Chief Planner to confirm that, because I believe these requests are at the request of the Chief Planner.
Okay, if I can ask the Chief Planner to comment, please.
Through you, Madam Speaker, City Legal actually prepared these technical amendments because the legislation changed as of July the 1st, and the clerk is quite right. These are technical in that the Conservation Review Board is no longer the body through which an appeal is considered. I don't know if the city solicitor wants to comment further, but these are strictly technical to catch up the process with the changes to the legislation.
And I can confirm that that is correct.
Okay, so the local councillors
Point of
want
order,
the
Speaker.
items held down. So which is the next item, Councillor Bylaw, and we'll hold the item down.
Speaker, point of order, please.
Point of order.
It's Councillor Thompson here.
Councillor
I'm
Thompson.
just wondering, thank you very much, Speaker. I've heard the explanation from the chief planner and the solicitor and so on, and I realize the position that my colleague, Deputy Mayor Bylaw, has been put in. I'm just wondering whether or not, as part of future, whether or not the staff would simply reach out to the local councillors and informing them as to the fact that there's a technical amendment that's coming in the area, because that's where the confusion is coming. People are not aware and things are happening in their community. I'm just wondering why staff would not have reached out to the members of council to inform them.
Thank you.
And that's a question,
Yes.
Speaker. Thank you.
Well, through the speaker, certainly apologize for that, Councillor Thompson. And maybe the city solicitor wishes to comment on that further as they had carriage of these amendments.
Yes, certainly. I apologize for that too, and I will pass that on to my staff who were involved in this matter. I was not aware that the local councillors hadn't been informed. So I do apologize.
Okay. Thank you, because this is very confusing. So,
Madam Speaker,
Councillor Bylaw, do you
it's
want to
Councillor
just
Robinson.
give me the items you're holding down and we'll hold them down? What is the next item?
Madam Speaker.
Oh, Councillor Robinson.
Councillor Robinson. Yes, given the explanation, and thank you to Deputy Mayor Thompson, I'm happy to release my items now. I just did not understand what the motion was related to, and two of the items are in my ward.
And I'm fine with the one in my ward too, Madam Speaker, on ward for me. So we can move them all.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back then. Okay. All right. So if we can go back to the items and we can release them, they're not going to be held down. We'll start with the first one. We'll have the staff put the amendment on the screen. The first one is NY 2520. The amendment is on the screen by Councillor Bylaw. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Our next one is NY 2521. It's on the screen. The amendment. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Okay. Councillor Bylaw, the next one?
It's SC 25.8.
Okay, so the next one is the SC 25.8, which is 19 Parkcrest Drive. It's on the screen. The amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Bylaw, do you have more?
And the Toronto Easter, in Easter, yeah, none.
Oh, okay. So we'll continue on with the North York Community Council. Are there any further items to be held down? No. Scarborough Community Council, any items to be held down? No. Okay, we'll now go to Toronto and East York. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have two items on this matter. TE 26.6 1075 Bay Street Zoning Amendment Application Final Report. This report came to Council without recommendations from Community Council. There is now a supplementary report that's been submitted by City Planning, which contains the details of the Section 37 agreement, as well as some staff comments regarding weather protection and prevention of ice, falling ice. I'm prepared to move this matter with the recommendations with the supplementary report.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Wong Tam, I didn't hear the item number. What was the item number again?
Yes, I apologize. TE 26.8 1075 Bay Street Zoning Amendment Application.
Okay, so that's T 26.8. Councillor Wong Tam is moving the supplementary report on 1075 Bay Street. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. And Councillor Wong Tam, did you have another one?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. Following that item is TE 26.9 245 to 285 Queen Street East, 348 to 410 Richmond Street East, 88 to 106 Ontario Street, and 8 to 12 Bridgeton Place Rental Housing Demolition Application Final Report. Madam Speaker, there is a supplementary report that's been prepared by City Planning staff. I want to thank them for that matter. We did have a very good discussion regarding the complications with respect to this particular rental housing replacement. These are not straightforward units, not strictly residential. It's a combination of live workspace, and the city planner was able to answer my questions. Madam Speaker, I just want to note that this is a file that began with the former Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell, which is why I needed to just get a little bit more time with the city planning staff to understand and to make sure that the tenants are being taken care of, and I'm satisfied with this outcome now.
Okay, on T 26.9, Councillor Wong Tam is moving the supplementary report. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker. I just wish to hold item TE 26.61, realignment of permit parking area 41, as staff are working through some legal language with me. Thank you.
That's on T 2661.
That's correct, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, please, just hold TE 26.67, please. Thanks, Speaker.
That's on 23 Fielding Avenue.
Yeah, 23 Fielding Avenue, across from City Solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So same motions, same issue. TE 26.17, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 600 King Street West.
Okay, on T 2617, Councillor Bailão has the amendment on the screen. On favor of the amendment, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Bailão.
TE 26.20, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 1354, 58, and 1360 Queen Street West.
Okay, T 2620, the amendments on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Item is amended, carried. Thank you. Councillor.
One more, Madam Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
One more.
Okay.
T 26.75, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 183 Avenue Road.
Okay, T 2675, the amendments on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, carried. Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I was just wondering if you wanted me to, before we leave this section, to temporarily disappear into cyberspace so you can attend to T 26.16 that I have an interest on.
Couldn't hear a word that you said.
Okay, we'll do that at the end when we're ready to vote on the,
Okay.
okay. All right, so let's continue. New business. Counselor Bailao. Counselor Thompson, sorry. Counselor Thompson?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I CC 35.11, 1880, 1890 Eglinton Avenue East, 1523, 1545 Victoria Park Avenue. I don't want to hold this. If you would permit me, please, for an opportunity just to comment very briefly. I would then be able to ask for a recorded vote on this item.
Okay, briefly, Counselor Thompson. Counselor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I can hear you. Speaker, I just simply want to thank all of the staff who have been involved with this particular item. It's been a very complex, complicated item that has taken a tremendous amount of time. This is a matter dealing with the Golden Mile, the choice property at Victoria Park in Eglinton has great impact on everyone in the community. I want to thank the staff, but particularly I want to thank Ms. Amanda Hill. She's from Legal Services, and she has, in fact, last night at 10:09, she was emailing me on this particular matter. I just want to thank her for her tremendous professionalism, her tremendous leadership on this file on behalf of my community, and I would like to ask for a recorded vote on this item, Speaker, and thank the applicant as well for their courage in investing in our community.
Counselor Thompson, are you moving the supplementary report?
Speaker, in addition, I'd like to move the supplementary report as well. Oh, my apologies, yes.
Okay, CC 3511 on the screen. On favor, show of hands, carried.
Speaker, I've asked for a recorded vote.
Oh, I'm
Speaker,
sorry.
I've asked for a
I'm sorry,
recorded
Counselor
vote.
Thompson,
Thank
I
you.
didn't hear that. Recorded vote.
Thank you. No problem, Speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you want a recorded vote on the item or just the amendment first?
On the item, Speaker, the amendment's fine.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. On the item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, are you present in voting? I do not see you on the screen. Oh, there you are. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The item carries, the item is amended, I should say, carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been asked by staff to hold down CC 35.98 Elm Street, 348 to 350 Young Street, and 352 to 354 Young Street request for directions report.
Okay, just a sec. I didn't hear the, is this CC 35.8? Okay, thank you.
0.9. Sorry, 0.9.
0.9? We
Yes.
don't have, oh, 0.9, sorry, yes. Okay, Councillor
Thank you.
Lane, 0.9, that's fine. Councillor Fletcher.
I don't see anybody else holding it, so CC 35.1, Ombudsman Toronto report, inquiry in Toronto's communication enforcement of COVID-19 rules in city parks in spring 2020. Hopefully we can have information about the tickets, so I'm letting everyone know about my questions. And CC 35.2, report regarding the conduct of former Councillor Tim Karygiannis.
So Councillor Fletcher is holding CC 35.1 and 35.2. Councillor Matlow.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 35.26, 22 Beloyal Street.
CC 35.26, Councillor Matlow.
I also have a point of order because I just don't know the answer to this question. I have a member's motion that I'd like to withdraw. How would I proceed? Would I do that now, or is there another point that you'd like me to do that?
Well, we can maybe do it at the end of the speakers list. Okay, Councillor Matlow?
Okay, I'll just wait till you call me.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 3516 2 Champagne Drive and 1107 Finch Avenue West.
Thank you.
And that was the item I was referring to earlier, whether the entire item has to be dealt with in camera or not.
Oh, so it
Or whether
wasn't
we
the
can-
so it wasn't the other one then?
No, this is the one where,
Yeah, do you want to then release the other item that you held down?
no.
No? Okay.
It's not a quick release.
All right.
So the other one's held. But if this can be dealt with without going in camera, it's fine. I have a motion with it.
Okay, thank you.
It'd be up
Councillor
to-
Filion.
You 35.27, 40, 42, 44, 46, and 48 Hendon Avenue. I have a slightly adjusted recommendation from staff, not clear whether I can just move that now or whether it needs to be advanced circulated.
Okay, I'll have to ask if the staff has it yet. Do we have the, okay. Yeah, you'll have to do that when we come back because it's an amendment to the confidential report. And that has to be circulated. Okay, Councillor Bailão.
Yeah, that's fine.
Councillor.
I'll hold it till then. Yep.
Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CC 35.21, 900 Dufferin.
CC 35.
0.21, 900 Dufferin Street.
900 Dufferin, okay, thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, my name's there in error.
Okay, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I would like to hold CC 35.3, Office of Integrity Commissioner Annual Report. I just probably deal with it offline, but I want to hold it in the interim.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, which member's motion did you want to withdraw?
And I'd also appreciate the opportunity to speak for just 1 minute to explain why, because I think it's just important for the community to understand the context. It's MM 35.7 Little Jamaica Accountability Table.
Okay, just a sec. Which member's motion are you referring to?
MM 35.7, the Little Jamaica Accountability.
Oh, the 37?
35.7.
Okay, it's hard to hear.
Oh,
Ready?
sorry.
Okay, so can you read the member's motion out, the one that you're asking to be withdrawn?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me. It's the
Oh,
accountability
stop it.
table.
Pardon?
Come on.
Councillor Fletcher, could you mute your mic, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's 35.37. ensuring accountability.
Yes, I have 3.7, but can you read the member's motion out?
The entire member's motion? Or
The title, the
name?
title, so members of council know
Ensuring
what they're voting on.
accountability. Yeah, no, I thought so. I wanted to be clear about what you were asking me to do. Ensuring accountability and reflecting the community's expectations and preserving and protecting the future of Little John. And may I just have 1 minute just to explain why it's being withdrawn?
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. Members of the community asked for this motion to come forward. We subsequently had discussions with members of city staff, both from Economic Development and Culture and the Combating Anti-Black Racism Unit. And they made it clear that they cannot support this motion, that they have other options that they want to discuss as far as what type of table they would like to create. So the community and the staff are going to have follow-up conversations about exactly what the table will look like. Our interest is to ensure that whatever the table is, whatever it's called, whatever it's either a subset of or it's on its own, ensures that community members, both citywide, but just as importantly, local voices, are involved at the table and empowered to provide accountability, feedback, and be co-authors of the recommendations that move forward in the future. So I'm going to withdraw at this point out of respect for what staff has said, but we will work together towards the option that is best suited.
Okay, on members' motion, MM 3537, Councillor.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, Councillor Cole.
Yes, Councillor Cole?
Just that there's 3 other city councillors, they're part of Little Jamaica, and we know nothing about this motion or city staff while it's been withdrawn. So I think we want to hold it until city staff consults with the other 3 councillors who have not been consulted about this proposed motion. I don't know who seconded it or anything. I don't know if you did, Madam Chair, or Councillor Bailao, or myself. I certainly didn't. So we would like to be hold this down until we take a look at the motion and we're able to
okay,
talk to
Councillor
city staff,
Cole,
because
Councillor Cole, this motion has not even been added to the agenda. Okay, so.
Madam Speaker, on
point of order, please.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker?
Can you just hold on for 1 second, please? Please. Okay, so Councillor Cole, Councillor Matlow is moving to withdraw his member's motion. If you want to speak on the member's motion and you don't want to withdraw it, then vote against it. And then when we go through the members' motions tomorrow, then you have the opportunity to hold the item down and speak on it. All
Okay,
right?
thank you. I'll do
Okay,
that.
Councillor
So
Carroll, did
market
you
is
have?
held by me then?
No, it hasn't. We have to wait till tomorrow. What we have before us is a motion by Councillor Matlow to withdraw it. So if you don't want to withdraw it, then we vote no.
Madam Speaker, I can easily resolve this. I was doing this out of courtesy to staff's request, but if Councillor Cole would very much like to debate this, then so be it. I won't move to withdraw it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll, did you have a point of order?
Madam
Sorry.
Speaker, on a point of order, in procedure, a motion to withdraw a motion is generally not spoken to, and I think we just proved why.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is not a quick item unless we're going to hold the vote to withdraw it right now.
Yeah, and I was being.
Madam Speaker, point of order, please.
I was trying to be very courteous, but I guess it doesn't pay off. Okay, who had a point of
Madam
order?
Speaker, point of order.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the councillor who moved this motion has asked that the matter be withdrawn. So it's in front of us, a decision to be made. Another member of council has expressed an interest to debate and discuss, but we have a first priority option, which is to respond to the request of the mover, which is Councillor
I've withdrawn that request due to Councillor Cole's interest.
Councillor Thompson, we can't hear you. Councillor Thompson?
I don't know what to tell you. I'm not sure what to tell you. I'm speaking. I'm not sure why you can't hear me.
No, we couldn't hear you. You were cut off. We didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
That's fine. I understand that. I understand. And the
So Councillor Matlow has withdrawn his motion to withdraw the motion. Can we move on? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize, but I have to go back to an item. There was a technical amendment I forgot to move. It's SC 25.1, the final report, 411 Victoria Park Avenue. Staff had asked me to move a technical amendment to change the name of the street, but I forgot to do it. We just go back to that item.
Councillor Crawford, the staff does not have that amendment. So do you want to hold the item down?
Yeah, let me just hold it and I will get the Scarborough staff to send it to you.
SC 25.1.
Perfect, thanks.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since we're at the end of the items, I just wanted to make a motion to time an item.
Okay, when we get to it, I'll come to you. Councillor Layton.
Many of us would like to, so I don't think you can queue jump in that way, Speaker.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to withdraw item MM 35.4, completing the missing link in building the East Toronto Rail Path.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What is it that you want to withdraw?
MM 35.4.
It's a member's motion. We're going back to members' motions now? Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought this was the appropriate time to withdraw it, given that we just did two.
I know, and there was all that confusion. MM 35.1, completing the missing link and building the East Toronto Rail Path. Councillor Layton would like to withdraw the motion. All in favor? Show of hands. Carry. All right. I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. If we can clear the screen, please. Mayor Tory. Time specific?
Speaker, thank you. Yes, I would ask City Council to consider the following. Number one, item EX 25.1, headed Recognition Review Project Update in response to the Dundas Street renaming petition, to be considered as the first item after the mayor's key matters. I don't know whether you want me to deal with these one at a time. I'll just give you the list. Number two, item PH 25.10, headed a new regulatory framework for multi-tenant houses, to be considered as the first item on Thursday, July 14th, 2021. Number three, item EX 25.13, headed Toronto Hydro Corporation Annual General Meeting and 2020 audited financial statements as the first item after members' motions on July 14th, 2021. And finally, since there seemed to be a number of matters potentially requiring a closed session, that we agree we would have a closed session to consider those matters as the first items on Friday, July 15th, 2021.
Okay, we have the motion on the screen by the mayor. On favor, show of hands, carried. So do we have any other time specific? Councillor Layton.
Sorry, my name is there under my previous request to withdraw the item.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Speaker, could we just get the names? I'm sorry, could we just get this list, please, Speaker, for time specific? Because Councillor
Sorry,
Layton is
don't I
there
have
under
the floor,
withdraw.
Madam Chair?
I'm just asking to have that.
Sorry, I
so-
think I have the chair. I have the floor, Madam Chair.
No, you don't have the chair.
Yes, I do. I was called upon by the speaker.
I'm asking the speaker,
Yeah,
point
Madam
of
Chair,
order,
can you rule?
Speaker.
I think I have
Point
the
of
floor.
order.
Okay, hold
Speaker,
on.
I have a point.
Councillor Fletcher, what are you asking for?
I'm asking to have some clarity on the list to make things time specific, because Councillor Layton now said he was still on the list. Somehow the list wasn't refreshed or put on new for time specific. He was there from his request to withdraw. So it's just extremely confusing. And I have a time specific.
Well, we will give you the list. It was just one list that we voted on, which was the mayor's list. So now Deputy Mayor
No,
Minnan-Wong.
no, Speaker, I don't think you, sorry, I was confusing you. I'm sorry
What-
about that. It's the list on CMP that is the list of councillors who wish to have time specific. And Councillor Layton's name was somehow on there from the previous. So I'm unclear how we're doing this, and I'd like an explanation.
It has been refreshed. It has been refreshed.
Well, when was it refreshed?
The name, Councillor Fletcher, the names are on the screen now. We have Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Pasternak, and yourself. Deputy Mayor
Yes,
Minnan-Wong,
I'm
you're
just
next.
a little concerned, Speaker, for the record, that that wasn't done at the beginning. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to check to see if Councillor Fletcher was finished.
Yeah, do you have a time-specific item?
Thank you. Yes, I am.
Madam
but,
Chair, I had a question with regard to how you might handle one of the time-specific items. Specifically, if a time-specific item, and in this case, hydro, which is time-specific, or on any other item, we might have to go in camera. And the mayor's wanted to deal with in-camera items on Friday morning, and I just want to know if we have to go on camera on any of the other items, how does the chair plan on dealing with that? Because I know the chair of Hydro is only available after members' motions tomorrow. So can you help me understand that?
So we'll deal with it when we get to it, Deputy Mayor?
So if we need to go on camera, we can do so at the time, not
Yes,
on Friday, because that's not a practical arrangement.
that's right.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Can we agree
that's-
on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the mayor covered off my three items that I wanted time specific, so that's great. I just wanted that cleared up. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pasternak. Time specific?
Yes, thank you. Yes, it was. Now, I noticed that I was going to ask for NY 25.6 final report, Allen East District Plan to be after members' motions, but I see that slot is taken. Maybe after the mayor's item, like the second item after members' motions?
The second item is open, yeah. After members'
Okay.
motion.
It might be Friday morning, I don't know. And just for clarity's sake, if we go in camera, you're saying it's Friday?
That's right.
Okay.
So are you
All
gonna?
right, thank you.
Did you want to move?
Yes.
NY 25.6 to be dealt with at the second item after members' motion?
The second item after motion, members' motions, and it won't take long.
Okay,
I assure my colleagues.
on favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, could you just quickly review where all these are? Because now I'm quite confused. I'm planning to make the ombudsman's report time specific. It can't be a deferred item because she won't be here at the next council meeting. So I want to make sure we find that spot for her, Speaker. And I'm going to ask for your help and the clerk's help to make sure we can find a slot based on the number of big issues we have and the time-specific requests that have been made. Thank you.
I don't know, maybe we better look at Monday.
I think that wasn't my question.
No, I know, I'm just speaking to the clerk to see what's available. Second,
Well, no, you're speaking to us, actually. Thank you.
second item on Thursday, Councillor Fletcher, or after closed items on Friday?
Let's do the second item on Thursday, please. Thank you.
Okay, second item on Thursday.
And what is the first item on Thursday? Remind me. Thank you.
Multi-tenant.
So that would come after that.
Yeah.
And just explain what happens if it's, then we go into members' motions, and then there's an item that's set for after that. Will that take precedence or not?
Okay. Go ahead.
Could you have the clerk explain that, please? Thank
Yes,
you.
just a sec, Councillor Fletcher. Okay.
Madam
you
Speaker,
so much.
I was just suggesting to you that one option is just for us to review this in the morning once we see how far we get through the agenda today. As you know, council sets an order paper every day. So there will be an opportunity in the morning to revisit, the progress we've made and what the prospects are, and then council can adjust accordingly.
So are you, just to be clear, and thank you for that intervention, Mr. Clark, that even if we set these today, we can change anything every day when we set the order paper?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. You do adopt an order paper every day of a council meeting.
And so the import of having making sure we get to the ombudsman before she leaves the building. I think everybody hears that, so we have to find a slot for that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's hard to determine because we don't know how
Slot.
long the items are going to go on, so the clerk is correct.
I understand. I'll take
yeah.
that slot after the multi-tenant, but my question was, will that, if we're in the middle of that, will that then come after that automatically or not? I'd just like to have that clarified.
Once we complete the item, then we go to the next item.
But if there's, I understand that. And if for some reason we're then at members' motions and there's other timed items, what happens to the second item? I'd just like to have that clarified, please.
Madam Speaker, the convention in the chamber normally is that the member motions are fixed at 2 p.m. on the second day. So we normally organize around that. Madam Speaker, my view is the multi-tenant housing item tomorrow morning could take most of the morning, if not all of the morning. And so I do acknowledge there may be some reordering that needs to be done once we know how long that debate is going tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a request for guidance from the chair. Just given the discussion right now, and I think most members acknowledge that the agenda is quite heavy, could you give instructions that if we needed to come back in August for a meeting to follow up on items that we don't make it through, does that have to come in the form of a member's motion because it refers to our calendar, or can that be decided by council?
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, there are two options that would face council in that scenario. The first is at the end of this meeting, council could fix a time to reconvene if it wishes. The alternative is the mayor, as the chair of council, could be asked to call a special meeting, or the mayor could, of his own initiative, call a special meeting if that was his desire.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I misspoke there. I'm very sorry. I'm corrected here. The rules would require us to come back Monday unless council fixes another time to come back. Excuse my mistake.
Okay, Councillor Holiday?
Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Before we vote on the order paper, we do have a number of conflicts. So on T 26.1, Councillor Bradford and Mayor Tories declared an interest, so we'll vote on that item first. And if I can ask Councillor Bradford and the mayor to shut off the video. T 26.1, which is the permanent closure of the public lane at the rear of 2104 and 2110 Young Street. Recorded vote.
You'll speak first on both the items. There's no way for you to get.
Councillor Cole, it appears to us that you have not received the vote on your computer. Either if you could try refreshing your browser, although we've now ended the vote, so if you could please state your vote verbally, that would be appreciated, please.
I'm in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is T 26.16. And Councillor Matlow has shown an interest on that. So if I can ask Councillor Matlow, turn off his video, and we'll have a recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, if we can have your vote, please, and Councillor Bailao.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is T 2644, which is construction staging area for 2161 Young Street. The mayor has shown an interest, so if I can ask the mayor to turn off his video, we can have a recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Bailao, if we could get your votes, please.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 20. Just stand by, please.
Yeah. Okay.
25 in favor.
Speaker, on a point of order, just because I saw it show up on my screen and I had to turn my camera off, and then I pressed yes, and then I unvoted, and it shows on that last screen that I didn't vote, which of course I wasn't supposed to, and so I just want to make sure that is in fact how it's recorded.
Yes, we
It
did.
was my mistake.
Yeah, we did see it, so you're not on as voting.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Councillor Perks, would you like to move that?
With pleasure.
It's on the screen.
Yes, I move that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion of proceedings of City Council meeting 35 on July 14, 2021.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Robinson?
I'm very sorry. I made a big mistake. I should have declared a conflict on 55 St. Edmunds due to proximity to my property, and I did not, and I apologize.
Okay, can you just hold on until, because we're in the middle of a vote. Okay, let's just hold on.
Okay.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Okay. So, Councillor Robinson, what is your item? We have to reopen.
Yes, my apologies.
Okay,
It
just-
is
okay,
not
just-
NY 25, and NY 25.21, inclusion of the city's of Toronto's Heritage Register, 55 St. Edmunds Drive.
No? Okay, can you state your interest, please?
Proximity to my property I own, well, my home.
Okay, the clerk will record that. Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor? Carried. Members, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. Members, adding new business to the agenda in a remote meeting is challenging for members and staff, and I ask that members be mindful of this and only submit motions that are truly urgent. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision
Speaker?
on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during this meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is
Speaker, just on a point of order before
Mayor
we
Tory.
start with that. I just wanted to clarify something. I had declared an interest on 3 items, and I excluded myself from the vote on 2. And then is the third one not? It was held down or something, so it wasn't voted upon. Now I just want to make sure I hadn't, when I voted by hand vote for the order paper, I wasn't voting on a matter inadvertently that I had declared an interest on. And I was only asked to exclude myself twice out of the 3 times that I'd registered. I think the third one was 35.28, the 2131 Yonge Street. It's the exact property.
Yeah, Mayor, the item was held.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to check. Just
Yeah,
trying to be
so
careful
that's
about
why
these
we
things,
only
obviously.
did yours. You had 3 and we did yours twice. The
That's
third
fine. I
item
just
is
wanted
being
to
held.
confirm that. It's hard.
Yeah.
Thanks very
Okay.
much. Thank you.
Okay, so we will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is EX 25.4, SafeTO, Toronto's 10-year Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Do we have any questions? If you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if just to set the scene for any other questions and indeed the comments, I'm wondering if staff could, in the absence of a presentation, if you could just sort of tell us the difference between SafeTO is safety and well-being. We've been required to prepare these plans. How does this align with, and how is it separate from some of the actions that council has been taking at the same time this plan was being developed? The actions around police reform, some of our social development and finance actions around things like Toward Peace and youth programs throughout the city. How is this well-being plan? Does it influence those, or is it separate from? I'm wondering if you could just sort of set the scene for us.
Thank you, through the speaker. Thank you, Councillor Carroll, for the question. So, as you noted, Councillor Carroll, we have the city and all Ontario municipalities have been mandated through the Police Services Act and its successor, the Community Safety and Policing Act in 2019, to develop a community safety and well-being plan. The province also provided a framework for that plan that centers at its core the well-being of people and the need for us to move from a reliance on reactive enforcement in order to achieve community safety and to be doing more proactive prevention approaches, as well as us to work with multi-sectors and partners in the achievement of community safety in our city. So the good news is we have been doing many of the right things. So the number of initiatives that you have identified, Councillor Carroll, staff have mapped within the plan about 60 existing strategies and key plans that SAFE-TO will speak to, leverage, and require. So we've got many of the elements already in place to achieve this new approach to community safety that really asks us to be proactive and comprehensive and to work with other partners. Certainly within the 7 strategic goals that have been identified through research and community consultation, the notion of policing reform, our investments in the Community Crisis Support Service, investing in youth violence interruption models like Towards Peace. These are all things that actually align and are part of the 26 strategic actions. So we're on the right path. We need to do it more boldly, deeper, and with other partners at the table.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you used the word boldly because my next question goes there. There are some recommended strategies here. Some that have already started with intergovernmental funds, but would need more to continue if as a result of managing this plan, we thought they should continue. So what it says in the report is these will require funds from other orders of government. If we adopt the plan as it is today, are we sort of locked in at waiting for those funds? Or similar to the past when we were asked by the federal government, please tell us what you need for youth. And we did, and they said, oh, a tiny fraction of that are things we'd like to fund. And a huge number of things unfunded. Where something is highlighted in the safety and well-being plan, but they decide not to fund it. Each time that happens, what would council have to do if council wanted to contemplate starting it up and funding it themselves? Would that require a specific motion each time, or would we have to call the whole safety and well-being plan up and struggle with it at budget time?
So I appreciate the question, Councillor Carroll. So as this is a provincially mandated plan, we certainly would expect that the provincial government and then ultimately the federal government would also see themselves as active partners, not only to align policies, but also to co-invest and co-fund some of these initiatives, absolutely. So one of the things that we will be coming back to, so we're coming back in December with an implementation plan. That implementation plan will include an intergovernmental strategy, recognizing that this requires an all-of-government approach to this work. We will also be coming back with an investment approach, so there will need to be some council investment into this plan, and there will also need to be investments of other systems. So one of the big ideas in the plan is that no single sector, no single government acting alone or funding alone can achieve safety and well-being in our city. It needs to be an all-of-governments approach. It needs to be an all-of-partners approach in order to achieve the depths of well-being and safety that I think Torontonians envision and certainly are asking for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Those are my questions,
Thank
Mayor.
you. Councillor Ford, question, 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through you to staff, first I appreciate Councillor Carroll's questions to set the stage for this item. I guess my first one is that the city's been doing a lot of initiatives in the past. City Council.
Tam, can you hear me?
Has approved,
okay, sorry. So I'm on this council meeting thing too.
Sir Ford, sorry for the interruption. If you can go ahead.
Quite all right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So council has approved a number of initiatives in the past. And then coming into this and the great work you've done with this report.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councillor Ford.
Councillor Ford, your We can't hear you, Councillor Ford. Councillor Ford? Councillor Ford, we couldn't hear you. Your mic wasn't on.
It's phenomenal, Madam Speaker. It might be a connection issue. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but we didn't hear anything from you.
Okay. Oh, geez. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. So have we looked? Oh no.
Okay, Councillor Ford, can you turn off your video because we can't hear you again? Councillor Ford? Councillor Ford, can you turn off your video? Yeah.
Other
Councillor Ford, can you turn off your video?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, my video's been off. My apologies. I might be having connection issues
Because
here.
we couldn't hear anything.
Can you hear me now, Madam Speaker?
I have members of council, except for Councillor Ford, to turn on their video because we don't have quorum unless we see you. Members of council, please turn on your video, except for Councillor Ford. Okay, Councillor Ford, do you want to start over? Councillor Ford?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Can you start with your questions? Yes,
Can you hear me
but
now?
shut
Yeah.
off your video though.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I connected to Wi-Fi. I was using data. Hopefully this will help. Thank you very much. Ms. Campbell, have we, going into the implementation of this report, have we looked to other cities who have faced high rates of crime and how they've tried to, come up with models or initiatives to really curtail crime in their cities?
So through the speaker, yes, Councillor Ford, we have. So we did a jurisdictional review of 16 Canadian municipalities, 7 of those in Ontario and 7 international cities, to see what they included within their community safety and well-being plans, the types of things to emphasize and the types of actions that they are advancing. The last time the city did a community safety plan, sort of writ large, was 2005, and obviously much has changed since then, including a much deeper understanding of the types of risk factors that cause safety concerns within cities and the types of responses that are impactful and evidence-based. So we've tried to incorporate much of that learning into this work.
And okay, so moving forward to page 9 of the report on table 1, an area of scope here is, of course, emergency response, which is something that I've kind of taken a keen interest in this report particularly. I know this is a lot about how do we be proactive, but there, unfortunately, I think the reality is there will always be a part of, a reactive response when stuff does happen. So in terms of emergency response, and particularly the community crisis response program, have you taken a view in the work that they do, and how we might look at doing that better?
So, Councillor Ford, thanks again for the question. We certainly The Community Crisis Response Program has been an important program for a number of years now. I think it predates 2009, and it responds within 12 to 72 hours. Critical incidents where residents would be impacted because of stabbing, shootings, or gang-related activities. We have, the amounts of incidents has increased by 39% between 2017 and 2020. The incidents are more complex. We respond to over 700 critical incidents annually. And so there is a need for us to look at this, the model. I think it's performing quite well, but it's overstretched. So we definitely need to look into this model and figure out some ways of which we can enhance it to be more effective. The SAFE-TO plan does not say that we don't need emergency responses. It just says that those cannot be our only response. And I do think that the crisis response program is an important part of our overall offerings, and SAFE-TO does encourage us to look at it and to enhance it moving forward.
And I've worked with you folks on working a motion to help support that around looking at the community crisis response. And you welcome that motion?
Absolutely, Mayor Ford. We welcome your interest in the program and its ability to perform at its most impactful level. So thank you for the motion.
Okay, thank you.
And my
last question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just my last question is on page 12 and 20 of the report. You mentioned around community trauma and community investment. One thing I hear in my communities when these incidents happen is they really want to be at the table when you talk about community investment in those neighborhoods. When you go to look at the implementation plan, will it be flexible enough to be adaptive to certain communities in the city of Toronto when stuff does come up and how we move forward with community investment?
Mayor Ford, sorry, oh my goodness, Councillor Ford, my apologies to you and to the mayor. Certainly, we would be expecting, as per good community development, that we are making room for residents in different communities to articulate what they need and how city and other partner support could enhance their work locally within their neighborhood. So yes, there would be some flexibility around how we invest and where we're investing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Lai, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you through you. I just wanted to ask staff a couple of questions. I'm very happy to see the reference in the report. I just wanted to see and ask whether there will be funding committed to provide education and creation of awareness on these issues, on the anti-racism.
So thank you for the question, Councillor Lai. So at this stage of the game, we're not making any budgetary requests to Council. That will be part of the next report, the implementation plan later this year. But certainly we have, it's community, Council and staff have identified the need to invest in protecting residents against hate crimes, against structural racism, and we have a number of plans that are in play around that, and I think more that will come. So we certainly will look to that issue and figure out how we can, what's required to move that forward in the implementation plan and come back to you with recommendations.
Thank you. I just wanted to be proactive to make sure that these are going to be included in your implementation report. My next question would be, as a member of a community police liaison committee at the 42 Division, I'm sure that other divisions have set up this called the Community Police Liaison Committee. I'm just wondering, there's little reference in the report about these established groups. Have you been collaborating with them because we meet every month and we discuss about community safety? And just wondering, there isn't any reference in the report about these groups. I'm just wondering why is that?
So through the speaker, all community police liaison committees and chief consultative committees were consulted as part of developing SAFE-TO. We didn't specify the range and all the areas and committees that we engage, but they were very much part of the development of SAFE-TO.
Okay, thank you. My last question would be, you have expanded the definition of community safety and redefining some of the terms in the report. Can you tell me what success looked like, or how do you measure success?
So I appreciate that question, Councillor Lai. One of the really important requirements, provincial legislative requirements, is that all community safety plans must have an outcomes framework. And so we've begun this work so that we can track and measure our progress, but also support decision-making within real time. And so to that end, we have been engaging with a variety of partners, so the police service, public health, and we're working with the Dalla Lana School of Public Health in order to identify and build an integrated data strategy that allows us to track our outcomes and make real-time decisions. I think you will find through that work that this will probably be one of the most sophisticated outcomes tracking that we've done. And I think this is the type of evidence-based decision-making that's going to be required to know that we're on the right track and that we're having the desired impact moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you, just one of the key goals for the SAFE-TO report is reducing vulnerability, and the report states that mental health system, which has historically been underfunded and inadequately resourced, has long reached its capacity. And we know that the pandemic has caused a tremendous amount of issues as it relates to mental health issues and so on for many residents, and resulted in an increased number of the population who are experiencing mental health issues. I'm just wondering, our commitment to that in terms of our investment, along with that of the provincial and federal government, will we be asking those levels of government for additional resources?
So Deputy Mayor Thompson, thank you for the question. We absolutely will need to have intergovernmental support. As you stated very clearly, mental health concerns have been steadily on the rise. The city has stepped into a response that's beyond our jurisdiction in order to keep Torontonians healthy, and even council's direction around creating the community crisis support service requires investment, provincial investment into the broader mental health service system in order for our new model to be successful. So the city cannot fund and do this alone. We absolutely need other governments participating.
And just to follow up to that, do we know, and how are you measuring in terms of the current needs and demand and so the support that's needed to meet what I think is a tremendous demand? I could be brief. I have one other question that may take a little bit more time for you to answer.
Oh, sure. So yes, we have been tracking the mental health support strategy that we created through COVID, facilitated over 9,000 referrals and 83,000 web searches, and has identified a need for the city to further coordinate across divisions and with community partners. So we continue to track the demand and our ability to respond working with health partners.
Thank you very much. The report also identifies reducing gender-based and intimate partner violence as one of the key goals of the plan, and state that such on the increase in Toronto, and the issue of domestic and intimate partner violence is exacerbated through the pandemic, with women being affected by job loss and also being locked out and from their homes, and their abusers obviously getting much more physically abusive and so on. I guess my question is, what are there plans? Are you planning to evaluate the existing evidence in this field and consider additional approaches in terms of that are working in other jurisdictions? For example, I know that there is the Respect for Women framework developed by WHO, as well as the UN Women, and also the Italian government has launched a special app for women seeking help, as well as France offers opportunities where women can go into pharmacies and so on for assistance. I'm just wondering what we're doing, whether or not we're emulating any of those models, or with our own independent or creative solutions to help women in having these challenges with respect to violence with their partners.
Okay, and that was your last question. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Speaker.
Sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. So through the leadership of equity and human rights, the city is doing some work around gender-based violence and as well as public health. But through SafeTO, we've all agreed that there needs to be some deeper work in this area, again, recognizing that this is also provincial jurisdiction. So like, I think the best practices here at the city, staff will be looking to other jurisdictions for best practices and models in order to inform the commitments that we make through this work. We certainly will be working with leaders within the field in community service agencies who do this work on a regular basis and taking their best advice as well as best practices in order to develop an effective strategy. I think the overall goal here is that we're not trying to boil the ocean, I guess. We're trying to do the things that will have the largest and deepest impact for Toronto residents.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole, 5 minutes. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Denise, for your always comprehensive work on these issues of a healthy city, safe city. One area I was looking at the recommendations of the Executive Committee, but again, I don't have all the full report that I'm sure I've missed, but that I'm concerned about is the impact of substance abuse and the overdose crisis that the city faces. And, I have a community right now that's really in great danger because of out of control substance abuse and drug dealing. And I even talked to the mayor about this. The mayor is well aware of it, that he's helping me on this. What is there to deal with this very, troubling area of overdose and substance abuse that permeates certain neighborhoods in the city?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Cole. This certainly is an area of great concern that we heard quite a bit about. I'm going to ask my colleague, Scott McKean, who I just need to thank for his incredible work in getting us this far, to just jump in and add to your question. Scott?
Thank you, Denise, and thank you, Councillor Cole. It's an excellent question, and it speaks to why we need to take a more robust approach when we're dealing with safety and well-being. Drug dealing is a symptom of unhealthy roots within the community, as we know that within the work that we all are doing, that drug dealing can lead to violence, but what we're recommending here is a fulsome approach. And so within the goals, you'll see that there is sort of actions that speak directly to the response to individuals who use substance, and also speaks directly to sort of opportunities to better support them. So throughout the development of SafeTO, we consulted with communities within the harm reduction community and also within the public health community, and we've been facilitating conversations with Toronto Police Service and Toronto Public Health about the this sort of ability to look at on-the-ground harm reduction approaches to deal with the substance use side of things, to deal with the overdose thing, and additionally, we are also working with Toronto Police Service and a number of other partners about how we bring sectors together to deal with the community violence that results in drug dealings. Together,
Scott, thank you for that. Because of the time limitations here, the reality I have is on the ground is that I have a part of my community that is overrun by drug dealers and people that are victims of these drug dealers. They're openly taking drugs, selling drugs. The police have been there on the ground since day one. I've talked to public health. Public health said they're overwhelmed with the pandemic emergency. Who can get some help to these people and who can come to this area to try and help the victims of these drugs and also to enhance public safety? Because I don't want the police dealing with this all the time. We've got to get beyond the police dealing with this substance abuse that's on our streets.
So through the chair, I think what we're suggesting here is you need both a health approach and a safety approach that combines individuals who can deal directly with the tenants. So in this case, housing, education, health, and policing resources working collaboratively to mobilize the best possible interventions. And so from an individual, I have to separate it into two. For those who are, utilizing substances, public health has a robust measure, and maybe I'll let Dr. Eileen Davila respond to that. And the victimization point of view, similar to what Councillor Ford mentioned earlier, looking at the robust nature of community crisis response once that happens, combined with proactive preventative approaches. It needs to be all
Scott,
sort of,
excuse me, again, sorry to interrupt because of the time thing.
Councillor Cole, that was your last question, Councillor Cole. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam,
So,
5 minutes.
yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. During the community consultation process, how do you know geographically who you heard from across the city? Where was the neighborhood turnout for these responses?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Wong Tam. We had a broad response, including using some public survey materials. But Scott, can I ask you to add further details?
Sure, thank you, Denise. We had a robust communication across the city. So we had 2,500 individuals who participated in consultations. Some were open call consultations around gun violence. Some were specific groups of individuals with lived experience around specific issues and also geographic based. And that spanned the city. And in addition,
can you be more specific, please? Like, just was it Scarborough that turned out that in large numbers? Was it North York? Was it downtown Toronto, west end of the city? I'm trying to get to who did you end up talking to? Who gave you advice here?
We had representation from across the city, Councillor. I would say a good amount of people downtown, a lot of the individuals in the Northwest and the Northeast, as well as North York. So, for example, in the gun violence consultations, there was over 500 people consulted, equally in each district that we consulted in.
And so I guess I was hoping to have you track this information a little bit more geographically. But I'll just move on from it. So did all these different concerns come up equally in the neighborhoods? So therefore everyone was concerned about overdose and mental health and the lack of housing support. Everyone was concerned about gun violence. I just want to understand, how did you disaggregate this plan? Like, And is this going to be a one-size-fits-all approach across the city when there are specific needs in every neighborhood?
So if I may, Councillor Wong-Tam, I appreciate that question. No, I think just maybe similar to Councillor Ford's question around is there flexibility to respond to specific community needs? We heard a lot around community violence, around trauma, around injustice, the 4 areas of priority within the plan. But clearly, different issues affect different communities. And so, in terms of your own communities in the downtown east, that there are particular concerns around housing, around substance use, et cetera. So it is not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach. There are 26 strategic actions here. Each action is going to require multiple steps or multiple pieces, and we will need to take a place-based approach and a population-based or community-based approach to ensure that we are effective and targeted.
Thank you. That is helpful. And so with respect to that place-based approach, how will you consider citing services in the future? So is it always going to be concentrated in one neighborhood or one area of the city, or are you planning to distribute social services and support services across the city? Is there a plan to build out a roadmap for that?
So I think that that's very much part of the work that needs to happen. Councillor, part of it is towards the implementation plan, but beyond that, I think our approach here is to not have SafeTO take away all of our lessons learned and key initiatives like the one we have in downtown east. It is to build, to take our understanding of those kinds of strategic initiatives and use the new emphasis on multi-sector partnerships, the new emphasis on well-being in order to deepen and advance the work. So I think one of the things we learned in the downtown east work is that we shouldn't be concentrating all of the services in one area, that we should be looking at geographic equity and distribution while we're trying to meet residents where they're at. So that lesson will certainly be part of informing implementation for SafeTO.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't think it'll take 5 minutes, and thank you for this report, Ms. Andrea Campbell. I see number 3 is to forward the SafeTO report to the boards of directors of TCHC, TPL, TTC, Toronto Police Services, City Council, etc. And City Council requests the boards to adopt the SAFE plan. I'm just asking how that might be done. And I don't know if you would be answering that or the clerk would be answering that. But very often we make requests of boards, and sitting on a few of them, the board never actually gets a letter that says, please be advised, board of directors, the shareholder has asked you to do X, and please let us know how you're going to deal with that. So I'm finding that because this is such a critical issue, I want to be very clear in understanding how these boards will be advised and what the expectation is back. So you may be clear on the expectation. I don't think that you would be sending that directly, but I'd like to hear from city staff how that works.
So if I may, I'm going to ask if there's any colleagues from the city manager's office or clerks that may give you the transmittal detail that you're looking for.
Yep, I'm expecting an answer from them, actually. I know that you won't be sending that letter yourself. So can you hold my time while they get this organized, please, Chair? Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, perhaps while we wait for them to come on camera, the one thing I will say is that we have been working with the staff from each of those organizations on the development of the plan. So it won't come as a complete surprise. Staff is different than the board, of course. And I see Sandra Rodriguez, so I'll turn it over to her.
Just before that, I acknowledge staff is different from the board, but you'd be quite aware that there's many times that the board does not see things that they should, and that would be requests or directives from the shareholder to the board. So I want to be very clear on the pathway, what we should expect at each board that many of us are on. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. It's Sandra Rodriguez from the City Manager's Office. Thank you for the question, Council Fletcher. Through the chair, so the way we would communicate this, given the importance of this issue, is that we would draft a correspondence that would then communicate Council's decision. That correspondence would not only have, and I would need to also, working with Denise and team to include not only the contact persons, but we then may have some follow-up meeting sessions to kind of further unpack the details of what Council has approved and the expectations. You're right, Councillor. In some instances, clerks will communicate an item that Council has approved. In this case, I do think that a letter and providing more detail and with some follow-up discussions is the best approach.
So is there not a standard way that this is done so that for major initiatives that when you said a letter will be sent, will it be sent to the clerk of the board? Will it be sent to the attention of the chair and the board members? Often chairs of boards get directives and don't share with the board. So I'm really looking at the standard of practice of the city as the shareholder in informing boards and agencies of critical issues so that councillors who are sitting there have passed something and never see it at that board or agency, or that the staff who are at that board or agency somehow think that doesn't belong to the board itself. So I'm very interested in that critical path and the standard that you are setting or that you have set in the past.
So Councillor Fletcher, through the chair, so we would normally communicate something that would go to both the head of an organization as well as the board chair. And that also depends on the issue that's being considered. In this instance, I would suggest that we would refer that communication to both we would send the communication, my apologies, to both the chair and the head of the organization as well as the chair. There is also the requirement and the responsibility then for those individuals to then subsequently share that information from the head to the board and the board to then the chair. Yeah.
Have you ever made it clear to the chair of the board or to the head of the organization that when this says send the report to the board of directors, it means that the board of directors should see that, it's not at the discretion of the chair or the discretion of the corporate secretary or the discretion of the CEO. It actually belongs to the board. Would you agree with me?
I would say the way the recommendation is worded, absolutely, that this would be something that should be shared with the board because it's the board of directors. And we can work to ensure that communication happens.
You're aware that at times it says the board, but the board never has a clue that that's been sent. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of some instances, but I don't have any specifics. The one thing I'll say about this specific recommendation is also that it does say that the Safe Fuel plan be adopted through a board resolution. So that in itself requires this matter to be before the board.
That is correct. It will have to be before the board, and then the board would have to adopt the plan. So the board would have something to do with the plan. Okay. Thanks so much for your clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. First of all, may I begin by saying thank you to the staff for the work that has been done here and all the people that participated with them in what was a very extensive process of consultation. It's always dangerous to mention names, but I think Denise, who has spoken so well today in answering questions, and Scott have been among the leaders, but they've worked with a large group of people, as they'd be the first to acknowledge, in putting together something that I think is very worthy of our support. And I think it's why I designated it as a key item. if you look at, it's funny how agendas sort of come together, but we, last year had a great impetus and a moment in time at which point we embarked upon a very large number, dozens of changes to the way we preserve community safety and keep the peace. And that included a lot of points that had to do with reform in the way we carry out policing. And I think that at that time, we recognized the fact that it wasn't, that while some people got carried away and or caught up in being critical of the police, that in many cases the police were doing things they shouldn't have been doing from the beginning, or they shouldn't have been doing them alone. And I think that there were lessons being learned at that moment in time when the impetus arose in the community for change that already had us on the right path, and this work was already being done by then by virtue of provincial legislation. And I'm thinking of things like the TO Towards Peace initiative, which was well underway and from which we were learning about the collaborative approach and about the approach that relied less on the reaction of police to events and more on the sort of collaborative prevention, so the police never had to come to begin with. I'm looking at some of the initiatives undertaken by TCHC in some of the areas of acute concern they had with respect to violence. I'm looking at even some of the, for all that I can understand Councillor Cole still being, having an urgent concern with respect to Lawrence Heights, I think he will acknowledge that when even just a few months ago, we got together all the players for what seemed to be the first time they all sat at the same table and talked about things that just needed to get done in that community, even things as basic as sort of speed bumps and lights. That collaboration, that getting together of all the different agencies that had some hat to wear or some role to play was something that was instrumental. And so I think what we now have is a program that brings that all together. I would point out, because when I first read this, I thought, well, kind of where's the beef in the context of sort of specifically setting out which agency was going to sit with who and who was going to do what in neighborhoods across the city. And I was reminded of the fact, as I would remind colleagues, that this is a kind of top-level framework that sets out the approach and the philosophy of something that is going to move us more from reaction, mostly done by the police, to collaboration that aims at prevention, so that the police don't handle things that they're not as well equipped to handle. And frankly, so there's fewer things for them to handle because you've prevented things from happening that would warrant the calling of the police before they happen. And I would say as well that what's good about this, and it really reinforces things that I've heard, as have all of you, I'm sure, as colleagues from the community, that says if you relied more on us to sit collaboratively with you at the table and sit with the police and with TCHC and with the social service delivery mechanisms of the city and with the community agencies and on the list goes, at a kind of a focus table approach that has, again, worked so well in the places where we've rolled it out, and we're continuing to roll it out in more places, you are going to get better results, both in terms of the ability to customize and target, and in terms of the ability to involve the community and to prevent activities that jeopardize safety and well-being before they happen. So I want to say that this is a good piece of work that I think is absolutely on the right track. Everything I've seen, before and during the time of this document being in existence suggests that this collaborative approach where we're trying it is working. As a matter of fact, as members may know, in 7 neighborhoods this summer, we are in the city adopting an approach very similar to this, albeit on a kind of a short-term basis for the summer. And it involves everything from jobs to extra security resources to, but the bottom line is a collaborative approach that has everybody sitting at the table, including the school boards and others, saying, what are we all to do together in a coordinated, collaborative way to make sure that neighborhoods are well, that they're stable, that they're safe and they're peaceful, and that people have things, especially the young people, that are going to help it stay that way. I only want to say one final thing, which is, and it was a point that was made earlier on by, I think, Deputy Mayor Thompson's questions of Denise, and that is, if you look at how this is put together and the programs that we rely upon to prevent threats to community safety and well-being, it is in many cases through programs that are funded and operated by the other governments, principally the provincial government. And if this is going to work, it's ironic in a certain way that the provincial government, were the ones that were required by law that we submit such a plan. We're now in the process of doing it, to be followed by the implementation plan later this fall. And it is going to be many of the programs of that very same provincial government that will determine whether this actually can work or not. And I would argue to them, and we will save it for another day, that what they will invest by way of additional support for the programs that can make this collaborative approach work will be more than made up for by the savings we will have in the police budget. This is going to be one of the ways in which we can contain the police budget, is by simply making sure there are fewer calls for them to respond to, by having other ways, better ways, more effective ways by other people that we can respond collaboratively and not in a reactionary way to things that go on in the community. So I thank the staff again for their work on this. I commend it to you to support. It is why I put it at the top of the list for today, because I think it is something on which we can all agree, admittedly with a lot of work left to be done, and the staff would be the first to say that. And I'm looking forward to dealing with the implementation report and with the actual implementation of this later in the fall. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mayor Tory, you spoke very well with the importance of working collaboratively and not reactively when it comes to community safety. As you may know, over 200 civic leaders have written a letter to you asking for you to bring forward their letter to council during this session. The letter is entitled A Path Forward. And they've asked you to move that letter for consideration by council to take a collaborative approach to addressing encampments in our city's parks. They're concerned for the safety of people who are experiencing homelessness in our city, and they're concerned about the fact that by taking a more military style approach, in other words, sending uniformed people with arms on horseback into a park to clear it, it in fact doesn't effectively resolve the problem, which is a lack of housing and homelessness in our city. In other words, it just shoves the problem under a bridge or into
Councillor
a ravine,
Matlow, your
or perhaps
question,
another
please.
park.
Your question.
So my question is, would you bring the letter forward as an agenda item with your support to take a more collaborative approach with both city staff and the on-the-ground activists who want to work together towards that approach? And if not, would you articulate in the letter exactly what problem you have with it, so we understand why you would be opposed to it, as I think you've indicated in the media before?
Well, Speaker, thank you. Through you to the member, I would just say that I think the approach we've been trying to take for a long, long time, as evidenced by the fact that, for example, there have been 20,000 visits, 20,000 collaborative visits made by our Streets to Home staff to residents living in the encampments to offer them counseling of various kinds, including finding alternative housing. And by the way, we've successfully, rehoused in a collaborative manner, completely collaborative manner, well more than 1,000. I think the number's around 1,500 of those very same people. And we have actually, if you look through what is suggested in the letter, the elements of not just rehousing people in places as they suggest, like private hotels and better accommodation than an encampment, we've also provided them with supports in those settings, including supports with substance issues and other kinds of supports with mental health issues. And, I regret the characterization of the member, through you, Speaker, that we're sending military-style people in on horseback with arms. The only reason that the police ended up deploying themselves, and I didn't send anybody, nor did any other member of council, I don't participate in those decisions, but the people that were sent to the encampment, for example, at Trinity Bellwoods, were Streets to Homes and other workers who were there to help provide people with housing opportunities. And it was only when protesters made it unsafe potentially for them, the city staff members, and potentially for the people experiencing homelessness, that the police were dispatched in any shape or form whatsoever, beyond a few who were there at the initial outset to see that people were kept safe. And so I guess, and I will say as well to the member, through you, Speaker, I can't speak to the exact signatories of the letter. I've seen the letter, but that there have been repeated attempts to sit and discuss with some of the advocates ways in which we can deal with this, but that the advocates, I will say, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but basically much of what they will suggest when those discussions are taking place is really just delay. When in fact we have a certain, again, my responsibility and those of all of the people involved in this are to make sure we balance all the different interests,
Hey,
and that
Cheryl.
includes care for vulnerable people that are experiencing homelessness,
Cheryl.
but it also concerns the concerns of residents who call us in
Cheryl.
large numbers. And some of the councillors involved in these areas would have to acknowledge this, asking us if we could find a way in which to allow for their safe use of these very same parks, and not see the cancellation of programs, for example, as we've seen at Alexandra Park, where we cannot run the summer programs for some of the most needy kids in the entire city because the encampment continues to be there. And even when we go and ask politely that we be given the opportunity to remove some of the structures and tents that are empty there, we're told no. And so, I would just say that we're trying very hard to adopt a conciliatory approach for weeks and weeks on end, but there does come a time when you have to go and say, look, we've addressed the fact that these are unhealthy, unsafe, and illegal, and that then we have to do what we've been trying very hard to do on a collaborative basis, which is to have the people housed safely indoors and to remove those structures from the public parks where they're not safely, in good health, or legally entitled to be.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I advanced circulated that I would like to move at this time. So this is just some direction to the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration to look at our Community Crisis Response Program and to report back in the SafeTO implementation plan later on in December. So I'll kind of explain this a little more in a minute, but I want to start off by, first off, thanking the mayor for making this a key item. I think this is a very important issue for our city as a whole. I know this is a very important issue and has been for a number of years, unfortunately, for my community in North Etobicoke, as gun violence and crime of all types tends to present some challenges for some neighborhoods. So that being said, I want to thank city staff for this, and I look forward to what comes back in December and how this moves forward. The one thing that I'm kind of focusing on, and I think is big, and in my questions, I kind of stressed this and got good answers from staff, no doubt. But when we look at the implementation of this, I think it's important that the community has a seat at the table when we talk about how we make investments in the community, what they would like to see. It was just recently that we had a devastating incident in North Etobicoke in our Tanneridge community where 3 children were hit by gunfire. And one of the things the city does in its response to these issues, I'm sure like every member of council knows, is around the community crisis response. And we learned a lot of stuff in that and talking with the community and really their want and need to be a part of conversations moving forward in terms of how we address gun violence and whatnot. So that's one thing I stressed, or I've heard, and I think I've stressed out here. And I think this motion, I think will go to help that, looking at how can we support communities, unfortunately, after something like this happens. This is a very proactive report and an implementation strategy and how to keep our community safe or do a better job doing that, but also acknowledging that there will be moments in time when we will have to retroactively go in and help communities. So I ask for my colleagues' support on this motion. And again, I thank the mayor for making this a priority. I'm sure it'll be a priority in December when we discuss this, and that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. A reminder to please turn on your video cameras if you are connected to the meeting.
Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating the mayor's first key matter, item EX 25.4. The mayor has advised that he's at a media briefing until approximately 3 p.m. So once we have completed speakers on that item, we will hold it down and vote when the mayor returns. Members, this morning, council removed several items from the Civic Appointments Committee. Councillor Ainsley is holding item CA 21.3 on the zoo board appointments. Does anyone wish to hold item CA 21.2, the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, or CA 21.4 on appointments to the Music Advisory Committee? Councillor Perks?
Speaker, my name's there to release items.
Okay. So does anybody want to hold the other two, the other two items on?
Madam Chair?
Yes?
It's, it's Denzelman and Wong. I've spoken to the chair of the zoo board, and I think for the efficiency of the meeting and to satisfy the chair of the zoo board, I'll move deferral to the next meeting.
Just the zoo board?
The other ones, I don't know what the problems are with them, but I know the zoo board, there is a problem. So instead of we having a list of 250 items left to deal with, I want to take it down to 249.
Yeah, I understand that. So the only item, it's my understanding, that was held down from civic appointments is the zoo board, which Councillor Ainsley is holding down. So Councillor Ainsley, are you okay with?
I think he's okay with the deferral.
Councillor Ainsley?
He can speak up for himself.
Councillor Ainsley is not present.
Okay, well, we can do it later. I'm just trying to help out.
Oh. Okay, let's wait for him to come back. And so the other two items are okay. So I guess we can vote on the other two items. Matt? Okay, on favor? Carried. Are there any release of holds? ONCA 21.4 on the Music Advisory Committee. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Release of holds. Does anybody have any releases? Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I can release 3 items. EX 25.20, the operating variance for the year ended December 31st.
Okay. EX 2520, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks?
I can release, EX 25.21, the capital variance for the 12 months ending December 31st.
Okay, on EX 2521, on favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks?
And I'm gonna hang on to the operating EX 25.23, the capital variance for the 4 months ended April 30.
Okay, EX 2523, Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor? Show of hands, carried. I see that Councillor Ainsley is back. Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong is going to move that we defer the zoo board appointments. Are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Menon Wong.
Okay, so on the zoo board, the item is being deferred. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have a item that I can defer.
Okay,
It's Josh.
Okay, just one sec. Councillor Carroll, you're next on release of polls.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. In economic development, EC 23.3, I can release that to be voted on. That's the youth services review.
EC 23.3, you're releasing, Councillor Carroll? Okay.
Yes.
All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to defer to the next meeting, CC 35.28, 31 Yonge Street and 32 Hillsdale Avenue East, request for direction.
Okay, just one sec. Let me just get to it. What was the number again, Councillor Matlow?
It's CC 35.28.
28,
And it's
okay.
for-
2131 Yonge Street and 32 Hillsdale?
Yes,
Yes?
correct, yes.
Okay, we'll do a recorded vote on that because the mayor had an interest on that, so let's do. Okay.
Members stand by. We're just creating the motion so that we can display and vote on it. Councillor Bradford, are you present in voting, sir? We've received a vote? Okay. I just need to cross-reference your vote with your.
I voted
Thank
and
you.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Robinson, it appears to us you don't have the vote on your computer. Councillor Robinson?
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Bailao, please. It appears to us the vote has not been received by your computer. Councillor Bailao, could you just state your vote, please?
No, it hasn't. It hasn't been received. And the affirmative?
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, how do you vote?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, are you present in the meeting? Councillor Fletcher, are you present in the meeting? Members, I'm going to remind again that I try to cross-reference the votes that we've received here with those members who appear to us to be present in the meeting. And if it doesn't appear to me you're present, then we will amend the vote accordingly. Councillor Mantis, how do you vote, sir?
Sorry, I just came in. Which item are we voting on?
We're deferring item CC 35.28 to the next meeting.
In the affirmative.
Okay, thank you.
In the affirmative?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the item is deferred by a vote of 24 to 1.
Madam Speaker, I have another item that I need to deal with that I may have to move an amendment on that was adopted earlier. So I'd just like to reopen it and hold it while we work on that. And I apologize for not catching this earlier. It's IE 23.9. It's the contract award for the Fairbanks Silverthorne Storm Trunk Tunnel.
And you want to open it for what reason?
Yeah, I need to just reopen it and hold it for the time being.
You have to give us a reason.
The reason is because
Councillor,
it would.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Matlow.
The reason I'd like to hold it is because while the project is important and necessary, it will occupy a large section of Fairbank Park for many years. And we are working with staff on ways to address some of the concerns of the residents in the interim period. And I'd like to have an opportunity to finish working on an amendment to address those very reasonable concerns.
Okay, Councillor Matlow is asking that we reopen IE 23.9 on the construction of the Fairbanks Silverthorne Storm Trunk Tunnel. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. The item is held down.
Thank you.
Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I have two. The first is TE 26.61, realignment of permit parking area 41 and the exclusion of the development located at 938 to 950 King Street West. I have an amendment from City Legal. This application is now being appealed, and so that the language needs to be amended, and this is from City Legal. So if I can move the amendment, I can release it.
Okay, just one moment. Let me get to it. Okay, T 2661. Councillor Cressy has the amendment on the screen. On favor of the amendment? Show of hands. Carried. Item as amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Do you have any other items, Councillor Cressy?
I do, Speaker. I have a second. This is item HL 29.1, response to COVID, June 2021 update. I'd be happy to move the recommendations in the supplementary reports and release the item.
I have some questions. Sorry, I'll hold it.
I'll continue to hold it then.
Thank you.
Back to the speakers list on EX 25.4. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have any motions to move. I really just wanted to speak to the questions that I asked Ms. Campbell earlier. I really wanted to sort of set the scene for what we're doing here, because it represents a really different approach, and I hope that isn't missed by the community. I think there were so many announcements happening at the beginning of this governmental term, both provincially and municipally, that it may have gone missed. We were disappointed that some things that were going to be in Police Act reform didn't get carried over. You know, more accountability and some procedural changes to the SIU procedures. Would still like to see that come back. But the move to moving from a straight policing, Ontario Policing Act, to a Community Safety and Policing Act, and then to ask every municipality to present a 10-year community safety and well-being plan. It does represent a major policy shift to saying that all of the community's ills and the threats to safety can't be solved by policing, and that they wanted to hear both, so that they could begin to prepare their own 10-year plan. What might we need in the way of resources? That's why my second line of questioning of Ms. Campbell was, what happens if we present this plan, we're clear about where there needs to be a whole of government's approach, and there needs to be some funds to do some of the preventative things in the wellness category, coming from the income tax base, that if they're not very timely, do we go ahead? And what we've heard is that in the later report this year, we'll get some of those recommendations. What are so urgent they have to start now, and so we may start them and continue to work with the provincial government for them to understand the importance of their being a part of sustainable funding of it. And that is a big shift. It's the shift the community has been looking for. Although it's wrapped up in, bureaucratic language, that is the shift you're asking us for, to move away from policing entirely for some of these problems. A perfect example came just after my questioning, Councillor Cole talking about the drug use in his neighborhood and the drug use in others. This policy shift, taking that.
Oh yeah,
Councillor
Megan, how
Fletcher,
are
your
you?
microphone is on. Councillor Fletcher, your microphone is on. I'll continue, Madam Speaker. The questions that Councillor Cole is asking about the drug use in his neighborhood, this is exactly what a well-being plan can do for us. We can't solve this problem with policing alone. We've seen our drug addicted and afflicted community go from really primarily crack to the terrible advent of highly addictive prescription oxycodone. And when that was taken away through bans, moving to injection drug use, and here we are. It wasn't policing or the lack thereof that caused that progression, and it's not entirely policing that's going to make it go away. And that's the difference between the conversation about drugs with the police in the 1990s and the conversation we're having with them now. They understand the health and well-being approach, and they want us to take it, along with the things that they must do in the world of trafficking. They understand that. And so this is an amazing shift. Knock me over with a feather that it's coming from the current government, but there it is. And I'm stepping up. If they want to work on this, I'm here for city staff, and I'm also here for the provincial government, because this is the right approach to take in those problems. So by all means, let's work together so that the emphasis is on safety and well-being. And policing is just part of it. Thank you. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't speak long to the items in the plan, because admittedly, these are already approved initiatives that we support. But I will say just about it in general, that we must move towards a community safety approach rather than simply a policing approach. And this is not about, do we like police or not like police, or any of that sort of extreme kind of rhetorical kind of debates that we all experience out there. It's about really what's most effective and what's most caring and what actually gets results, both for individuals who are going down the wrong path in life, and for communities who are affected by behavior. That leads me to what I wanted to say with respect to the questions I was asking of Mayor Tory. There are people in our communities and in our city who are some of the most unsafe and vulnerable people you will ever meet. Some of them have mental illness, some of them have addiction, and then some of them have just had experiences in life that just led them to a place that they never thought that they would, and that could happen to any one of us or anyone that we love or know. And we can't just generalize a group. There are individual stories, and I've heard a number of them, as I imagine many of you have too. And well, the mayor is correct that he doesn't direct, the operations, if you're going to send in police or not. He did very vocally and actively support the approach that was taken at Trinity Bellwoods the other day. And the approach that we saw was like literally troops of uniformed police officers lined up in a row, ready to go and do a clearing with weapons. We saw police on horseback charging in. There were fences, kettling people in our city. The problem with that approach is that, A, I just don't think that's how we treat people, and that's not the approach that we should take to our residents. That doesn't speak well of who we are as a city and our values. It's not compassionate, even though it's been described by the mayor and others as such. It ignores the reality that they are telling us that our shelters are not safe enough for them. They don't feel safe in our shelters, and they are making choices to be outside. You know, whether you are a person experiencing homelessness or you are a multimillionaire, we all want to be where we feel safe. We're hearing from people telling us that they don't feel safe in the shelter system, and I don't believe that we are hearing them well enough. We're certainly not taking action. Councillor Layton and my motions were not supported by this council last month, and they really tried to address those concerns specifically. There has not been a collaborative approach with the people on the ground who are advocating for people experiencing homelessness. There are people that some have dismissed as, you know, you can't work with them, you can't deal with them. They are literally writing to us saying they want to come to the table and they want to work with us. And they're being ignored, like literally ignored. Why wouldn't we want to work with them? They understand the issues very well. And the reason that they're screaming at us sometimes is because they don't feel heard. People do that sometimes, and I understand why. But ultimately, it's ineffective. Do any of you really believe that by simply taking that sort of militaristic approach and clearing a park of people who are homeless, does that actually solve the problem or make our community safer? Like, do those people just disappear? Do they just cease to exist just because we can't see them anymore? Of course not. They get shoved under a bridge. They go into a ravine. Maybe they go into a park near you, or somewhere in our streets, or in a laneway. If you're concerned about safety, that wasn't managed. If you're concerned about their health and well-being, that wasn't solved. We're not actually hearing them well enough. And I ask council and I ask the mayor, because we need the mayor's support on this.
15 seconds.
Read the letter that over 200 civic leaders wrote to us, supported by thousands of Torontonians. They want to work with us on arriving on a path forward to an actual solution.
Thank you, Councillor
rather than
Maiden.
shoving the problem.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I felt an obligation. I wasn't going to speak on this item, but I felt an obligation to speak because of the previous speaker's comments. This idea, Madam Chair, that we just sent the police in to move people out roughly and without thought or consequence, and we just kicked them out and we sent hundreds of police officers in, is pure nonsense, and it's got to stop. The mayor tried very delicately and carefully and used all measures that he could to gently move these people out of a park that shouldn't be used for encampments. He sent in city staff to move them out. The city sent in councillors to move them out. They sent in notices to move them out. Everything possible was done before the police moved in because these people would not listen. So the idea that we just came in and moved them out is not true. It's falsifying a narrative that holds no water. The city has, in this arrangement, done everything that it could to gently tell these individuals that their time in this park was over, and they provided housing alternatives. And so I think the mayor did everything that he could, and anyone who says otherwise, that the city didn't act with any level of compassion, is completely misleading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I'm working on a motion, but maybe it's not ready yet. But anyways, I just want to basically again thank staff. Everybody that's been involved in this, especially Denise Campbell at Social Development and Finance Administration. I mean, this takes a village, this whole thing about dealing with the health safety of the community. It takes so many different departments, and it's quiet work, effective work that goes on behind the scenes that the public never sees, the media never writes about, that really is going to solve some of these challenges we have in this city of 3 million people. And, it's just remarkable, like the mayor of 3 million people, and people forget that. They still think it's old Toronto, downtown Toronto. He responds, and he responds with a comprehensive approach. And this is a reflection of his comprehensive approach. And I can bear witness to that in terms of we've had these ongoing challenges in Lawrence Heights. And, when I asked them for help, and the community asked the mayor for help, brought together the police chief, the deputy police chief, community and social services, THC directors. Everybody was there on this virtual call asking what can they do to help. And this was done early in the spring. And we came up with the community's plan to deal with these challenging issues. We've started to implement some of these specific requests of the community. And again, it's through hard work and follow-up. And again, the mayor was front and center and involving himself with this. It's just, I want to say that this reflects what this 10-year community safety well-being plan is all about. And it's the only way you're going to get things done because, as Councillor Minnan Wong says, we keep on asking the police to do everything. Then when they make a mistake or God forbid something happens, they're pillared, they're vilified because, the community, the city is asking them to do their job. And it's especially onerous when we ask them to do everything. I don't know how many, over 1 million calls a year they get, whatever. And so it can't be done just with the police. It's just like I've mentioned before, I've got this issue of, I've had a couple of issues with substance abuse and the spillover effect of substance abuse, which results in violence, people getting sick, dying, and impacting the community safety. And you know who's always called upon first? The police. I had one TCHC building. I recorded a number of visits. There was within an 8-month period, there was about 155 police visits. When the police are asked to deal with these substance abuse problems, these social problems, domestic abuse, they're put in a very, very delicate situation. Then, as I said, God help them if they make a mistake and something happens or somebody complains. So we can't keep asking the police to do everything. And then when they are basically doing their job, like our bylaw officers, then they get criticized again. They're not above criticism, and I'm the first one to say if the police makes a mistake, we'll point it out. But it's all of us, and it's all the city departments and beyond the city to solve some of these community safety problems, because not only in Toronto, it's happening in Brampton, it's happening in Mississauga, it's happening all over Ontario and Canada where there are serious safety community issues. And we need money, support, legislative changes from all levels of government. But we just can't keep calling upon the police to solve all our problems and then want to cut their budget too. So it's about time we
15 seconds.
appreciate the work everybody is doing at the city And that's why this 10-year comprehensive plan is the way to go. We need the whole village of Toronto helping out on this issue of community safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll also issue my thanks to staff for their great work on this, pulling together what I think are some very achievable plans if the necessary investments are made along the way. And that's, I think, what's going to be the most important part out of this is what comes in the way of resources to achieve these goals. Because the last thing we want to see is a bunch of plans that sit on a shelf that go unfunded. I think this council over the last 2 terms has actually done quite well, and while taking small steps, taking steps in the right direction to fund fund plans that we've produced. And I hope to see bigger steps taken in the future, particularly around the issue of community safety. We did move many motions at the last council meeting on the subject, where we talked about detasking police, taking some of what they currently do, and I'd say some of the stuff that they do more poorly than we would like to see, because it's not their core responsibility. It's not their first, their first responsibility to our city, and put them in the hands of agencies that are better suited for it and staff that are better suited for it. We simply can't keep trying to solve the city's problems with more police and calls to police. I think there's no one in this council chamber that says we're living up to our noise bylaw or our Vision Zero enforcement to the degree that we have or that we could. And those are a variety of different things that we put on police and or that have somehow ended up a call to 911 that really shouldn't be and could be done better in other ways. Responding to people in crisis is another one. That we need to get away from this notion that it's police with a gun that can solve that issue most appropriately. There may be instances where police are necessary to intervene. There may be certain violent instances that take us to that point. However, it shouldn't be the first response of the city to go down that road. And I think Councillor Matlow touched on a really interesting set of points around how and what community safety means to everyone in our city, including those that don't have a permanent address or that are living on in shelters or on our streets and our parks. Through all of this, I believe everyone has the same goal. I believe all councillors share this goal. I believe city staff share this goal. I believe encampment residents and those that are aiding them that have that shared goal too, and that's permanent and appropriate housing, housing that suits the needs of those individuals, whether it's supportive housing or just affordable housing. I think that we all share that goal, but how we see it is a different pathway to get there. And there are some that think that, as Councillor or Deputy Mayor said, that their time is up in the parks, that these people would not listen. There are those of us that have a different perspective, that is that it's not a compassionate approach to go in and say, you have to move. Your time is up here, even if you have no place to move to, shelter or housing. Because while some people were offered housing and some people were offered shelter, if you think about it for a second, how many of you would have felt comfortable sleeping in a room with 20, 30, 40 or more other people during COVID? Even if they said there was no COVID. I bet you none of you would put up your hands. Now, I also my pathway to this also is an informed one. So I'd like to see more dialogue and discussion with experts, with encampment residents, and with city staff to figure out what are the barriers and co-create a path for people to come inside. That is a community safety model. That is a safe TO. And finally, on safety, the measure of safety isn't about response time. It's not about a dashboard. It's not about a staff report. It's about how people feel in a space. Like I said, how many of you would have felt comfortable going inside during the pandemic and sleeping in a room with 20, 30, 40 or more other people? None of you will put up your hand. And it's not only about how you feel, it's about trust. And for one reason or another, the trust has been lost between our staff and those living in encampments, and back and forth.
15 seconds.
We need to try to reestablish that trust. And I have no doubt that our Streets to Homes and SSHA staff are trying their best. Their hearts are in the right place. Let's empower them to continue doing that work in the compassionate way that they have done, that why they got into this work.
Thank
and
you.
what they want to do.
Councillor Fletcher, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'll also echo the thanks to Ms. Andrea Campbell, Denise Andrea Campbell and her staff for this, and for the mayor in his leadership here, thinking about this on a longer pathway. And I'm just going to speak about this from the point of view of Toronto Community Housing and being on that board. And that is one of the reasons why I asked the city manager's office if they would be specifically ensuring that the boards had that direction and be very clear as to what would be understood of those boards. At TCHC, we do have a tenant services committee. We are looking at issues around community safety. And I think we're coming to a conclusion that it is more than simply a policing model. And when you layer on the issue of anti-Black racism, it becomes even more complex, the situation. And that has to do with tenants, it has to do with staff and people feeling safe from the police sometimes, or from the CSU sometimes. So there's no easy answer here. We have to do this broad look. We have to do a really deep dive. And at Toronto Community Housing, there's a number of areas of interest, in particular in identifying clearly, there's so many communities, as you know, we're the shareholder for about 115,000 tenants. Once we take off the seniors, there'll be less, but nonetheless, it is a large number of buildings and a large number of people. And hearing that, so from that point of view, using our resources widely, being very strategic with the approach is something that our board is grappling with. And I thought council might be interested in hearing that. In particular, in looking at those communities that are well-established communities that actually have very few issues around safety. What are they doing right? What's going on there? And how can they be supported? Then there's communities that have odd times. There's flare-ups, there's violent flare-ups. We all know in our wards, if we look at their communities in this way, we understand them better. But are essentially safe, sound, well-managed communities where people are just getting on with their lives. Then we do have communities that are, as Councillor Cole focused on, really suffering from gun violence and other types of violence. And believe me, tenants in those communities really hate that too. It's not just City Council that's concerned. The tenants really are concerned. They wonder, how can everyone help make their community safer, and how can they do that? And those are some areas, quite frankly, I'm very disappointed in the fact that we have revitalization communities. Lawrence Heights is a revitalization community and yet suffering so much gun violence. And the same with Regent Park and Alex Park. What are we doing as a city and as a board and as our thought leaders to say, how do we get at this? One of those things is tenancy management. It's not all about the police, folks. Oh, the other fourth community is actually those communities just full of vulnerable people that have a lot of mental health issues or addiction issues. They're in and off the street. And what do they need? And what do the people living there need to be safe? So I do believe it's far more, and I believe that it's not a police model, it's not a CSU model. It's starting with understanding the communities, understanding tenancy management, Who are those tenants? 98% of tenants, 95 to 90, they're just people going about their lives, trying to do better, trying to help their families, trying to get ahead, trying to send their kid to university. And then there's a small percentage who are wreaking havoc.
15 seconds.
Once we understand that model, we'll be better positioned to deal with creating true community safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do have a motion, two motions actually. The motion I see is on the screen. That is not my motion. Sorry, that is my motion, but it's not the complete motion. I just want to, if I can just ask you to hold my time. The motion is broken into two sections. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I just can't see the screen, so I just want to make sure Great, thank you very much. So the motion is broken into two sections, thank you. The first is I'd like to amend recommendations 6 and 7 of the report so that not only do we forward the SafeTO report to the various different ministries at both the provincial and federal government, but we also ask them to partner with the City of Toronto on the funding of the SafeTO implementation plan. And I think that there's probably no need to explain that further, except that with plans and expanded services, if we don't have funding, we can't get the job done. The second part of the motion is actually broken into 4 separate sections, and I'm just going to need a little bit of time to explain it. Oh, I see what they've done. Okay, thank you. Perfect, thank you. My screen keeps hopping around on me. What I'd like to ask of the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration is to consider the 4 following actions to enhance the SafeTO plan. One is to consider incorporating a healing-centered engagement in community practice approach on top of the trauma-informed care interventions and service approach that the plan speaks so well of. So therefore it expands and complements that approach, but so that it doesn't just necessarily deal with deficit-based treatment, but also includes skill building, positive-based treatment. So we don't allow people, we don't encourage people to sit only exclusively in the trauma and having them to repeat their story and to relive harmful experiences, but we actually talk about building skills and building back better, if you want to put it in that such way. The second motion is to ensure that any type of future reporting would include statistics and key performance indicators as it relates to resource planning, as well as allocations in the implementation plan. And so therefore, if we're putting money into the strategy, we obviously want to see results, and hopefully those results will then allow us to further invest in those services. I'd also ask that we have the staff report back based on population subsets. So I'm actually trying to achieve disaggregated data. And I'd also like them to report back on their work in a ward-by-ward basis, or if necessary, neighborhood breakdowns. The other thing I'd like them to do, and Denise Campbell did speak to this, so thank you as she was answering my question, is how to ensure that services are going to be equitably considered across the city and across the different police divisions, because she did also speak to the fact that there was a concentration of social services and other related associated services in the areas, and that was not necessarily the best approach. And then finally, the fourth part of my motion is to ask the executive director to ensure that there is a intersectional gender equity lens in the SafeTO implementation plan, and to make sure that there's an accountability and partnership table that can provide feedback and oversight along their progress and as they develop their work. So Madam Speaker, the reason why I wanted to take this approach and to put these motions forward is that this is an excellent plan. I think that we should really be commending staff for the deep work that they did. I recognize that everyone is now getting to a place in understanding that not every response is going to be a police response. But we also recognize that if we come to the issue around community safety and holistic systems that ensure well-being, we also have to take an approach that involves community. And I think that many times our communities have been asking for support, asking for help, but not always getting exactly what they need. And this is not going to be a perfect approach because this is pretty new. We haven't done this before, at least not in such a broad and comprehensive way. And yet we know that is a very critical next step in ensuring that residents in Toronto feel good in where they are, whether it's at home, their places of worship, in schools, and so forth. But we also know that it needs investment as well as clear coordination. And if I have learned anything in my time at City Hall, is that we're not always coordinated. So seeing a multidisciplinary interdivisional approach with different orders of government coming together is a very positive sign. And I'm encouraged staff to keep going, even if the provincial and federal government aren't always at the table with us, because we also know that community partners can't coordinate on their own. They also need our support. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I say thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Oh, Councillor Perruzza, you just added your name on. Councillor Perruzza to speak. Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker, Speaker, sure, I added a while ago, but I was okay with moving to motions. But sure, I'd be happy to say a few words on this. It's an important area. And I'd just simply like to start off by saying, look, we all get it, violence, community safety are probably two of the most complicated areas of any city, of any society. I mean, violence has been around with us for, since I guess we've been around, and it's in a complicated area, and governments have perpetually struggled with it, and it's always very difficult to get at. But it's really good to see that we are finally sort of moving towards an area where there's a comprehensive, holistic approach to dealing with community safety, and as we move forward and as we mine down, I'm remembered by something that was said earlier on by Councillor Ford and the experience that he had recently on Tanridge, and Councillor Cole has talked about this as well. I'd like to add my voice to it as well. It's a very complicated area, and more specifically connected to youth violence and specifically youth gang violence. So as we move forward to develop this plan, and as the more of the details of what this plan ultimately looks like and how it's going to be implemented, that's an area where I too am going to have a considerable amount of interest, because like everyone else, I represent an area that has experienced a great deal of violence and around shootings and youth gang violence. It's kind of senseless violence, Madam Speaker. And I just also want to underscore something that was said by Councillor Fletcher, in that it's these communities that are experiencing these this gun violence that are being traumatized. In many cases, they're somewhat held captive in terms of where they are and where they live. But it'd be interesting to see, and one of the areas that I'm going to be interested in taking a much closer look at is how, for example, we address issues like, and we haven't really applied ourselves in this area, how social media is fueling youth gang violence, how music culture is also contributing to that, and what, if anything, we can do in those areas, to mitigate some of those things that are being fueled by that. One of the areas, and I know that the report speaks extensively about schools and how we are going to engage the school boards and schools in this. But I have to tell you, we've so far done a very, very poor job. For example, we have a lot of 8, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old kids in schools that need help and that need our active intervention. And schools and school boards are failing at this, and they're failing at it miserably. But the problem is that they're protecting their fiefdoms in a way that doesn't allow for that help and that support to penetrate and to get at these young kids. So then when they're like 12, 13, 14, 15, and they're being expelled or they're not going to school anymore from schools, we as a city and other levels of government are spending a great deal of resources and effort in trying to connect with these kids to now finally try to get the help and support that they need in order to lead more sustainable lives. And we're not collaborating
15
there.
seconds.
Very, very well. So I'm interested to take a look at that. And obviously, the other component is the Toronto community housing, and I think Councillor Fletcher has talked about it and said it. When you look at the map of where a lot of these shootings are taking place, it becomes very, very clear. So we need to do something about that. Thank you so much, Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. We can put the motions on the screen, please. Motion 2A by Councillor Wong Tam, it's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Motion 1 by Councillor Ford. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. Oh, sorry, there's another motion. Motion 2B by Councillor Wong Tam. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended. All in favor.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Speaker, the item as amended carries. The vote is 25-1.
Our next items is IE 23.1 and IE 23.2. We've decided that we're going to deal with these two items together. net zero existing building strategy and building net zero emission city buildings. So if we have questions to staff, if you can please put your name up on the list on the 2 items. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. If you just give me a second to arrange my my information on my screen here so I can read it. Oops. My question to staff is regarding item number IE 23.1. And once the screen unlocks, I'll be able to read the recommendation that I wanted to ask about. I have that little spinning wheel. Maybe I'll paraphrase. The report before us contains a large number of recommendations, and one of them was under the section of advocacy. And the first recommendation is number A, says that City Council, bear with me while I find it here, City Council requests the Government of Canada to continue its commitment to carbon pricing via the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. I guess my question to staff is that this is a contentious matter between the provincial government and the federal government. And I wanted to know why this staff recommendation, which has an intergovernmental component to it, was brought forward by staff. I understand these type of motions come from members of council all the time, but why was it in this particular report and in these recommendations?
Councillor, through the chair, I can jump in first. This is Stuart Dudfield, Acting Manager of the Environment Energy Division, the Existing Buildings Group. I think that the key thing we did with this strategy is it involved a very comprehensive modelling exercise. And as part of that modelling exercise, what we did, Councillor, is we looked at the current cost of carbon and we saw how it would increase over time. So I think a key driver of this work is recognizing that a cost of carbon or a price on carbon is an important signal to the market to decrease the amount of emissions we're putting into the atmosphere, and that policy consistency is really important to ensure that we drive down emissions. It's a signal to the market that we need to decrease emissions. So for the purposes of the modeling, we looked at a cost of carbon at maxing out at $170 per ton. But we also did some sensitivity analysis looking at the cost of carbon rising as high as $300 per ton by 2050.
Okay, so again, back to the question, I appreciate that work was done looking at carbon pricing models, but why introduce a public policy advocacy recommendation to City Council that puts us in a very difficult position to say, this government's got it better than this government. And I mean, these are issues that are sorted out between the province and the federal government. And again, as politicians, we see these sort of things go before council all the time, but why come from a staff report? Why not provide the information to council that if we wanted to make such a motion, that's fine, or the analysis or discussion on how the mechanism works, but just why take this particular approach? And it's not the only advocacy piece here. It's just the one that I picked out to talk to you about because it was the most stark in my mind.
For sure. Through the Speaker, Councillor, I think there's just a recognition and a growing recognition around the world that there's a critical importance of pricing carbon. At the municipal level, you're quite right. We don't really have, we don't have control or jurisdiction over that matter. But I think it makes the municipality's job easier in a sense if there is a clear signal on the price of carbon in terms of meeting, the emergency declaration of climate.
Could you explain that? How does it make the municipality's situation easier? I'd say it makes the federal government's situation easier if they can turn around and say, this municipality supports us. But how does that help us?
Well, I think we know we need a price on carbon because it seems to be an effective driver of change. Policy consistency is really important. And I think, again, if we have this price on carbon, it's sending the right signal to the market that we're trying to cut in the externalities of climate change. And I think those are a real concern. Having this consistency allows us to plan. It allows the broader market to plan for how we get our emissions driven down.
Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, question?
Thank you. I have some questions that I think may help Councillor Holyday understand a little bit better the context for the staff recommendations. So when the City of Toronto directed city staff to devise a plan for us to meet certain carbon emissions reduction targets, staff came back with a plan, and in that plan, did it not say explicitly that we can only achieve these goals through measures being taken by all three governments in concert, and specifically that the City of Toronto should advocate for the federal and provincial government to do the pieces that would allow us to meet our carbon targets?
Through the Speaker, Chair, Councillor Perks, that's quite right. I think what we put in previous reports around climate and this report is that there is a real critical need for the provincial government and the federal government to support these initiatives. We certainly cannot do this alone.
So Toronto City Council explicitly has directed you to tell us where those moments are when we need to advocate with the federal and provincial government to do the things that allow us to meet our climate targets, correct?
Correct, Council. I think in particular, apologies, please go on, sorry.
So the answer then, I guess, to Councillor Holyday's question is, it's not so much that you guys just decided to do advocacy, it's rather council told you to let us know when advocacy was necessary.
Through the Speaker, Chair, I'd say that's yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On recommendation 12 are requests of the Ontario government and to direct the OEB and the IESO to do a couple of things. So Toronto Hydro is our distribution company who takes its direction from the IESO, correct?
Through the Speaker, correct, Councillor Layton.
So the IESO regulates what Toronto Hydro what programs Toronto Hydro can charge customers for, right?
Through the Speaker, yes, I believe so.
And that's why I think it was 3 years ago now, when the new Ontario government changed the direction that the IESO gave to local distribution companies, that they could not put or they had to phase out their conservation programs from the rate base, correct?
Correct. There was, through the Speaker, Councillor Layton, there was a phase out of a number of the conservation programs about 3 years ago.
And that's what many of these cover, is to allow us to, again, do that, right?
Sorry, Councillor Layton.
Sorry, go ahead.
My apologies. A number of them speak to, I think, the critical importance of the involvement of different levels of government, like we said, the province. And I think, there's a key role for utilities. The key thing, I think, in a strategy has been the drive towards electrification, and that's critical. That shift of fossil fuel production to cleaner sources of energy. So, there's a number of them in here around integrating greenhouse gas reductions into decision making, implementing rate structure changes in favor of electrification and fuel switching, which we think, through a lot of the work, will ultimately make the plan more affordable. That's a key driver as well.
So the E is continue retrofit cost reduction measures. So these would be like incentives to do energy retrofits, right?
Correct. So through the speaker, Councillor Layton, I think, what we've looked at through the strategy is, we've costed out a number of measures, but again, getting back to that point is that the provincial and the federal government support from them and rebate programs to help drive down the costs will be critically important to this at a very local level, right? We have seen increasingly more programs coming from the federal government, which will help. But I think we're, as a city, we'll definitely be advocating for as much as we can get to further drive these costs down and really improve the sort of business case behind a lot of what we're proposing.
In the absence of the provincial government making these changes and allowing Toronto Hydro to do energy retrofit programs, do you know if Toronto Hydro was able to do it on its own without the approval of the ISO?
Councillor Layton, that's not unfortunately my area of expertise, but I advise other colleagues to speak to that.
I'd ask if there is a colleague that can answer. I'd also offer up that perhaps it's not allowable for us to charge it against the rate base. However, we would be allowed to do those programs if they weren't charged to the rate base. Mm-hmm. I think that's the appropriate answer, but I'll let it go. Thank you very much, Stuart.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, Speaker, thank you. First of all, may I, again, as I did on the previous item, thank the staff for all the work that they have done on this. And one of the reasons that I thought these were important items to bring to the fore in the sense of at least attaching the degree of importance to them that would make them a key item in this meeting is because they are fundamental and they're not perfect answers, as has been pointed out by some of the questions that have been asked. They're not perfect answers, but I think they represent a significant acknowledgement of a couple of things. First, that the biggest single part of this challenge that we face of getting to net zero by 2050 comes from buildings. It's not all of it by any means, but if you look at our total community emissions, it's about 50 some odd percent, over 50% in any event. And that relates in particular as well to natural gas emissions that we have because of the choice of fuel that we make in some of our buildings. And so if you look at some of the things that are suggested in the first of the items, namely that we get into starting off with voluntary and then perhaps moving to more mandatory reporting requirements, it's probably easier to move to mandatory faster with regard to commercial premises, and then with the obviously hundreds of thousands of homeowners move into that kind of a realm. And I know there'll be some controversy associated with that when the day comes, and the recommendation actually comes back to us with regard to what we should do. But if you think about something that can be as benign but as helpful and meaningful as to actually have people begin to measure their energy consumption in a significant way, it is going to be key to identifying where the help is most needed to retrofit and things like that, and also to getting those emissions down. I think the other point that has been made, though, and it was made, again, very well, and I was very happy to vote for Councillor Wong Tam's resolutions concerning the other governments, and that's come up in some of the questions here. This is only going to happen if we have the support of the other governments. I mean, again, we are just not in a position, whether it's the social side of things on safety or whether it's on the environmental side of retrofitting all these buildings, whether it be residential, commercial, or public buildings, to do this all on our own. And the federal government have shown some very encouraging signs of interest, up to it, including the president, when they've been putting money into our retrofitting efforts and initiatives in this regard. But we've all seen that even on some of the most positive of initiatives, there are several millions of dollars available for a task that even in this report it estimates are going to cost over time, billions of dollars. And they will achieve huge benefits in the context both of greenhouse gas emission reductions and also savings, energy savings, but the investment has to be made up front. We can do some of that using our borrowing power and otherwise, but we're just not going to be able to do it all and have the magnitude of what needs to be done get done. The second approach is one that just involves our own role in all of this, or the second item rather, that's joined together with the first in this mayor's key item, and that relates to our own city buildings. And again, the same is true. It's going to require significant investment on our part to get this done. But not only will it create thousands of jobs along the way to do this work, not only will it result in something where we can hold our own heads high and have substantial reductions in our own energy and efficiency and contribution to climate change, but it will also result in savings for us over the long term in terms of energy consumption. And the alternative set out in the report. The alternative is set out in the report, and it's one that bears careful reading, which is that we will see increased emissions and costs. I didn't quite understand because I didn't read I read, but I didn't find all the detail you would know to back up why our emissions would increase over time. Maybe it's just the aging of the buildings and their relative inefficiency over time. But the bottom line is the alternative to investing over the next few years in the retrofitting of these buildings will not only be a loss of credibility, not only be a lack of contribution to our own goals, not only will it be continuing a degradation of the environment, but it will also be increased emissions, so the damage will get worse, and increased costs. And so we will also have to engage in significant investment in order to get this done. So I commend these two items to members of council. I hope they can have a robust, ideally unanimous approval so that we can move forward with this work, move forward with the advocacy that we're going to have to engage in with the other governments, especially the provincial government, which has been slower to come to partner with us on this, but also the federal government, who have to continue to step up, given their particular belief in the measures we have to undertake to address climate change. I would hope that they'll be able to do even more in the coming years. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I'll begin by absolutely endorsing Mayor Tory's words and express my support for the recommendations moving forward. I wanted to speak just directly, though, to my friend Councillor Holliday's comments earlier, just in case anyone who's watched this is left with the impression that the characterization of a contentious debate between the provincial and federal government over carbon pricing is a reason why our staff shouldn't be putting those recommendations into the report. There are many things in our society that are contentious. We all know that. It's in our inbox every day. But there are some things that are true and some things that are false. And I wouldn't want anyone to be left with the impression that in some way staff were politicizing that debate. There is no question that carbon pricing is an effective tool towards combating climate change. It is no question that that is the position of our federal government. And it is no question that that is the position that we support as a city council, as Councillor Perks addressed earlier. So by advocating our position towards our national government, or supported by our national government, is very consistent. We're not delving into a contentious issue. What was very contentious and politicized was how the Ford government has created a narrative around carbon pricing. They went so far as politicizing to the extent that they forced gas stations to put up those silly stickers on all of their stations that was later thrown out by the Supreme Court as just what it was. It was illegal, and it was a political move. That's not helpful. It doesn't actually achieve our goals towards protecting our health and biodiversity on this planet. So I say this, that I understand Councillor Holladay may sort of wonder, why is there an advocacy question being raised or recommendation raised by staff rather than the politicians around this figurative table? But I don't see the contentiousness regarding how to combat climate change as in any way related to the question of whether or not carbon pricing is effective. I mean, every major international organization agrees that it's an effective tool. That's why our national government agrees as well. And I don't see our provincial government actually doing anything of real substance to actually address the most urgent need to combat climate change. We've all been through this horrible pandemic, and I mean, what wouldn't we do? What wouldn't we recommend to never have a pandemic hit again? The major issue that we're going to have to face as a society, if we don't want to see just more than just things shut down, I mean, if we don't want to see our Earth shut down, is to address climate change in a meaningful way. And I think staff are being very consistent with the council's position. And I want to, thank them for that. I understand the question, by the way. Like Councillor Holiday's an decent person, a very thoughtful person. It's more that I don't want anyone to be left with the impression that in some way that was a politicized recommendation. In fact, it's a very evidence-based, science-based recommendation, and it's consistent with Council's position. Thank you.
Cute. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to Councillor Matlow for setting up for what I was going to talk about. I'm going to support almost every recommendation in this report and ask for a separated vote on 13A because I appreciate the comments of Councillor Matlow before me, but this particular recommendation puts us in between the federal government and the provincial government. And I don't think we need to get into that tangle. They're going to work it out. I don't mean in my remarks in any way to say that staff was politicized, because that's not the case. That's just not how they work. But there is this danger whenever council asks for advocacy or funds advocacy that is approaching other orders of government to make certain policy initiatives. And when you get caught in between two other orders of government or conflicting sides, that becomes an issue. And I think if it's going to be public money put towards it or public process, we should back away and let those orders sort that out. So, a lot of the recommendations here are sort of asks. We do that all the time. But this particular one is just written up a little bit differently, and I would be remiss if I didn't point it out. The law is passed, the court is settled. I think it's something that needs to be highlighted as different from the others, and I will be asking for a separated vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking staff for preparing this very extensive report, both of them actually. And I will say that when I started here and did some, more in-depth research on the city's greenhouse gas contributions, I was surprised that the city's buildings in the city are 52%. And, and this is as somebody that's, fairly informed on the topic, but, I think we just automatically think of vehicles because they're so visual and we see them and we fill them up with gasoline. But to really acknowledge that 52% of our emissions come from buildings is important. And this report is a really important first step in our net zero strategy, which we'll be seeing in the fall, and it's addressing that very large component and contribution. And it does recognize that we need partnerships with the provincial and the federal government. And a great example of that is item IE 2.3 we've already approved, and that's accepting $13.5 million in funding from FCM for our tower program, which will be reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving rental housing quality and quality of life for residents in the city of Toronto. So our dollars are always doing double duty when they're addressing climate change. And this strategy will reduce emissions by 149 megatons of carbon. That's a lot of carbon, but it will also create 18,000 jobs and get people working, and it will make our communities more resilient. So I just want to point out we're already doing great work in this space, and I think we don't celebrate that enough. So we have the home energy loan program. We have the High Rise program that's doing tower renewal, and we have the Mayor's Greenwell program, which is doing excellent work with the largest building owners in the city of Toronto. They're working together to develop net zero plans, and when they work together, that starts to show others what's possible and get others on board. So I just want to thank the city staff for their leadership in this, and also thank Mayor Tory for his leadership in this area as well.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll join the chorus of folks supporting and thanking staff for their hard work on this. It covers a lot of ground, given the implications of buildings on our climate, on our climate footprint, on our carbon footprint. So staff from the various divisions that were involved, from our real estate management divisions and the Office of Energy and Environment. I'd also like to thank the Atmospheric Fund staff, because I know that they were quite active in their contributions to the plan, and I know it's appreciative sometimes to get an outside perspective and to drive us forward, to put a little pressure on us to do better. And I think that that's reflected in this plan. Now, this piece is one of a larger piece that has to do with the Transform TO that we'll see later in the year, but it's an important one because of its contribution to our climate footprint, as I said. It's bold, and that's a good thing. And I think later on in the meeting, we're going to talk about our new green development standards for new buildings, and that's bold too. And I think we should be proud of that. When we see other jurisdictions in Southern Ontario are now picking up what we started as a jurisdiction, and they're taking on stronger standards, and they're only going to follow us down that road. They're hopefully going to outpace us, because it's always nice to set a bar and have someone beat it on occasion, and then you go back and it challenges you to do better. But we showed great leadership in the early days. I believe it was at the end of Mayor Miller's term with the first iteration of the green standard. I want to tell a very personal story, and it gets to a policy point. I don't have a motion on this, but we do have a report coming back on Toronto Hydro in the new year. So a bunch of this is about efficiency and fuel shifting. And so recently, with the help hopefully with the help of the federal government's new Greener Homes program, I undertook a rather significant deep energy retrofit. It'll involve solar panels, the heat pumps already installed, that both heats and cools my home. There was a bit of a debate around, will future homes even have furnaces? The reality is, yes, they will. They'll just be in the form of a heat pump that also cools your home as an air conditioner would, but heats your home as well. I installed a new piece of technology, very cool stuff, called a hybrid hot water heater. So we took our old gas hot water heater that we were renting from Enwave, sent it back, and got this really neat hybrid hot water heater that's electric. So what it does is it has a tiny heat pump in it that sucks the heat out of my basement and puts it in the hot water, and then tops it up with electric if necessary, if you're using a lot of showers. I've got me, 2 kids, and my partner, and we haven't hit that point yet where we've required extra water, despite the fact that we use a dishwasher and laundry machine and that. And then I thought it would use a tiny bit, it would cost a tiny bit more in electricity. The reality is it's a fraction. We've done the calculations based on the weeks it's been in the house. It's going to cost me, get this, $55 a year to heat water in my house. $55 a year. And the neatest thing is, you can't see this, but it shows how much electricity it's using hour by hour. And it shows that I heat the water in my house with 1.6 kilowatts of energy a day. 1.6 kilowatts. That's 15 cents. You can also set it so that it's reheating the water off of peak, so that you're not using the energy when those towers downtown need the AC or a pump in the AC. Then you can set it when you're away on vacation so that it doesn't keep your water hot. Because while you're out of your house, your gas tank is burning natural gas to heat water to 130 degrees just to Fahrenheit, sorry, just while you're away. You're literally burning money. So this thing is going to pay me back in 2 years. Now, here's the point. I'm now a Toronto Hydro customer with that heat pump. I'm now paying the city. I'm not paying Enbridge. I have no greenhouse gases. It's about 30% of my household greenhouse gases were from my hot water tank. But I'm now, for the next 20 years, a loyal Toronto Hydro customer, not only for the lights in my house and the electricity it brings me, but also my hot water. Think about that. Who owns Toronto Hydro? We do. Who benefits from us getting more hydro customers that can also time shift off of the load? We do. Good for the climate, good for my pocketbook, good for the city's finances. Why aren't we using our control, which we have?
10 seconds.
Toronto Hydro. Toronto Hydro will say the ISO tells us we can't do this. That's not true. We can invest. It might take a little bit out of our dividend, but we can invest in programs like this and get more customers for the rest of their life while we save the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that I would like to move, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Developing a public communications plan for voluntary elements of this plan, educating homeowners on the benefits of retrofits through our channels that we already have existing and otherwise. So property tax, utility bills, and the city's digital portal. So I'm not telling anybody any news on this. This is one of our greatest threats. And this strategy is wonderful. I want to thank staff for their incredible work. I had the really the honor of meeting with staff a while back and talking in great detail about this. And I was impressed with the number of divisions that were involved and their expertise and knowledge base and their commitment to this. So it's very exciting, and I just want to applaud staff's efforts on this initiative and rolling this out. Certainly this strategy will let us achieve or enable us to achieve our emissions targets. And I think it's incredible, the number 55%. Existing buildings account for 55%. It's a whopping number, percentage of Toronto's total emissions. And this plan will result in an 80% reduction in existing building emissions, which translate to a 44% decrease in Toronto's total emissions. I think those are remarkable numbers and very exciting. It's something the city can really get behind and embrace. So basically what I would have loved to have moved, the motion I would have loved to have moved is to fast track this, accelerate this, reduce the timelines. But it is ambitious as it is, but I would love to see this. I would like to send the message to staff that if we can fast track any of these pieces, we need to do that. It's a critical issue that we face. My motion, the intention is basically to boost participation at the voluntary stage of the net zero existing building strategy by developing a communication strategy that will inform home and building owners of the economic and the environmental benefits of adopting retrofits. So hopefully by doing this, by moving this, we can make sure we're educating people about the opportunities in the long term on their utilities and the long-term viability of their homes and buildings, and also contributing to our environmental issues in the city by reducing the environmental impacts. Retrofits to transition, this is all about clean energy sources and reducing consumption. These are critical investments in the future of Toronto. And this message, getting this across, is integral part of the process. So I just want to thank everybody who's been involved in this. Great work. And we're all looking forward to this being rolled out.
Thank you. Let's put the motions on the screen. And I know Councillor Holiday has asked for a separate vote on one of the items. So our first motion is motion 1 by Councillor Robinson. It's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. No, I don't. Councillor Holiday, can you please repeat which portion you wanted to vote on separately?
Certainly, Madam Speaker. Just bear with me while I scroll to the point. Point number under IE 23.1, 13A, and only 13A.
Okay, so 13A, Councillor Holiday wants it voted on separately, recorded vote. We can put it on the screen. Yeah.
Just stand by, members. It'll come up in a second.
Oh, okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Carroll, your vote, please. And Councillor Wong-Tam, we see that you have not received the vote. So I'll ask you now.
That is correct.
How do you vote?
In the affirmative, please.
No. Councillor Carroll, please. Madam Speaker, I have one more vote registered than I do have members that are visible to me on the broadcast. Could I ask if there's any members who have voted and whose cameras are off, if they could turn their cameras back on, please?
If any of the members, oh, okay.
The Part 13A of the item carries. Madam Speaker, the vote is 23-2.
Okay. Item as a, balance of the item. On favor? Show of hands? Carried.
Wait, what was that vote again, please? I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Trying to.
What was the vote?
You show that vote again, please. I'm worried I voted the wrong way.
No, you voted okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam
Got my
Speaker,
back.
on a point of privilege,
Councillor Carroll?
I just wanted to indicate that I was here for the item, but I couldn't get back into my portal, so I just turned off my camera so that I wasn't causing a problem for clerks, but I was here for the second vote, just so that anybody watching is wondering why my camera's on and then off. Okay? Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, now on IE 23.2, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, the items have been completed. Our next item is EX 25.3, recommended tax design and steps to implement a vacant home tax. Councillor, that's tomorrow.
Are we doing Dundas next?
Yes. I thought it was tomorrow, but the clerk just pointed out it's now, right after the mayor's key item.
Just feels like tomorrow.
All right, so now we'll go to EX 25.1. The response, review project update in response to the Dundas Street renaming petition. Deputy Mayor Min and Wong held the item down. So do we have questions to staff? Please put your name on the screen. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I think to the city manager, could you describe the public consultation process leading up to this report?
Sure. Through the clerk, the details of it were certainly laid out in our September report that council approved. We did go out and procure the services of someone who specializes in working with equity deserving groups. Certainly the effort that was made began certainly with those leadership, the individuals that have clear voices in both the Indigenous and Black communities, those that are recognized as leaders of those two groups. Certainly talk to BIAs, certainly attempts were made to engage with citizens whose address does contain Dundas. All of that was undertaken.
Could you tell me a little bit about the numbers of people that you engaged with? Consulted, I'm sorry, forgive me, the words matter, consulted.
Sure, I would have to refer to Cheryl Blackman. If Cheryl could help me with that, please.
Good afternoon, and through the chair, we had a set of discovery sessions, and they included approximately 25 people that were representing the communities that the city manager has spoken about.
How many general public were consulted?
So through the speaker, through the chair, excuse me, Councillor Halliday, those folks who are consulted are members of the general public.
Okay. Was a public opinion poll done as laid out in the report?
Through this, the chair, Deputy Mayor Halliday, the actual pieces of deep consultation that are laid out in the report are being proposed and recommended as part of the next steps, depending upon the outcomes of today's meeting.
Okay, so leading into this report, there has not been deep consultation with the general public, other than the 25 that you mentioned.
So through the chair, Deputy Mayor Halliday, we have been speaking to those members of the community that are in fact the most impacted by the potential of a name change. Those are members of the Black and Indigenous communities, trying to center and focus on those voices. We have also been responding to and working with a consultant, as indicated in the report, who has expertise to help to guide our thinking on this work. And we are planning in our next steps to do a deep and thorough consultation with Torontonians on the ways that we move forward towards determining a new name.
So the last report last year has lots of language in it. Broader community. I'm just kind of reading snippets here. Public process. Public process comes up a few times, including in the actual petition itself. I just wondered, did someone change their mind or change the methodology from what was laid out, at least the intention of what was laid out in the previous report to what we got today?
If I can, through the clerk, I think as pointed out, we did procure expertise in dealing with equity deserving groups. And so we certainly, based on their experience and their advice, we took the approach that we would start with the populations that were most directly affected by the whole renaming exercise. So, and I think part of the reason, and this is why I think, after a decision is made to go with a more broader communication, there was certainly some concern expressed by the consultant about what the effect a broader engagement might have at this particular time, meaning that it could result in a discussion or a debate that would maybe further jeopardize the populations that are already been affected. So that was certainly a consideration that staff took seriously. And so I think,
so why didn't you ask the consultant to handle it? I mean, that's what they do, right? They deal with difficult issues.
That was last question.
Well, certainly not only consultants, but staff deal with difficult issues. And it wasn't so much about how we would feel or how the consultant would feel. It'd be about the population in Toronto, how they would feel about, their issue, their concern about, a historical figure whose activities clearly worked against them. And so I think, when you're trying to address very sensitive equity issues, I think you have to be very mindful of the audience that could be affected by such an approach. So that was certainly some, I think, good advice that we were given by the consultant. And it's not to suggest that once a decision is made on this matter, that there won't be more communication, which of course there will be. And it's important to note as well that the BIAs were in fact engaged as well. So don't think for a second that those stakeholder groups were not brought to the table, and the options that were given direction to go take to the stakeholder groups were shared with them, and so they confirmed what you see in front of you today.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to ask any questions, but the previous Councillor Holiday's questions, there was a woman who was answering questions, and the first question, the questions was on the line was who participated, who was engaged in these consultations from the general
Madam
public.
Speaker, point of order, please.
Point of order.
Madam Speaker, with great respect through you, the Deputy Mayor has just referenced a staff member as a woman who was answering question.
Only because I don't know her name.
Well, let me just finish the point. If the Deputy Mayor does not know the staff member's name, the Deputy Mayor may wish to inquire the name. Her name is Miss Blackman, Cheryl Blackman, who's the Acting General Manager of Economic Development. And Speaker, I would ask that courtesy be offered to our staff.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, there was no, Madam Chair, there was no slight or nothing. I just didn't know her name.
Okay.
So I apologize.
Okay,
members.
thank you.
So anyway, Ms. Blackman referred. Okay. Ms. Blackman said, Councillor Holiday was asking about consultation, and Ms. Blackman, I believe, said that the Black and Indigenous community was engaged. And then Councillor Holiday probed a little bit more and asked who from the general public was engaged. And I didn't get other than the people in the Black and the Indigenous community, and I didn't get a clear answer on that. So I was wondering if she might sort of explain or describe, other than the Black and Indigenous community, what wholesome consultation took place with the general public.
Through the chair, and good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Happy to clarify. I'm hoping you can hear me okay. The folks who were engaged in the consultation were Indigenous community, Black community, who are the most impacted by the concern raised by Dundas Street. Included, as City Manager had mentioned, is our BIA members. They were members of resident associations. There were also some members of the Black business professionals and the entrepreneurial community engaged to be part of those discovery sessions. And really the idea was to speak with them more about what is potentially being proposed as a way forward. And as City Manager Murray pointed out, we wanted to make sure that through those discovery sessions, we were hearing from the folks who are most deeply impacted by the potential question of a name change.
So just to, I need to repeat the question because I know you answered very fully about the Black and Indigenous communities participating, and that's, that's great, and we understand that as you said, that they're impacted greatly. But my question was actually, and I think my guess is Councillor Holiday was trying to get to this point too. The general public need to be consulted on this, and it seems to me from your answer that there didn't seem to be an in-depth consultation with the general public. So what efforts did you make to consult, notwithstanding all those people and groups that you mentioned, what efforts did you make to consult with the general public?
Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, the report outlines an approach that is about first presenting and hearing from the folks most deeply impacted by the concern, and the folks that I mentioned, the communities that I mentioned, the general public that I mentioned, are Black communities, Indigenous communities, BIAs, resident associations. And in the second phase of the work, there is a detailed plan that includes a consultation with a broader swath of Torontonians. that will include work that is done through survey, through communications strategies that will actually move out to, more people engaged. There's a variety of engagement opportunities being proposed as the second phase of this work. So we presented that to you as the first phase of the work.
So you haven't done that broader consultation? You plan to do it, but you haven't done
Okay,
it. Is that fair
last
to say?
question,
Correct.
last question.
Yeah, that's my last question.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question. I am wondering, I have before me a report that says that even including the city assets, this is going to cost $5 to $6 million. Why am I hearing in the media, particularly AM Talk Radio, 22 million?
Our
Is that a part of the executive committee I missed?
It's not a number that you can attribute to us. So our numbers are not just those general numbers, including contingency. There is a breakdown as to how we arrived at those numbers. So the 22 million.
Yes, it's quite itemized here, and it includes the Dundas stations, does it not?
Right, it does. I mean, it interfaces with highways and subways and other roads. So I mean, there are, and plus there are the public spaces themselves. So the 22 million is not a number that's coming from us.
Okay, so in my travels with AM Talk Radio, I could call that pure fiction from a staff standpoint.
You could call it pure something.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. When this item was at executive, I had asked a question about when the Sir John A. Macdonald Plaza was named. Actually, it was an attempt originally to name Olive Union Station Sir John A. Macdonald Station, and then became simply the plaza and a plaque. And I have had...
Oh, sorry, I was trying to get Stephen. I think I've got the wrong number.
Sorry, Denzel, you're
call him
online.
I'm in.
Deputy Mayor, you have your mic on.
Mayor Stephen Holiday.
Sorry.
Sorry, I hope you stopped my time there.
Yeah,
Speaker.
don't worry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just, I lost my train of thought, but when we were having that discussion, I raised that at executive, asked how that had happened, read the motion, and there was to be a consultation with BIA, the neighborhood. There was no indication to have a consultation with the Indigenous Affairs Committee of the time. And it was a very small consultation. I don't know who's going to answer that because it was done through the partnership office. I got the answer back. So it'd either be Ms. Scioli or Ms. Blackman or the partnership office. I wonder if you could hold that while they figure out who it's going to be. Please.
Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, Manjeet will be answering the question.
Thank you. Yes, could you please, the motion was to have a very clearly identified number of people to have a consultation with, correct? Yes or no?
It was, and through the speaker, and thank you for
Thank
the question, Councillor Fletcher. So
can I just ask the rest of my questions, please? So there was a list. Could you please read the list, who it was?
I
You have
think
it
I think the motion was to request consultation with BIAs, with the local councillors, with the local community. I think those were the primary ones in terms of being able to do that.
I think there was only three. Those were the three. The Indigenous Affairs Committee was not listed there, was it?
It was not.
No. And we understand that's a very big deal right now with the Indigenous Affairs Committee or Indigenous population in Toronto and across the country. So did that consultation actually take place with Councillor McConnell and prior and the BIA and anyone in the community? I understand it never took place. Is that correct?
My understanding is that there was consultation with Deputy Mayor Min Wong and with Councillor McConnell. There was an online survey that was conducted at that time, which did engage local businesses and the general public as well. That consultation was carried out by Heritage Toronto at that time. That's my understanding.
So that wasn't that broad of a consultation then, I would have to say. So let's just, I just thought there was a petition came in about Dundas. City Council said, please go back and let us know what to do. Now we have a report that says, go out and consult in this way and come back, and here's the cost. If we looked at what happened around Sir John A. Macdonald, one councillor brought a letter to executive, it went to council, there was no, and then it was simply voted on, correct?
At the time of voting, there was some consultation that had been carried out by Heritage Toronto that spoke to the recommendation about not renaming the whole station, but renaming the plaza.
Well, that was between executive and the city council meeting. So there was only a small window. Somebody called Heritage Toronto and they said, don't name the whole station. So city staff recommended against naming the whole station. But in light of that, and I might not move a motion today, but would any naming of such a controversial figure, because it was a very controversial vote, the local councillor opposed it, as we all know, and was defeated. Her motion to not do it was defeated. That was former Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell. Would such a so-called consultation be allowed today without engaging the Indigenous community, without engaging larger numbers of people, or having a time frame going from a motion at executive to a city council vote? Would that be a standard of practice for the city today?
Through the speaker, councillor, I think in looking at the recommendations and the work that's happening, no, I think the consultation would have needed to be broader than it was at that time. And it would have included Black and Indigenous communities in that in a proactive way.
And that didn't happen there.
It did not.
Has anybody been in touch about whether or not this is a wise thing to maintain anything to do to sort out the issue of Sir John A. Macdonald, such as another plaque that might explain his role in residential schools and his attitude towards Indigenous people at that time? Has anyone considered that?
Last question.
Councillor, they have not been in touch with my office, but we understand that that conversation is happening in the community, and we would anticipate that through the review of Dundas, that the issue of other spaces and places would come up in terms of the city needing to look at what we've named, how we've named, and what we might need to change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess it's to Mr. Murray. I see like the business with the name Dundas, that they could apply through the facade program for funding to change the names. But, you know, from my experience, that money gets snapped up pretty quick. Do we think there's enough money for these businesses to be able to obtain that money to have the name changed on their signage?
Well,
we have
first
to wait
of
till
all,
the next cycle. Have to apply again.
right. I mean, we do have some time before that we land on a name, and then we actually institute the name changing process. I don't think in our report we're requiring businesses to change the names, notwithstanding the fact that, you know, we as a public organization believe the name should be taken off of our signs. We do at this point believe that there is enough funds, would be enough funds for businesses to apply. So I think if we felt differently, we would have recommended additional funds be added to the budget.
So we got the number of businesses and properties on the stretch of Dundas, the number of properties, private properties. Do we have that number? How many businesses there are? Or houses, apartments?
I think we're over 90,000 residences that carry the Dundas address, and I believe it was, Cheryl, you have to help me in terms of total number of businesses. I think it was around 60 that carry the name Dundas, and then.
But no, but I just wanted the total number of business and residents on that 90,000. Is that the number?
All right, through the speaker, Councillor Grimes, there are 4,500 businesses, and there are 60 with Dundas in their name.
Okay, but I just want to, never mind Dundas, how many businesses, residents, apartment buildings are on that? Is it 90,000?
Through the speaker, Councillor Grimes, there's 95,000 residents along the strip, 4,500 businesses, and 60 that carry the name.
Okay, so would they have to, like, they got a survey for their building, they're coming in, they're selling their building, their survey says Dundas on it, would they, like, what's the cost for them to change that? If someone came in with an application and they have their survey with Dundas on it, you know, would the planning department would take Dundas, so they have to change it? What's the cost for them to change their addresses over to a new street name? Do we have those numbers?
Through the speaker, Councillor Grimes, we've determined from investigation that there is no cost. The survey is not impacted.
The survey would not have to be changed.
No, sir, we validated that and there is no impact on the survey.
Okay, and you know, I know Dundas goes through many municipalities. Have we talked to Mississauga, Oakville, Burlington, Hamilton? Do they know what they're doing?
Through the speaker, Councillor Grimes, we have been speaking to colleagues in other municipalities. However, we are very clear that what their determinations are regarding next steps is entirely up to their own residents and their own council. And we are focusing our attention squarely on Toronto and City Council in the City of Toronto.
But do we have any indication if they're going to be bringing this forward to make changes? We have no indication at this time?
Through the clerk, we have no indication from any as to any formal change that they're considering. Although, I mean, recognizing that our report is relatively new, what effect that may have on other councils really remains to be seen.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, question?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. When this item first came, one of my questions was, could we rename the square but keep the street? And the city manager said, everything's on the table. I read this report now and there's very little on the table, except for a complete overhaul of municipal assets and private businesses and so forth. What caused the change? And in the same question, I would say I was always looking for sort of a way to solve this with the least division possible. We have a ceremonial naming policy, and when I wanted to rename University Avenue Queen Street as a request of the Black community in honor of Nelson Mandela, we looked at the ceremonial naming policy of the city, and we did a ceremonial option. And I'm just wondering why there's no middle ground on this, why it's a zero-sum game. It's either all in or nothing, and whether this Quake Lab who you hired led us in that direction.
If I can, I'll start, Cheryl, and you can certainly follow anything that I miss. Council, you'll recall back in September, we had identified 4 options that we would be taking out in terms of the work we'd be doing, certainly with Indigenous, Black, and other groups. And those 4 options included do nothing. 2 options that you might consider are the middle ground, and then the 4th option would be the removal of the name. I think when you look at the work of the professional historians that have been engaged in scholarly work, it's pretty clear as to who Henry Dundas was and what role he played in the abolition of slavery. And I think to those that were given that information and were given the options that were available, they chose certainly that renaming was appropriate, and renaming of not just our public monuments and spaces, but our streets as well. And you may recall as well that there was an estimate in the range of, I think, $4 to $5 million that was reflected in that report, which has been updated in this report. So those were the options that we agreed we would take to them, and that's what we did, and asking them to recommend to us what it is that they felt was appropriate to move forward with, and it was clarity, even including the BIAs that we were consulting, that the name change was warranted, given the historical figure that Henry Dundas was.
So you hired a firm called Quake Lab. I don't really know who they are. I guess this is what they're involved in, and they clearly, if you look at their corporate mission, they were not going to look at any middle ground. They've repeated on their social media platforms the comments of someone I guess they spoke to, who said you wouldn't allow Hitler Street to remain. Now Hitler started a war that killed 75 million people. Do you think Henry Dundas and Hitler really are in the same league?
Through the speaker, that's a very interesting question. I'm sure to the Indigenous and Black population, certainly the people we talked with, it is offensive to both groups that a street would be named that covered over what was historically an Indigenous travel way. That in itself is offensive. And then, of course, the role of Henry Dundas enslaving people and perpetuating it for 15 years and affecting over 600,000 people directly, not to mention his policies or the policies he supported in Central America and how that affected Indigenous people there. These are atrocities. To suggest that atrocities in the millions versus atrocities in the hundreds of thousands are both, sinister and are, I think, deplorable. And I think the options that Quake Lab presented, which we're all for, it wasn't them that chose it. It was based on the feedback, if you will, the opinions of those that were this matter was discussed with, that they reflect back to us. So it wasn't them steering it as much as it was them bringing the options to the table and asking people who are most directly affected what they thought.
Thank you.
So if you were sitting on a...
Councillor Story, that was your last question. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just looking for a little bit of insight on what we're doing to establish a process for the many other streets and civic spaces that have been identified over the years. Can you just give me a picture of what's going to happen going forward for those other issues?
Cheryl?
So through the speaker, and thank you, Councillor Perks, we are intending to begin a series of consultations, as I mentioned earlier. And I also just want to just reiterate for Council that part of the process in getting to our Quake Labs and discovery sessions included reviewing 400 plus academic works, as well as looking very deeply at the expertise of the historians who are peer-reviewed in this area. So certainly as we go forward, the plan is to continue to look at and do engagement with Torontonians that includes surveys, it includes public meetings. It will include opportunities for an advisory committee to be struck that will help us to think about potential names, and it will center the folks most impacted by that and include other diverse community members in consideration of the next steps towards a possible naming. And these things together will be brought back to Council in Q2 of 2022 for consideration before any further next steps are taken on a potential new name.
Okay, and there will be arranged. I mean, some things will be relatively simple compared to some other things, right? So you're going to bring us back a framework that deals with smaller matters, medium-sized matters, larger matters, and there'll probably be different tests for each.
Through the speaker, Councillor Perks, absolutely. The commemorative framework that's being proposed is really not a one-size-fits-all approach. It is intended to be something that is looking at the different street lengths, the history, of course, that is validated by scholars in the area. It will actually not be all about one kind of outcome. There will certainly be consideration to multiple outcomes, and it is not a one-size-fits-all kind of perspective or approach.
Okay, and how would I direct members of my community who want to give advice on what that framework should be?
through the Speaker, Councillor Perks, we will actually be reaching out to Torontonians in a fulsome communications plan that will indicate clearly to all who want to be involved how they might go ahead and do that. And that will happen as a next step in this work. We will be communicating on social media. We'll be using channels to let folks know how best to reach out to us. And we'll also be communicating the steps that are part of the process to move forward.
And if I can
And
just
when would
add-
that start? Sorry.
No, I was just going to add to that. We'll make sure all members of council are aware of when that notification is happening so that you can work it through your channels that you have in your community so that everyone will have a good idea of when this all starts.
Could you give me just a ballpark of when you imagine it starting?
Absolutely. Through the Speaker, Councillor Perks, we are anticipating to begin engaging in the fall. We have timelines that are being set out in the report and that are currently embedded in the report that are currently public that are giving you the overarching kind of high-level milestones that need to be hit. So we expect to be working with Torontonians in the fall and the early part of the fall.
Thank you so very much.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Perks actually took my question, but I don't fully comprehend here the forward. So you clearly just, for the purposes of our residents, lay out how you are facilitating the remaining streets on your list? Because it sounds like you're going to come back and say rename them all. Is that the plan? City staff will be saying we're going to rename all these streets that you've listed on your appendix, this secondary document you released.
Chair.
Sorry about that. Through the Speaker, Councillor Robinson, my screen was frozen. I was just trying to get it back. So my apologies for the delay. In terms of the process to move forward, our intention is not to propose renaming all of the streets. And in fact, at this particular time, city staff are aggregating and pulling together a list and doing the historical research on those streets. So there will be a case-by-case review of any streets that propose a concern for residents. And we're going to try to, through this commemorative framework development, present you with a plan that would address how those streets would be considered. But at this particular juncture, it is not city staff's proposal to arbitrarily go ahead and propose renaming of 60 streets. We are planning to do research and to bring back recommendations that will come and flow through the commemorative framework that's being developed.
So what would that look like? Would there be some independent body that would be reviewing the information that's being gathered, the historical information? Is that kind of how this would frame up? It's just not clear to me.
Through the chair, Councillor Robinson, the intention is for us to work with and develop an advisory committee that is a group of independent experts who can support city staff who have the ability to also conduct research, because we do have historians and other city staff experts within our midst. We have been partnering with Toronto Public Library, another group of experts, to ensure that we are, doing this research in a way that is the most open approach possible. And we would then provide and produce recommendations for council for consideration regarding the commemorative framework, coming from feedback from the advisory group, feedback from these consultations that we're going to do in public, and from survey results to be able to inform a recommendation to council.
Just to the city manager, that's helpful. This seems piecemeal before what's before us today. Why has this been pulled out of this process that you're now proposing and developing a framework? Why are we then debating this today? I just want some clarification around that.
Sure. Through the chair, you'll recall back in, I think it was August, the petition was presented to the city, and in particular, I believe Mayor Tory had asked me to come back with a report as to how we might deal with the renaming of Dundas. So that's where the whole journey began. And we laid out in that report that we would consult in the manner in which we did on the name, and of course bringing historical information to the table so we're clear on who Henry Dundas was. So we did that, and as well we had talked about in that report the need to start to turn our mind to the approach that we have historically been using for naming streets and monuments, and suggested, I believe at that time, that we needed to start to rethink how we might moving forward do naming or renaming. And so what we have for you today is an approach that we now want you to understand and approve so that we can go ahead and implement that approach. But at the same time, come back with the answer about the name Dundas. Should it stay? Should it stay with some conditions, or should we remove it? Which obviously we're recommending that we remove. So I can appreciate why you use the term piecemeal, but I think it's consistent with the methodology or the approach that we said we would lay out, or we would carry out in September of last year.
But just to be clear again, that was very helpful also. But just to be clear today, what are we voting on today? There's a number of recommendations before us, but specific to the renaming of Dundas, what are we voting on?
To remove the name.
To remove the name. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the city manager. Mr. City Manager, you've expressed some information to us today regarding number of people who have been impacted by Dundas' decision and or his delay with respect to the abolishing of slavery. You said, I think the number was it 500 or 600,000?
We believe the number is north of 600,000.
That would be women, children, and men
Correct.
Were involved?
Correct.
Right. There was a number that John Ralston Stoll gave us a committee. He indicated that another 800,000 people as part of this process died as a result of the Atlantic slave trade and also in Africa. Did you hear that information at committee?
Yes, I was at committee, and
Right.
I did listen carefully to that presentation.
Right. And how does that stack up? How does that, with respect to our value as a city, would we want to celebrate someone no matter what the period of time is? Is that consistent with the values of the people of Toronto, the value of this city, the values as such?
Through the speaker, certainly in my estimation, no. Very clearly in terms of what the motto of this city is, very, very clearly in terms of the work that this council has done to support the Indigenous and Black population. It defies, let's just say, logic as to why you would continue to celebrate someone who doesn't deserve to be celebrated.
Now, the report that you have presented is a comprehensive report that has been peer reviewed. Is that correct? And what does that mean that this information has been peer reviewed?
As you know, Deputy Mayor, we are expected to make evidence-based decisions. Evidence matters. So whether it be evidence in a court of law or evidence in the public court of law, if you will, we are dealing with professional historians engaged in scholarly work. So it's not about just opinion or anyone's opinion. It is work that is carried out by credentialed individuals. And as you know from that executive committee, we did have a presentation by Dr. Mullen, who is an expert in this particular field. And I think he gave as clear an answer as to who Henry Dundas was, as well as we had presentations from other PhDs who specialize in this area of historical research.
So I guess the cost has been listed in the report, 600,000. Let's round it off of that. We had some 6 million, some 600,000 people who were being impacted. I guess if I were to divide 600,000 to 6 million, I'd get $10. So are we talking about $10 a slave here in terms of what the value of those slaves were? Is that the worth? You don't have to answer that. Thank you.
No, I thank you for not expecting me to.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. Now, there has been a lot of talk, though, with respect to the costs and the complication. I wonder if I can get transportation, maybe Ms. Gray could just speak to that, because I understand a large portion of the cost relates to the street renaming. Do we not have a sign shop that produces signs as well?
Through the speaker, we do, in fact, Deputy Mayor Thompson, have a sign shop, and we've been working closely with the team to identify costs and also look at opportunities for managing those costs as we do replacements. So we've been very engaged and will continue to stay engaged.
Just back to, I guess, Ms. Blackman. Ms. Blackman, as part of the research that's been done and the information that's been brought forward, would I be correct to assume and to say that during the period when Henry Dundas was the second most, powerful man in the United Kingdom, would I be correct to assume that there are many citizens who were opposed to slavery in the UK and elsewhere?
The Speaker, Deputy Mayor Thompson, you would be correct to assume that there was definitely opposition to the slave trade during this period.
And would I also be correct in assuming that part of Dundas's effort was around military and economic sustainability for, I guess, his government, and or as he saw it, that by keeping the slaves, it would actually maintain military and economic might?
Through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor Thompson, you were correct, and Dr. Stephen Mullen also spoke about this, and he spoke about the historic research of about at least 9 other historical experts that speak very clearly about Henry Dundas's impact through this period of time, per your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And through you, Madam Speaker, I want to have understanding about the subsequent process. So I understand that the vote before us today is to proceed and go ahead and rename Dundas. And I know that you put out some associated costs, but what about the subsequent process? There's 60 other streets, I think, that are on the potential review list. How is that going to play out?
The Speaker, Councillor Wong-Tam, the intention of the working group is to begin to do additional research on the 60 names, to consult much more deeply with the local residents of the City of Toronto. We want to be able to continue to hear from Torontonians in this process as we think about what possible names are for a newly named street. We do have an intention to consider, as City Manager Murray mentioned earlier, what it looks like to look at assets versus street names and any other kind of scenarios that could be contemplated as we begin to move forward. There will be an opportunity for deep education and continued education throughout the process, because it's quite important to us that we are engaging in a educational piece of work, as well as a piece of work that thinks about the naming of the street as we go forward.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blackman. So would you say that the process for the other 60 names is slightly different than the process for Dundas? Because Dundas came out of a movement with respect to Black Lives Matter. There was a huge protest. There was a petition that was tabled. Is that why Dundas is being accelerated and advanced in a very different manner than the other 60 names?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Wong-Tam, I would suggest that the process is really being considered as we develop the commemorative framework. So I couldn't say that it's a different process at this particular juncture. What I can say is that the work that we are doing will inform and establish the process as we move forward.
Thank you. So, and just because I'm just going to play the devil's advocate for a minute. If we have a petition that's forwarded to City Council that says 100,000 residents sign a petition suggesting that we don't rename Dundas, would you take a similar approach? So therefore, you listen to the petitioners and you say, we're not going to go ahead. Is that how this works?
Sorry, City Manager Murray, do you want to take that one?
No, and again, I think doing the research, understanding who the individual was that the street was named after, a monument, I think that's where you begin to understand, how to move forward, how to proceed. I mean, in this particular case, You know, the fact that you could have 100,000, you could have 1 million people suggests that, notwithstanding, you know, the historical fact of this individual, that we should just keep the name anyway. Well, you know, what does that say to the Indigenous and Black community in this particular case? You know, I think we have, when we honor people, whether it be a monument or a park or a street, we should know something about who that person was. And the fact that, you know, as you say, devil's advocate, someone would say, well, no, we think this was a great person, when in fact, you know, the historical evidence tells us otherwise. Then we have to make a decision. You know, do we honor people who don't deserve to be honored, regardless of how many people think that this was a great person? So the facts do matter. The methodology that we're using to understand the facts, I think, is really important. And I would say, you know, going forward, I mean, there may be other names that go beyond the 60, but I think what we need to do is make sure there's a good, solid framework that involves good research and discussions with people who are affected by these names, and that we have a way to communicate the results of that. So I would not assume at this point that the 60 names means, you know, automatically 60 names will be changed. I think that's putting the cart well before the horse, and I don't think that's wise at this point. But there is going to be a solid process, and that process is going to engage people that need to be engaged.
Thank you. I have one last question. So with respect to the proposal today, there's going to be a suggestion for partial cost recovery for affected businesses. Why not 100% full cost recovery for any businesses that are affected, or anyone who's affected who has to change their address, or perhaps the sign on their business?
That was your last question.
I'll start, and Cheryl, you can certainly, I mean, you know, in doing our homework for this report, I mean, one of the things that we did do is talk to Canada Post directly, just to understand, you know, in a name change, how difficult is it going to be to get people their mail. And so it's much easier in light of the way technology is today for people to be able to still get their mail, notwithstanding that the name is changing. So the real effect, I think, on people is not as great as maybe some perceive. You know, in terms of you know, those businesses that have Dundas in their name, I mean, we have made a provision for them that they can take advantage of. Other things that will have to change over time once we've established a name, I mean, it's like licenses or healthcare or whatever types of documentation we have that have the address on. Well, when you renew it, you just go with the new address. So, you know, all of those details we'll make clear when we're communicating, subject to what council decides here with this report. But, you know, we're not anticipating that the costs are as significant as maybe some perceive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have a question to I guess to the city manager. The process, because I've renamed a number of streets in my ward as well, commemorative actually, name change, is that you petition everyone that lives on a particular street, all the residents, all the businesses on the street, to consult with them. And being that we didn't do that with this, the businesses and residents that are on Dundas that are going to be impacted, would they be forced to change their address?
I mean, clearly, if we change the name of the street, it would be, I think, in their interest to reflect that in the letters or in the matters in which have the old name in it. And so certainly, I think, as we've said already, I mean, if in the title of your business, if the word Dundas appears, I mean, we're not telling you that you have to change it. That's really your choice. So, you know, again, you know, it's one of those things that, you know, will over time give people lots of leeway to make the change when necessary, as painless as possible. And so that's something that we will be communicating should council decide that the recommendations we put forward are approved.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have a presentation.
Okay,
I've
just
made you
one.
aware of.
Yes, just one sec.
Thanks.
Yes. Okay, I believe that you have a presentation, a video, so we'll put the video on.
This is a difficult debate, so I'll start by saying that while there may be disagreement among councillors, we all support fighting anti-Black racism, and we all believe that slavery is an abominable practice with an atrocious disregard for human dignity and basic human rights. There are three issues I want to speak to today. First, Henry Dundas in the context of equity and inclusion. The staff report states that continued commemoration of Henry Dundas is in direct conflict with the values of equity and inclusion that the City of Toronto upholds. Yet the historical record shows that Dundas appointed an avowed abolitionist, John Graves Simcoe, to be the first Lieutenant Governor of Upper Canada, which led to the first anti-slavery bill anywhere in the British Empire. Simcoe could not have done it without support from Dundas. Dundas stood up for Black loyalists when governors of Nova Scotia and New Brunswick refused to respect their rights. He ordered the officials to give them the land and benefits to which they were entitled. Dundas supported bilingualism when he instructed the governor for Lower Canada to ensure that the Legislative Assembly in Quebec City conduct debates in French as well as English. These are significant examples of equity and inclusion, a criteria for deciding if continued commemoration of Dundas is appropriate. Yet the report didn't acknowledge them because its guiding principles were relevant to Toronto. I would argue that supporting abolition in Upper Canada, supporting Black loyalists, and supporting language rights have always been relevant to Toronto. Secondly, I would like to address the issue of Dundas's amendment that the slave trade ought gradually to be abolished. Supporters of the name change say that Dundas was responsible for delaying abolition, implying he delayed in order to avoid. In fact, his plan didn't propose a delay. His plan was to immediately begin the gradual abolishment of the slave trade to be completed by 1800. He knew that only a gradual approach would get passed into law. Here's what Henry Dundas said from the transcripts of the British House of Commons debate in April of 1792. In this passage, Honourable Friends refers to the abolitionists. My honourable friends, however, have very well known that I have long entertained the same opinion with them as to the abolition of the slave trade. That is to say, he supports abolition. Later he said, my opinion has been always against the slave trade. Speaking to the protectionists, he said, it is something anomalous that we, who are ourselves free, should carry a slave trade with Africa. And it is something anomalous also that we, who enjoy the full benefits of freedom, should never think of introducing cultivation in the West Indies by free men and not by slaves. He then tried to persuade the protectionists it was in their own best interest to end the slave trade. In his speech, he is using every possible argument to pass abolition into law. Here he refers to the challenges of changing the attitudes of the day. I'm far from flattering myself that anything I have said can at once totally eradicate prejudices that are deeply rooted and bring over men to a set of altogether new ideas. Finally, I'd like to address the standard of proof. This, our first proposal for renaming a street, will set the standard for subsequent proposals. So we must be diligent about the standard of proof. The staff report omitted context for Dundas's motion, that is, the previous resounding failures by the British Parliament to legislate abolition, which led to his moderate approach. It ignores evidence that Henry Dundas demonstrated values of equity and inclusion. It ignores the fact that Dundas's plan was not to delay the introduction of abolition. It was to introduce significant measures immediately and to see it completely abolished by 1800. The first year would have banned all British persons and ships from engaging in human trafficking with foreign territories. This report does not meet the standard of proof. In conclusion, as a city, we want people who are targets of racism to know it isn't tolerated. As a council, we need to be able to point to concrete actions that show real substantial action in fighting systemic racism. Renaming Dundas Street will not accomplish any of that, and it unjustly implicates Henry Dundas in the very thing he was fighting against. I will not be supporting this report today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to our city staff for undertaking the due diligence and the research and the report that's here in front of us. These are, and we've heard it in the questions, and we've heard it from the public, these are hard conversations. These are conversations that challenge ourselves and indeed our city, and they challenge us to listen deeply and also to reflect. And so when I reflect on our city and I reflect on our aspirational tagline, that diversity, our strength, I'm often reminded that diversity is and remains a fact, but it's inclusion, which is what we aspire to, which is and remains a choice. And it takes work to build an inclusive city, and that work must be reflected in our policy, but it also must be reflected in our names and symbols. And so, building an inclusive city where everyone belongs, sure, it demands and requires us to act and implement policies that address discrimination and inequity. But it also requires us to reflect upon and ensure that the names of our streets, our monuments, of our statues, that they don't create barriers or divisions. And we've heard that the name of this street does. So let's reflect on that, and then let's act. And so when we talk as a city about equity, diversity, and inclusion as an agenda, that has to be embedded in everything we do. That's what an equity, inclusion, and diversity agenda is. It must be embedded in every action, in every policy, in every decision. And I will tell you, before getting into politics, I spent years living and working in post-apartheid South Africa. And it was, I recall the outcome of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and it forced some really hard conversations in that country, which were necessary to move forward. And I think back to those years in my work because we're having a similar moment in reckoning in our own country, where we're being forced to confront some hard truths, whether that's, as we've talked about recently, in regard to the legacy of residential schools, or in regards to the names of the various institutions that exist here. And so, I believe an understanding of history evolves, and we as a city must have the courage to evolve as well. And I think most importantly, in that evolution, we must be prepared not only to confront the names that may continue to foster discrimination, but the policies to ensure that we address inequity once and for all. And so I will be supporting this report. And thank you once again to the staff for their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I've thought a lot about this, and I have a motion, and it is a very simple one, that this be referred back to the city manager for further consideration. Members know that I spend a lot of time reading and thinking about these things, and I find myself with no choice but to place this motion after what I've seen today and what I've read. I want to talk about three general things about the report from the city manager. The first was just a reference to history. If you listen very, very carefully to the words that were put in the report and said today, you'll understand that words are important. Here's some words that were sent to us by someone by the name of Professor Emeritus Sir Thomas M. Devine, wrote to the mayor last week, and I think that was forwarded, that this is grievously or erroneous decision on this important matter, which may well come back to haunt you in the future years, and is based on fatuous premises. And he is Sir William Fraser Professor Emeritus of Scottish History and Paleography, and he was knighted for services to the study of Scottish history. So we can spend all day talking about the literature. But at the end of this, what the conclusion that I came to was that there isn't a single person on this planet that can come before us and tell us exactly what the intentions of Henry Dundas were. It's all opinion of different people. In fact, the only person that could tell us the answer to this died 210 years ago. And I'm very worried that this has become the standard at which we will judge whether we need to go and take chisels and hammers and take someone's name off of a wall or cut down a sign. And I'm fearful for the precedent that this is going to set. Just a little bit about the city's renaming policy, and I think that this was the tipping point for me forming my opinion. Council approved this document back in 2017. We did in 2015, and I don't even know the number of times before that. But the renaming of city streets under policy 6.1.3, it's highlighted right here, you get this off the internet. It says that documented support, including but not limited to petitions and support letters from at least 75% of the property owners that abut the street. That is to rename a street. And I looked at this and I said, why would we do that? Why would we give away the authority to rename a street to the people that live on it? And that's because it's bigger than this chamber. It's bigger than the 26 votes. It's bigger than the 26 members of council. The street name is literally and figuratively the identity of the people that live on the street. I live on Dundas. I work on Dundas. I grew up on Dundas. I own the Dundas laundromat. I eat at the Dundas Street Grill. I drink my coffee at the Dundas Cafe. And so why would we insert something like that into our renaming policy? It's because council understood the importance of this. 97,000 residents on the street, 4,500 businesses, 60 businesses within their name. That is literally the size, almost the size of a city ward. That's like renaming all the streets in a city ward. And so the last piece, the final piece, is public consultation. You'd think that we'd go out and speak to the public about this. But I asked questions about this today, and we've all seen this in the report, and we've listened to the answers. But we instructed the city manager to go and do this. In the last report that came around, public consultation comes up prominently, even comes up in the words of the petition and from the letters submitted by members of council that public consultation occur. Yet we find out it was 25 people and some very, very select work done with the BIAs in the area. So, you know, there was this fear about rhetoric and racism and divisiveness coming forward, and that this somehow would affect, you know, the genuineness of the move. Well, you have to ask yourself the question, how do you know what people think and feel? Are you left to go read the comments in the electronic polls of newspapers? Can you just look at the inputs that you get to your office, the angry calls and so on? You're left with wondering, is this divisive in the city? Is this not even supported? And perhaps that's the answer. It's not even supported, and that's why we don't see the information here. So you have to ask yourself, how authentic and meaningful is this for council to move ahead on an initiative like this with at least the understanding that it is not fully supported by the City of Toronto?
10 seconds.
I hope we understand what we're trying to achieve. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll let the city manager come back with a report. It follows the policy, meets what we've asked them to do, or brings another option that is agreeable to everybody.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes. You have a question to Councillor Holiday? Clarification?
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to get clarity. I think you might have said it in your very last line there, but just clarity on what you're proposing. Is your objective to refer it back to the city manager for further consideration on whether it's named or not named Dundas, or is your objective to have it embedded into the framework and the process that we're hearing about today and that's in the report? Is that your intent, to make it not piecemeal and to put it into a broader process, embedded into a process or, you know, framework, as I said earlier?
Madam Speaker, nobody's perfect. Henry Dundas was not. Members of council are not. The city manager is not infallible in the report that he's brought forward to us. I do not believe it met the mark of what he was asked to do. I do not believe it achieved public consultation. So sending it back allows the city manager to reconsider us. Those are the words of my motion. There's many options that the city manager can do. The city manager can come and comply with the city's renaming policy, and that forces public consultation for the people that live on the street. The city manager can come back with another option. If it's not renaming a city street, there's a whole bunch of other doors and avenues that don't require the same amount of consultation. I'll leave it up to the city manager. All I know, in good conscience, I looked at what we asked the city manager to do. I looked at the pieces in the report that are missing, that don't allow me to make a decision like this as a member of council without fully understanding exactly what it is that the entire public sentiment is on this, short of literally looking at newspapers and looking to see what the comments are on that, engaging that against what people have called my office about in various polls. The public opinion poll was not conducted. So the city manager can fulfill all of those. And if the city manager wants to come back with a report, that's fine. And we'll look at it and we'll understand what it is at that point in time. But I cannot, in good conscience, support this report.
Cute. So I understand what you're saying. But are you also, is the overture here that you want the city manager to embed this into a process going forward, a framework that the other streets that have been identified will be part and parcel of? Is that one of your objectives? Because I understand what you're saying, but I'm not clear on what.
So I'm still on question number one. There's two pieces that are before us, of course. The first question is, and it's been summarized in the questions and the city manager confirmed it, are we taking the name off of Dundas and proceeding on a renaming policy? And I'm at that point right now. I don't even want to advance to the next component, which could open the door to all kinds of renaming. And I mentioned that in what I said today, which was around what is the standard for renaming something. I can't even imagine how we will make it through 66 other names and whatever else shows up without understanding how we're going to process Dundas Street first. What's before me, I do not believe has equipped us to deal with those decisions in the future. And it certainly has not equipped me as a member of council to deal with the decision that's before me.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to. We're going to be speaking on the referral for 2 minutes. Councillor Wong Tam, do you have a question for Councillor Holyday, clarification of his motion?
I do, Madam Speaker. I was just hoping to ask, I think, what might be a quick question. Councillor Holyday, I think that the city manager seemed to be quite clear in his resolve that the naming of Dundas should proceed sooner rather than later. But I think also in his response to members' questions with respect to broad consultation, it may not have been as full as perhaps one would expect for an initiative this large. Is it possible for your motion to be amended, and would you consider it friendly if it was to read that City Council refer the item back to the city manager for further consideration and broad public consultation? Would you consider that a friendly amendment, and would it be in order?
I'm going to leave it. I would like to see that just the way it is, referred back to the city manager, and the city manager can figure out what all of the other options he has to bring something forward to council. And starting with the most basic, which is to fulfill the instructions of what the report was voted upon and agreed upon at council last year. I'm not sure I'm going to get that because of the answer specifically that the city manager gave to your questions when you said, and I'm going to paraphrase roughly because I don't have the tape in front of me, but you said, what if a petition of 1 million people was brought forward?
100,000.
The city manager, I'm sorry, 100, whatever it was a big number. What if a big petition was brought forward? And again, paraphrasing his answers, I think he said, move forward with it. That doesn't even square up with the city's renaming policy. So I don't understand how the city manager can bring forward a report and say that and not adhere to the council approved policy that was made up with very, very important intentions in it. 75% of the people on the street have to agree to it. I have to think that that was put in there for some very, very clear reasons, and that's in recognition that this is extremely important to the people that live on the street. That's a high bar. We haven't even started to tackle that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
Call the question, Madam Speaker.
Okay, well, right now, we're just asking questions to the previous speaker.
Am I not able to call the question on the referral?
We're not there yet. We're
Okay,
at
well, then
questions.
I can't see the list. If I could be first on the list
Yes.
when we're speaking
Okay,
to
just
this,
one.
I can't figure out how
Yeah.
to answer that.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, hold on. We have one more member of council that wants to ask a question to the previous speaker, Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yes, through you to Councillor Holiday. Councillor Holiday, you said that only about 25 people were consulted about this. How'd you get there?
The report talks about that there were 25 Black and Indigenous leaders, and I'm going by memory. And based on the conversations that
Sorry, I have to interject. Deputy Mayor.
On the referral?
You have to ask a question on the deferral, please.
Okay, thank you. So only 20, so you're asking for a deferral because you say not enough people have been consulted and you want it to be deferred so that it's going to be greater consultation. How many people were consulted and how'd you get there?
So the September 8th, 2020 report from the city manager says a decision to rename a major arterial road like Dundas Street requires careful consideration and equitable and inclusive public process that considers Black and Indigenous perspectives as well as those of the broader community. And there are too numerous to answer right now, but I have them highlighted in front of me. Several references to public consultation. That was the process that was laid out, and that was the process that was agreed to by council when this was last looked at. From what I've read in the report, and all of the information and listening to questions today and on other days, it does not appear that that standard has been met. So I expect public consultation because that's what the instructions were, and that's why I do not believe that this is a complete report and it should be sent back.
Okay,
So do you think we should consult with the entire community and that's why one of the reasons why you want the deferral? That we have an obligation?
It says broader community in the report, and it says the public. It even says the public in the petition, the original petition. So yes, 97,000 people live on this street. We have to have some effort made to consult with them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, question on the referral?
Yes, thank you, Speaker, through you. I'm just wondering, Councillor Deputy Mayor Holiday, you referenced the 25 most impacted group that the staff have alluded to. I'm just wondering, where does the 14,000 names on the petition and the some 400 research that from academic research has been done, how does that actually factor with respect to your consideration for the changes that are being asked in the city manager's report?
So I think the first number that I saw was the number that was contained in the staff report that said 97,000 people that live on the street. That might be a good place to start with the consultation. Then there's the entire population of the city. You know, I think we have to be careful about petitions. Here's change.org, and there's a petition with 16,000 names, and the petition says, we want Jeff Bezos to buy the Mona Lisa and eat it. And, you know, this is not poking fun at, you know, at petitions or, you have to understand that in the digital world, these things come together very, very quickly. And they are among the things that need to be factored into the decision-making process. I believe there's an anti-petition going out there against the renaming of Dundas Street. And it's, you know, it's in the thousands of numbers. I don't have it in front of me. I don't have it queued up. But, you know, there's a whole bunch of factors that you have to be careful with this. And they're not raw data points. I would love to have had a proper public opinion survey that was contemplated in this, but it didn't come.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, speakers on the referral, 2 minutes. Councillor Carroll, you wanted to be first on the list?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To be clear what I am calling the question on, because the word deferral has been used. The motion that I am asking to call the question on is not a deferral with a time frame. It is a referral with all friendly amendments having been rejected. And I'm calling the question on it right now. Thank you.
So Councillor Carroll is calling the question on the referral. Shall we call the question?
Good vote, please.
Yes, recorded vote.
Stand by, members. The motion is just being prepared. It'll come up in a moment.
Yeah, this is just to end the debate on the referral. Councillor Wong-Tam, please. And Councillor Cole, it appears to us you have not received the vote. How do you vote?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion to end debate fails. The vote is 15 to 10. The vote failed to attract a 2/3 majority required by the council procedures.
Okay. Yes. So Councillor Pasternak to speak on the referral, 2 minutes.
I'm going to reluctantly support referral because I think this report needs a sober second look. Look, I believe the name should be changed, but I was really taken aback by the way council was put into a corner and not given a number of creative options. I talked about the ceremonial naming that we gave to Nelson Mandela some years ago on University Avenue, circulated among a number of you. Lieutenant George Dundas, who was a World War I hero, who was decorated, who fell in battle on September 2nd, 1918. Certainly, it may be a shortcut, but why don't we keep things simple and name it in someone who was really, really heroic and really has a clean slate? There were just other ways of handling this. The consultation had to be wider, had to talk to people on the street. The research is conflicting. I spoke to a police officer who told me a number of years ago when there's a car crash and they interview 5 people, all 5 give a different version of events, and no one's lying. It's just that they saw it, and that's 10 minutes after the crash. We're trying to judge this whole situation 200 years after the death of Henry Dundas, and it is a messy, complicated academic situation. And I think I look at what we originally sent the city manager to do, and I just don't think that's here. I thought we were going to have various options on how to solve the problem, because clearly it does seem inappropriate to keep the name as prominent as it is. But at the same time, the war among academics and researchers is particularly disturbing. So I think
Thank you,
Council.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. You only have 2 minutes to speak on the referral. Do we have any further speakers on the referral? It's 2 minutes. Okay, so let's vote on the referral.
Recorded vote, please, Madam Speaker.
Yes, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion to refer the item does not carry. The vote is 9-16.
So we'll put the list back on the screen on the report.
Just stand by, Madam Speaker, while we restore the speakers list.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the easy thing to do, I have constituents who are nervous about this or disagree with this, and the easy thing to do would be to keep my head down, not speak, maybe even take a walk. I can't do that. I don't have that option. I cannot live with myself if I do. 3 points. The first one that I've explained to a number of constituents, this is not a founding father. We really can separate this out from names on that other list, from other processes, because this is not a founding father. He never set foot in Canada, and we know that. That's in the report, and it's factual. It's very factual. His life is documented, so we know that. There's no dilemma there. It's not the same as Ryerson or Sir John A. Macdonald or any of the rest. There's also no gray area as to this person's efforts to delay abolition. There are parliamentary records. We don't even need to worry about historical writers because it's right there in the parliamentary record. William Wilberforce, the MP, moved the motion, the bill, every year from 1792 to 1799 to start abolition and to do it now. And this person, whose name we want to take off this street, blocked it every one of those years. And even after a lot of falderall about we need graceful procedure and a smoke and mirrors show of let's do this gradually for economic reasons and all the rest, and then it'll be done by 1800. He continued to delay it even after Mr. Wilberforce had no ability to put that bill on the floor. He still delayed it until 1807. And so there really isn't any gray area here. We all engage in smoke and mirrors when we're nervous about something. I think we maybe just did it. That's what you do in politics. And then the record shows what your real strategy and actions were. Our record will show when this debate is done. And lastly, I'm just asking people to try and put themselves in the shoes of the Black community that is watching us today. There's only one counselor who doesn't have to imagine it. But I want you to imagine that you've lived a life in which the age of 10 or 11, maybe even earlier, maybe 7, maybe kindergarten because your sibling told you. You've lived a life in which you know fundamentally, intrinsically, you know that you are just lucky to have been born in a certain year. And if you had been born in an other certain year, you could be stolen, you could be sold as chattel, and then you could be tortured into submission, and then you could be worked to an early death and ripped apart from your family and all manner of horrors. And you grow up knowing that. It's in your DNA. And imagine now you're sitting watching this council session and someone who allowed that to continue to happen for 15 years, we have to keep doing because we don't want to inconvenience a large number of businesses. Well, I think that debate has happened again and again and again from 1968 to as recently as the end of 29. Every time in the United States, they have taken a long boulevard, often named after a Confederate general, and renamed it Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. They never picked short streets. They always picked the big ones. And lots of people were inconvenienced. You can actually look up those who voted against. They don't fare well afterwards. This is something that people need deeply. This is about a very deep pain, and people need this. And it's quite different from other things. Councillor Fletcher, long ago, when this debate first started, brought up our own Aboriginal peoples, our First Nations pain. And we know we have to deal with that. We've been unanimous about this. To now say for the Black community that this is somehow gray area and we can't inconvenience anybody, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I can't live with myself and I can't go home and look at my grandchildren if I don't do this today. And I hope you'll join me. I hope you'll join the mayor. The research is why his support of this was instantaneous. And lastly, I'm kind of glad to see that Deputy Mayor Thompson,
15
our only Black
seconds.
councillor, is towards the end of this list because I hope that he will wrap up and commit you to this fantastic action. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Cue Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. As a councillor with part of Dundas running through the ward, I thought it was important for me to offer a few comments. This proposal comes at a time when we are doing very critical and difficult work to rebuild our city. And as we start to reopen, as we focus on the recovery, as we focus on moving out of this pandemic, we cannot turn our backs on the need for truth and reconciliation, for justice, and for a more equitable future. I think with all big, bold, transformational projects, this work does need to be done in a thoughtful way with the right input from everyone who's impacted. But in this case, that means placing the voices of those who have been marginalized for far too long at the center of the conversation. And I think when we're talking about Henry Dundas, knowing what we know today, Councillor Carroll just provided a very good summary and outline. We need to focus and emphasize those communities who have been directly impacted by the views and policies that Henry Dundas brought forward in that era. Now, we live in a big city with nearly 3 million people. Everybody has an opinion, everybody has a view, but not everybody gets to make the decisions. And we are actually here in the position as councillors, as elected officials, to make those decisions and to make that change. I think it's incumbent upon us to listen to those who have been most impacted, to those who have expressed pain, and try our best to make it right today. I think that's where the start of this consultation was focused, and where we will have more consultation and discussion as our city manager has outlined going forward. Every council meeting, we come together to tackle challenging problems, very complex problems, and often involving different levels of government. We're always talking about different levels of government and trying to work through these things together. But fundamentally, when it comes to talking about renaming streets, when we're talking about renaming our public spaces, that rests with us. That rests solely with the city of Toronto here. And I think we take up that challenge. I think we can figure it out, and I think we can move this forward today. These initial recommendations are an important step for us as a city in coming to terms with our past. And it's a reminder on
Councillor Bradford, we can't hear you.
How we can make good. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, I see. I'm spinning. The point I was making was the details and the facts that staff have emphasized is a critical part of moving this framework forward as we continue to have these challenging conversations. I think that the scope and the length of Dundas is also why it's crucial to take on this renaming, because it's a part of our daily commutes. It's a part of the tourist center of our city, and because it traverses the border of Toronto from east to west. And when we know what we know now, you just have to ask the question, does it make sense to name streets and plazas and transit stations after someone with a disputed, controversial, problematic past? And for me, the answer is pretty clearly no. And I don't think that we need to delay on that. We have a lot of work to do when it comes to confronting and correcting systemic racism. And admittedly, this is a small step, but I think it's a step that we ought to take and move forward with today. I will just conclude by acknowledging we, of course, cannot change the past, but we do have an opportunity here to start acting on what we have learned and heard from people and communities who have been most impacted by those histories. And I think that we can put ourselves on a better course going forward. And most importantly, we can bring our present and future closer to the values and the principles that our city manager was talking about, in which we aspire, because that aspirational belief is characteristic of Torontonians, and I think it is what will keep us moving forward through the important work and details on this file in the days ahead. Back over to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. Certainly this is not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of aggravation here. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of inconvenience. There's a lot of cost to this. And this is one of the reasons why people are concerned about this change that's going to take place. But, whether it's the cost or the inconvenience, it's minuscule in comparison to what this represents. This represents an opportunity for us as a city to say that we stand with those people who, operated the Underground Railroad here, right here in Toronto. Torontonians, the Shad family, the Prince family operated the Underground Railroad where we harbored Americans that were enslaved south of the border, that swam across the Niagara River, swam for safety, risked their lives, walked for 1,000 miles to come to Canada. We gave them a home here in Canada. So we have played a good role, but we were no means perfect in Canada because, there was slavery in Canada. And a good friend of mine, Dr. Afua Klooper, wrote a book called The Hanging of Angelique, which I all recommend for you to read. What happened to this poor young girl in Montreal that was hung because she was blamed for the Great Fire of Montreal, and she was a slave, and that's why she was hung. So Canada also has, blood on their hands too. But, this Henry Dundas prolonged slavery, opposing Wilberforce's attempt to end slavery, prolonged it for, 15 years, resulting in over another 500,000 innocent men and women being dragged over in chains in boats. Many of them died in these boats, cattle boats, all the way from Africa to the Americas and beyond. Many of these ships even sank with people chained in these boats, these cattle boats. So, I always ask myself, if I lived during the Holocaust, when Hitler did what he did, what would I have done? What would I have said? I'm asking myself now. We should all be asking ourselves, what would we have done if we lived during the time of slavery in Europe or in Canada or the United States, would we have acquiesced and got along with it, as unfortunately and disgracefully most governments did? They acquiesced in this barbaric act of enslaving individuals because of their color of their skin. And enslavement was by no means something that was in any way acceptable as some form of indentured servant. These people were beaten, hung, and the remnants of that slavery still goes on during the Jim Crow days in the United States. It's still going on in the United States today, and what is happening in the Deep South. And the Americans are finally coming to grips with it. So sorry about the inconvenience, sorry about the cost. There's no damn way I'm going to say that it's okay to name a major street in Toronto after this person that represents not only those who basically promoted slavery, but continued it. So the least we can do is change the name of this damn street. That's what I say. Change it, and change it right away. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope I won't take too long. I too, as Councillor Bradford has, have Dundas ends at Kingston Road. He has a section, and I have a large section from the bridge over the river all the way to Coxwell. And along that stretch, there is the Dundas School, there's the Dundas Parkette, and there, of course, is Dundas. But really and truly, I very strongly support changing the name. The history of the East End is very interesting. A lot of it is buried. There, Logan and Queen was a station on the Underground Railroad. It is where many, many formerly enslaved people came to settle. Marianne Shadd lived in the East End. We're uncovering history of those who escaped their chains and came to Toronto seeking freedom, set up their businesses. And of course, we have the Blackburn Street, just off of Dundas Street. We have a lot of interesting things. We're uncovering that and daylighting it. Just as we've daylighted Crease, we are daylighting the strong anti-slavery history of our part of the world, of our part of the city. And I think it's very exciting to do that. We have put a plaque at Queen and Logan. It's part of a new development. But these are very small things compared to a large street named after someone who very much, as everyone's eloquently said, was part of keeping the slave trade in place. So I do think it's incumbent upon us now to review that and look at that. And I agree with Councillor Cole. I would like to change the name of Dundas Park right away. I would like to change the name of Dundas Square. It's a city square right at a major corner, and it is bearing that name and will continue to bear that name. Sometimes you just have to pull the Band-Aid off and do things quickly. We truly are at that moment of our truth and reconciliation, and we're finding that here after the death of George Floyd, after the murder of George Floyd, and having so many people speak to us, our constituents, as to what we need to do to make our reparations, to reconcile. And one of those very big things is renaming Dundas Street. So, you know, we have Black Mayor William Peyton Hubbard. He established Toronto Hydro as a public body. He is a true municipal hero. And until 2013, we didn't even have something major named after him until the park in front of the Bridgepoint Hospital was named the William Peyton Hubbard Park. So I think we need to turn things on its head. We need to be finding how we're going to reconcile our history, how we're going to take out those who were part of the colonial past and restricting freedoms, supporting slavery, creating residential schools, advocating that they were great, denigrating Indigenous citizens. That's the moment of history that we're living in. And it's very hurtful to find so many councillors whose streets have nothing to do with Dundas Street. Nothing to do with Dundas Street. So committed not to have that name changed because they seem to be ideologically aligned in some way that we can't make that change. That is not the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. To go faster is the right thing to do. To make some quick changes is the right thing to do. And years ago, somebody wanted to name Dundas Parkette after Fran Endicott, who was a curriculum leader at the school board under the old Toronto Board of Education, who developed all the anti-racism curriculum there. And that hasn't happened. I'm putting it on the record. That is my goal, the Fran Endicott Park. And my goal is to change Dundas Square to something that truly, truly reflects
10
who we
seconds.
are in our city in 2021. Thank you.
Cute. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion I'd like to ask the clerk to put forward, please. There's a technical component of the motion that staff have asked me to move forward relating to Freeman-Redmond Circle. So the first three items are related to that. The fourth one is the one that I've actually put forward, which is City Council requests the city manager to work with proposed Community Advisory Committee to consider renaming different names for Old Dundas Street, Dundas Square, and various civic assets currently named for Dundas to reflect Toronto's rich culture, heritage, and diversity. Madam Speaker, we have heard through the comments that this is a very difficult decision for many. It's a difficult a conversation to be had for many. It's not a very difficult decision and or conversation for Blacks, Indigenous members of the community, because in fact, they have lived and have continued to have the vast experience of the treatment of slavery, about the residential schools and other atrocities that have been committed against them. We know that Henry Dundas was a very clever politician. Obviously, it's proven based on the historical information that we have received. I listened attentively to Dr. Stephen Mullen and what he had to say. I asked him questions about how, in fact, even in Dundas, his name has been handled in Scotland, and I was very not surprised, I guess, or very pleased in essence to get the information from him, because it reflects a desire for people there as well, where his birthplace, to address the atrocities, in my view, that he has caused so many people. He has impacted the lives, we've heard from the city manager, of some 600,000 men, women, and children who were Black and who were enslaved. There were another 800,000 people who actually died as a result of the delay with respect to abolishing slavery. And so I ask you, how does that reflect with respect to your decision for your future for this city? There are a lot of people in this city that want us to do the right thing. And there are a lot of people who are saying, no, don't change it because it costs too much. Don't change it because of a variety of things. Because they don't understand, they don't know the history. It may be inconvenient to them, but just think about the situation for Blacks and Indigenous members of our community. We have lived the experience. Canada has had slavery for over 200 years. In this city, when we talk about equity, when we talk about diversity, we talk about inclusion, we must also add justice to this piece, because it is the right thing to do. It's the justice aspect that we also have to incorporate in the decision that we are about to make here today. There has been a tremendous amount of lobbying, and I spoke just yesterday with the representative from the Black Business and Professional Association, and they had indicated to me that they had to actually turn or block numbers from families associated with Henry Dundas, who have been calling and compelling them to remove their letters of support that's been sent to the city council. This is the ultimate aspect of privilege, the view that suggests that you can just call this group and tell them what you want to do. I think there's so many. And at the same time, I forgot, Madam Speaker, to thank the city manager. In particular, I want to thank Miss Blackman, Miss Cheryl Blackman, that woman that was referred to today, who was the acting general manager of economic development, who happens to be the person who had the lead on this and has done a fantastic job in terms of bringing all of this information forward.
Councillor Thompson, we can't hear you.
Speaker, can you hear me now? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's actually happening.
Yes, we can hear you now.
The history will remember not so much what it cost us to change the name, but it will remember us whether or not we actually take the right action. Our reputation is on the line. We can't continue to say that we're supposed to look back at our history in our past and change it for a better future. Thank you, Speaker.
Cute.
Questions of the mover?
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, question on his motion. We'll put the motion on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clarification of the motion, Madam Chair. So I believe, and I did just check, I think I've got this right. The staff recommendations were amended in terms of the renaming process. And it added not just the this committee that was struck, but it also added and representatives of diverse communities. Because on Dundas Street, I mean, there's so many different Asian groups. You just go outside of City Hall, there's Chinese, Vietnamese, Portuguese, Italian. Does your motion in terms of setting up, I mean, I think some of your motions speak to, you know, renaming the street and the square and all those things. Does it include those diverse communities?
Yes.
But is it included in the motion?
In fact, there was a motion, Councillor, where you were not at the executive committee that reflected that. In fact, I believe it was the mayor who actually moved that motion.
He did,
We all
and that's the
agreed.
vote I was referring to.
But that's right. So it does. Yes, it does. Yes. It includes all Torontonians.
Does your motion in any way conflict with the mayor's amendment?
No.
And with regard to any of the other assets like the square or anything else named Dundas, it doesn't conflict with, we're still going to include diverse communities?
Councillor, we have an opportunity to engage everyone in the city as part of this process. So the answer is yes, yes.
So we're not going to exclude those groups?
Councillor, it is not my intention or my suggestion that we exclude anyone. In fact, what I have said and then supported is the inclusionary aspect to ensure that we're all part of this process. The fact that we are going to change the name doesn't prohibit others from being involved in terms of how we plan for future, in terms of the name that we want to, whether or not it's Dundas Square. In fact, I was going to propose, Councillor, that we look at Anting Best Square, Oscar Peterson Square, and a number of others, but I'm just going to leave that at this point.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me get that clarified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, question, clarification of the motion? Councillor Perruzza? Okay. Councillor Wong Tam to speak?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. I hope that it's ready. Fantastic, thank you. My motion is to amend recommendation number 2. So therefore, the Community Advisory Committee becomes even broader by including the business improvement areas and residents associations. There have been a few letters that have been written and submitted to this item on the communication docket that specifically ask for their participation, as well as to add an additional further motion that should this process be adopted, that the city manager develop a full cost recovery for any of the businesses that may be affected because of the rebranding or renaming of the street. And then third is that City Council expressed its desire to further advance racial and social justice as identified in the Recognition Review Project update in response to the Dundas Street renaming petition, and direct the city manager to report to the executive committee and through the 2022 budget process with a comprehensive list of programs, services, and policies which council has previously adopted and endorsed, which remain currently underfunded and unfunded, but necessary to ensure community health, social well-being, and prosperity of equity-seeking groups and people living with vulnerabilities. Madam Speaker, this is a very important debate. It has been a really instructive and constructive conversation. I recognize that there are probably 25, 26 different opinions on council. I think what I'm drawing from this, from the comments today, is that everybody is in recognition that Dundas, was a character and a historical figure that had zero connections to Canada, never stepped foot in this country, and probably has no idea of who lived in this country and the effects that his legacy abroad had here. So I have no emotional connections to this person. However, the actions that he has undertaken in delaying the abolition of slavery certainly is something I take great offense to. And I don't think it can be as simple as that we judge people based on the character of and actions against the time that they were in. I think that there are extraordinary thinkers and there are extraordinary leaders that can rise above that moment in time. And I think that Dundas seemed to have failed that particular test. I want to recognize that there are probably many people who are outside this chamber who may not be paying attention to this debate. And I just want to make sure that those individuals who may be caught by surprise, I don't want to take that away from them, because they certainly have the right to have those feelings. But I hope that they can understand that this report is one that symbolizes how council should proceed. So we're left with a choice to proceed or not to proceed. And that's really the only vote that's before us today. And I hope that we can choose to proceed. I also hope that we can choose to make whole those businesses and affected residents if we need to compensate them, because renaming this street, having to rebrand their business, having to incur certain costs that may not have been anticipating at the end of a very difficult pandemic, and we're not out of it as of yet. I don't think any of us would want them to wear that cost on their own. And I know that certainly they're not going to be wanting to wear that cost. They're going to want us to compensate them. And I think that if we compensate the businesses who are affected by the Dundas naming, I think that we should be compensating all the individuals who are affected by all future namings if that comes forward. The other thing I want to highlight is motion number 3, the last motion of mine. There have been, over this time of council, all sorts of policies, programs that council has said that they wanted to adopt, they were willing to support, and we never, ever funded it. And Madam Speaker, I cannot tell you how interesting it is. I will look forward to seeing who votes for this motion, because this is going to be putting it to the test. If we support racial justice and social justice demanded by equity-seeking groups, then we're going to have to reconcile that in the 2022 budget as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly when it comes to one of the toughest pieces before us in the 11 years I've been at City Hall, this ranks right up at the top. You know, I've been called to jury pool a couple of times, and one time they walked us into the courtroom where we were supposed to be interviewed. And I had my responses to get out of jury pool because I was an elected official. But I looked over and I saw these 4 young people being charged with murder, and I thought, oh my gosh, if I ever get on this jury, how will I ever weigh the back and forth of evidence? And you know, in a way, I looked at this discussion and this debate very seriously, plowing through the information and the debate, going back and forth. And I must admit that should I be on a jury on Henry Dundas's trial for crimes against humanity or hate crimes, whatever the case may be, I would probably be the runaway juror. I don't know whether I could convict him. And that's my big problem here. We're trying to piece together events of over 200 years ago. And while the events of that time were abhorrent, were disgraceful, and we're embarrassed, you know, that actually occurred in this hemisphere in North America is really what's really disturbing us. But you know, when I worked as a school board trustee to bring in the Afrocentric school, there was a big cost to that, and the Black community wanted that, and you know, I felt it would produce long-term tangible results. And when those same activists called me years later and said, would you bring in a street naming, major street naming for Nelson Mandela, I took it on as well. And we wanted University Avenue or Queen Street, but we did a ceremonial dedication instead. And I followed that same philosophy when I started the youth lounges, which were more about when I was on community development and recreation. And of course, starting our priority centers, which of course restarted the whole process with the Antibes Community Center. Over the years, I've had the chance to visit 2 sites in particular where horrible things happened. One was Dachau, which is a concentration camp out of Munich, where millions died during the Holocaust. And when you walk through there is unspeakable horror that comes from the ground. Everyone's silent. You can't believe that humanity behaved in that way. A shameful, disgraceful piece of history. And I was at another place called Monticello. And this is where former US President Thomas Jefferson lived most of his life after he left office. And they gave us a whole tour, and he owned slaves. And they were not shy about it. They did not cover it up. They were very open about it. They showed us the slave quarters. They gave us the history of it, we learned about it. And I was pretty appalled. And in both these sites, there is a temptation. There is a temptation to burn them down, to wipe them out, to change their names. And then I thought, you know what will that teach us? How will that teach us? You know, I don't go to Dundas Square very often. I actually was there recently. I got swarmed by a bunch of pigeons. But I am there for a very special event run by Canadian Friends of Simon Wiesenthal, and it's called Freedom Day. And thousands of students come there to celebrate freedom. And there's all kinds of speakers from all kinds of racialized groups, people who came from you know, countries where human rights were violated. I remember a child soldier spoke as well. And you know, I'm thinking now, if these kids were to go back to the classroom and their teachers were to say, you know, this Henry Dundas, did you see that plaque there? You know, he's a controversial figure. There were deep debates about his legacy. He defended Blacks. He delayed slavery. He caused deaths. He saved people's lives. This is a terrible debate.
15 seconds.
A torn debate. But you know what? They would learn. We would learn from Dachau. We would learn from Monticello. And we would learn from Dundas Square. And I thought there was a better way of handling this where we could educate our kids about the future. And it's just not here in this report.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the executive committee, I asked questions of staff. I didn't re-ask the questions today because I had the answers, but I do want to share what they told me. I did ask about businesses that want to rename their names, but may not have the funds. You know, would their name still be recognized by Google Maps? And the answer was yes. Or if somebody mailed it to the old address, would it still arrive? And the answer was yes. So it's clear that businesses have time to change their name, and they can change their letterhead, and they can change their letters as it has to be renewed. But the other thing that I asked is I also asked, if you want to know a moral compass, you know, talk to kids, ask them what they think. So I asked my daughter, and I said, do you think the street should be named after him? And she said, well, you know, he didn't do anything good for Canada. And, you know, it's offensive to the people that he harmed. And I said, well, what if I told you it's going to cost a lot of money? And it just came down to what is the right thing to do? And I think that's the question we need to ask ourselves. What is the right thing to do? And if you want to know, ask the next generation, because they have that moral compass and they can tell you what the right thing to do is. And we had a teacher that spoke at executive as well and spoke about the discussion she'd had with her classroom. And again, the kids knew this is the right thing to do. And so based on that, you know, I'm prepared to recognize this is the right thing to do and to vote accordingly to that today. I also, though, am worried that we need to develop a process, and we need to develop a process for looking at other names. And in my community, I have Langevin, and we know that he is one of the people that are behind the residential school system. And so again, here's somebody that shouldn't have that honor, and we need to have a look back and recognize that. And again, I look at that as I look to my children and I talk to them, and I talk to them about their great grandmother who was an Indigenous orphan, and she lost her heritage and she lost her culture. And as a result, we don't have the Indigenous knowledge of our ancestors. We don't get to look at the world with that viewpoint. And so there's a lot that was lost by her being raised through that system. So I'd like to thank, you know, everybody that worked on this today. I'd also like to thank the Deputy Mayor for being so well spoken in showing us the right way here and showing us what the right thing is to do.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you. This is a very important moment. We all think about these things very carefully. I think about them perhaps from a different perspective because I have the citywide responsibility to all of the voters of the entire city. And I look especially carefully for opportunities to take away pain, to take away instances where people don't feel included in the city where we are the most diverse city in the world, as Councillor Cressy said a long time ago in this debate, but striving to be the most inclusive city in the world. And I look for opportunities to try and promote inclusion whenever that's possible to do. And I'm reminded in this instance, and I was from the beginning when this report came forward, and I didn't know what it was going to recommend. I had no inside knowledge of that, that you can never go wrong doing the right thing. Because I've had the same controversy that has been, felt by other people in their offices through email and otherwise, with people calling me and people I know well that have called this into question and my own position on it. But you can never go wrong doing the right thing. And another question that I would pose as we sort of conclude this debate is, if we were looking at this person with his complete lack of connection, in fact, when you listen to the historians talk about him at the executive committee and otherwise, the only connection that people could draw, or the only reason why anything was named after him, was that he was John Graves Simcoe's boss, and that John Graves Simcoe was going around naming things after Mr. Dundas to curry favor with his boss. No one else could identify a single connection, a single visit, a single anything that he ever did that had anything to do with Toronto. And if you then add, that's a minor factor, but if you then add to that what we've heard the clear consensus of historians said about the stands he did take and the things he did do to delay the abolition of slavery, a clear consensus, not unanimity, but a clear consensus, you have to ask yourself, if we were sitting here today looking at figures in the history of this city and of this country, would there be any chance whatsoever that you would even consider for a minute naming one of our most major streets after this man? And I think the answer to that is a resounding no. And so, you know, you look at that broad consensus, and the broad consensus says that Mr. Dundas played a direct role in postponing for years the abolition of slavery, with all the trauma and pain that caused not only to people back in that time, and we've heard it's hundreds of thousands, but also the intergenerational trauma, because I've come to understand in a very real way with a number of groups that are in our population today here in this diverse city, how that intergenerational pain is a reality for them in many different respects. So the broad consensus is there, and I think if you then take the combination of the realities of history as the broad consensus finds them to be, it's not really been known to people explicitly before now, I would argue. There wasn't much discussion. When this first came up and the petition started up, I didn't even know there was a Mr. Dundas. I had no idea where the name had come from. I just didn't. I don't fault myself for that. I mean, I think a lot of people did. If you add that to the realities of today, when we would definitely not choose to honor someone who had been engaged in this kind of activity as a member of parliament. I mean, the very fact, with no disrespect, that Deputy Mayor Holladay could cite two little tiny phrases that seemed to suggest maybe that at one time he'd spoken a word in parliament about his siding with the abolitionists, to me is not a very strong record in terms of indicating that what has been said about him by the broad consensus of historians, in fact, is true. So if you combine the realities of today with that history, and then you add to that how we see ourselves today. Who are we? What kind of statement do we want to make about ourselves and about the people who make up this city and about the values that we espouse to ourselves and to the rest of the world, and how the rest of the world sees us for that matter? They admire us for the fact that we are people trying, with a lot of flaws and a lot of work left to be done, to do things differently. And we're far from perfect, and we've got a lot of work left to be done. But, you know, we are trying to establish a different way here. And I think it is what has attracted so many people to come here. I say this all the time when I'm out pitching for people to invest here, is to say there's a way of life here. There's a set of foundational values that we share together that are important to us. And you have to ask yourself, if you combine all of those things, the history, the present day circumstances, the how we see ourselves and how the world sees us, do we really want to make sure we are going to try to be the world's most inclusive city? And I think if you look at all of that, you come to the inescapable conclusion, as I did, that this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do because, yes, it has symbolic importance to particular communities, but I think to all the people as a reaffirmation of what it is we're trying to build, the kind of city we're trying to build, the kind of people we are, who we are, what we are here in Toronto. And as well as that, it's showing leadership to the rest of the world as well, which is not, you know, I don't think it's our job to lead the world on everything, but I think it is our job to set an example as best that we can. So it's the right thing to do. It is a moment in history where we can say that simply all we're saying is we are not going to continue to recognize and to honor someone who took the actions that he took at the time he did it that are so inconsistent with the values that we're trying to build up and celebrate today. That's what we're saying. And I think if you look at this objectively, that is the conclusion that you come to, that is the right thing to do, to no longer celebrate this man with this honor, that is a real honor to have your name bestowed upon one of the major streets in one of the biggest cities in North America and one of the most respected cities in the world. And I think it'll do wonders at home for people who will see this as a sign of respect for them and the experiences they've been through. And it will do wonders for our reaffirmation of our own values and for our reputation outside of the city and outside of this country. So I hope people will really think about the people they represent, all of the people they represent, and what it means to quite a few of them as we make this vote in the next few minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Ready to vote on the item?
Yes, can I have recorded vote on all the items, please, Speaker?
Okay, can I have a motion that we extend so we can do the voting on this item? And add
So
new
moved, Councillor
business?
Perks.
Moved by Councillor Perks, all in favor, carried. By Councillor Thompson.
A recorded vote on these items, please, Speaker.
Yes, we're doing a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll, please.
Sorry, my screen's gone dead again.
Councillor Perruzza,
which
please.
motion
Councillor
is it?
Carroll, can you just hang on? I'll call for oral votes once we've closed the electronic votes. Councillor Perruzza.
It's not taking this. Oh, caps lock was on, sorry.
Shelley, your mic's live.
Sorry.
Councillor Carroll, have you had success? Otherwise, now, if not, I'll take your vote, please.
Oh, I just had success. Thank you. I now know which motion it is in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, motion 2 carries 23-1.
Next one.
Councillor Pasternak, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
That's just for the end.
Speaker, motion 3 carries. The vote is 21-3.
It's amended, recorded vote.
Councillor McKelvey, please, and Councillor Perruzza. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 17-7.
Councillor Bylaw, you have a motion you'd like to introduce?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have. Yes, it's with regards to music rehearsal spaces as we're losing significant amount of them, including some in my area. So I'd like to have this motion moved today so staff can work on this item.
All in favor? Carried.
Is that the only one, Madam Chair? I thought I had another one.
Counselor Bylaw, you have another one? We'll put it on the screen.
Yeah. Thank you. This is just a motion to, because of COVID, we haven't been able to lease our space that we had for Small Business Incubation Center. So we're actually amending the agreement with the developer to get an extra 12 months to allow us to lease the space.
Item, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Wong Tam?
Very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce this motion. It's rather urgent because it involves the release of Section 37 funds to ensure community safety and public realm improvements to Trolley Crescent.
All in favor? Carried. Counselor Grimes?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, you have a motion that you want to introduce? It's
Do
on
I
the
go-
screen.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Yep. The count, we printed out the agenda of today's meeting, an urgent motion without notice concerning 25 the West Mall, Shorey Gardens temporary outdoor patio and technical amendment to bylaw 198 to 2021 final report.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. Counselor Crawford?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that I'd like to introduce. I just need to see it on the screen.
Okay, if you can read it, please.
Yeah, it's to deal with a minor variance application at a development site to ensure we don't delay with any undue financial hardship for the applicant.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Thompson?
Yes, Speaker. Just trying to look at, oh yes, this is protecting jobs in Scarborough. I'd like to introduce this motion. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion here that's urgent in order. We have to clean up anybody that needs a patio, and this is in order to have an outdoor gathering at Crow's Theatre. Thank you, Speaker.
All in
Thank you for all the
favor?
votes.
All in favor? Carried. Okay. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Moved by Counselor Grimes. We'll put the motion on the screen.
That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 35 on July 14th, 2021.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. We'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow.